We are live. Happy days. Hi, Nifta. How are you? You hate nutcases. So do I. We all do. Hang on, got that there. Got to make sure everywhere. We're on several platforms, guys. So I need to make sure they're all up and running, which they should be. Don't worry, star players are all here. It's fine. Uh, I'm not here for me. It's fine. Maybe that one. Okay, that's up and running. Bullies, you're right. I know we've had them for about a week now. That's that. It's not nice, is it? So, but this is a nice stream. If we see any bullies in this stream, we kick them the fuck out. Like so, no bullies. Hi, Brittany. Hi, Brittany. Welcome. Thanks for making it. Uh, I'm just setting up for a second. We got, as I say, we got the star players in the background. I'll introduce them now. Uh, it's the trouble streaming to everywhere. It's like, gotta make sure they're all up. Absolutely cowards. I think both me and Lily have experienced that this weekend. So especially Lily, to be fair. Right. Oh wow, we've got quite a few over in Rumble. We're on Twitch. We're on everywhere. We're everywhere, guys. Just got to make sure Rumble is up and running. It's a shame you have to do all these one by one. Like, that one there, yes. Right. Think we've got everything up now. So with that, I'm not going to delay it because there's quite a few cross platforms, and people are like, "Where's Lily? Where's Chandler? Don't give a shit about you. Get them on. They're prettier. I know they are, but it's my fucking stream, right? So I'll take my time. Right. So thank you everyone for being here. This is the Mark Jensen trial. So as you're aware, 3 weeks. So I feel simply honoured that these three people have agreed to be here. You can't be here like for every minute, but there's no expectations for that. So whenever they are here, please show them some courtesy. Please listen to what they're going to say because they are much more knowledgeable than I am. I'm here for the fun party. So with that, I'm going to introduce you to the first person. She's British. She's from London, but she's from bloody Germany. So Lil, how are you?
Hi. Hi.
Do you wanna say what are you up to? Lily? You got a channel on YouTube and everything. What's your channel called on YouTube?
I have such an echo.
Technical difficulties?
Yeah, I hear you everything like double.
It's all right. It's all good. If anything goes wrong with sound or audio with you, then just there's a chat there as well.
Okay.
Seeing if that's already here, so she's like, hey Lily, I can hear you anyway. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you twice. That's the problem.
Oh, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's not good, is it? Oh, have you got the stream open or something?
No, that's not. Well. Mm-mm.
No. Well, it's all right. It's all good though. So what happens when you go live, guys? It's like You got to go with it. We're not professionals. I mean, Chandler's a professional, but we're not. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, hang on.
Chandler does this for a
I
living.
think I figured it out. Maybe.
Anyway, do that right. You say anything?
Uh,
Well,
yeah. Well, yeah. So for everyone who doesn't know me yet, so probably everyone knows me anyway.
I think they do by now, Lily. But you've got a channel as well, so we'll promote your channel throughout. So you go and have a look, because you go into more analysis on stuff as well. So if you want the analytical stuff, then Lily's a great follow. She is, someone that goes dissects, well, I say dissect, literally dissect, into everything a lot further, like blows your mind what the stuff she's going through. So, that's Lily. Our third one is a professional streamer. She's normally with Legal Vices, but he's allowed us to have her 3 weeks. So we are privileged. I feel privileged anyway. She's from California. She's paralegal but wants to become a lawyer. And she's actually now a content creator. She's got her own channel. And she's got her own channel now. So when she goes on, she's called Chandler. She's known as Remy. She's also known as Lance for some reason, I saw. So with that, Chandler, how are we?
I'm great. How are you?
Awesome. As you say, it's not awkward at all. It's awesome. You said hellos already, but hello.
Happy to be here.
Well, what's your channel name as well on YouTube so people can follow you?
Oh, I'll introduce myself. So hi everybody. I'm Chandler. Chandler Remington. I'm a paralegal from Los Angeles, California, and I just started a YouTube channel recently. So you can find me on Twitter and on YouTube. My username is at Remy REMY _ legal, and I am an advocate for men's rights. I'm an advocate for abolishing misandry. And I just put up a recent video, my first video ever, called Why I'm Not a Feminist. So you can go check out my channel. If you just look at my name, Chandler Remington, you'll find me there. And if you like my stuff, please subscribe. I'm really looking forward to this trial. This will be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a great trial. So, and it's a great channel. So again, saying with that, please subscribe to Lily's and Chandler's. We're really grateful you're here. With that, we are going to get into it because it is a long trial. It's about 8.5 hours, but we're going to cut it down a little bit here and there. The girls can speak a little bit of what they think during some of the breaks, and they're going to pop in and out. I'm going to be popping in and out as well, just for our breaks. And then we'll have probably about 40-minute lunch break. Well, I will anyway. I'll probably have a little bit less to join with you guys. So, with that, I'm not going to delay any further. If we're all ready, I think enough that you're ready. I told you, Lance. Told you.
I guess that's my new nickname.
We won't go into why. I just saw it on Twitter over the weekend, so
I think I can hint that half a bottle of tequila was involved.
well,
but I
there
won't
we
say
are.
much more.
We were not going to say too much about that then. If there's alcohol involved, it's fine. Let's go, Brandon. Happy
Hey,
days.
let's go, Brandon. That's my guy. Thanks for
Happy
being
days.
here.
No, I really appreciate that. You guys being here. Please, if you haven't subscribed as well to my channel, I think both me and Chad are quite close to 1,000 now, so I really hope that we both get to 1,000 over the next 3 weeks. I'm sure you will. You've overtaken me.
Everybody, subscribe to Dylan. Dylan is awesome. Dylan makes great content. He's a really cool guy. He's a good friend of mine. If anybody's here, who came over from Twitter, for me, like I would all love for you to subscribe to him. He's really funny. He's really on point and witty. He has really great views on American legal stuff, even though he's not an American. So yeah, please subscribe to him. He's awesome, and I'm really happy to be here. This is going to be a great stream. It's a really crazy trial. There's a lot going on with this one, huh?
Well, Lily, as well, you two, do you know anything about this trial? That much?
Lily?
About this trial?
We just lost you, Lil.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, you just got a bit.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I fixed it. No, so basically about this trial, I did hear stuff about it, especially about the first one, where they allowed like different evidence and stuff. So it was kind of interesting how they changed it a bit now in the second one.
I only know what Sal's told me on Twitter. What about you, Chandler?
What's that?
Do you know much about this trial?
I know a little bit. I watched the 2020 special. It's
Okay.
if you want me to say a little bit about it, I mean, it's a murder trial.
No,
The Mark Jensen is accused of killing his wife Mary. There are some complex First Amendment issues that came into it. She wrote a letter that essentially accused him. That was very problematic. There's a lot of really crazy stuff with dick pics. It's a whole thing. It's definitely kind of a wild ride, and I know it's one of Sal's favorites.
Yeah, and Sal's coming later on, and he's got a lot of insight into this, so he can explain a lot more about both sides and what's going on. So with that, I think we will start it, as I'm sure people have been agitated.
Yeah, let's get into it.
For those in the chat, if you can't hear the audios and stuff, just let us know so we can adapt it, or I can adapt it. So yeah, I heard that. Sal said that. Very good point.
Yes, the letter was a big issue.
Do they even know it was definitely her that wrote it then?
That's a difficult thing. It's hard to verify somebody's handwriting. It was purported to be a letter that was written by her. But again, I am actually not that familiar with the legal issues pertaining to this case. I really just watched the 2020 special.
No, it's good. I like that though, because we're all new to this, so it's fine. So at least Sal, that's really an expert on it. So I'm sure he can delve a little bit more into it later. He's hoping to come in later. If not, he's here tomorrow. Sixth Amendment issues.
Sal is our resident Jensen expert. He's a big fan of this trial. He's because there's some very amusing elements that come into play. So I am looking forward to his commentary.
And he's got some stuff about say the prosecutor and everything. So I think he's excited as well. Just for those that's new to all this, it's a very relaxed stream that we hold here. It's literally we talk shit with some intelligent conversations in between, but that's about it. So fire your questions, talk about anything you want. It's all good.
You can't confront a letter.
No. So this is Mark Jensen. So all the regulars in the chat, please don't be shy. Make sure you say hello now. Enough that, Brittany. Thank you. Anyone else here that's regulars? Hopefully the audio is going to be fine. Law Cry was sometimes quite shit with their audio, and we're relying fully on them now.
So that would be the defendant, Mark Jensen, in the striped tie there.
Looks quite respectful, as they do. They get a choice to wear civvies or their prison issue clothes, don't they? I think.
It depends. It depends on the jurisdiction. It depends on where they are incarcerated. There are different rules.
Let's go on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. To have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state
They are large.
by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, along with Deputy District
Good
Attorney
job.
Connie McNeil and Public Service Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen. Mr. Jensen appears in person.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for coming on time. We'll wait till you get your equipment here.
So hello to those as well on Rumble, on Twitch, on Facebook.
Oh, I thought they were.
I'll try and keep up to date with all the chats as well.
Now let's see. I'm looking up some more information about the case, and I'm trying to figure out the name of the judge.
Please, sorry, I'm literally trying to. There's an issue with the Facebook stream, so I'm trying to.
You're doing fine. So again, this is a retrial. I believe the judge is Anthony Milasakis. Milasakis.
Have you heard of him before?
Sorry?
Have you heard of this judge before on any of the trials?
No, I'm not familiar with him. I haven't ever
Some
seen him
hearing equipment that is not
before.
working this morning.
I'm sure
Well, I
Sal
guess
will give us more info.
I guess everybody's
Sorry.
having tech issues, including including the judge in this case.
Yeah, I generally do think so. I can't believe it. Lily is. I think now I've sorted it. But when he's streaming across so many platforms, some of them sometimes don't go well. Right, let's go, Brandon. Thank you for the. I might sound a little bit Irish, but I'm actually Welsh, so I'm not sure if that's a dig. But Cork's lovely. I actually lived in Dublin for 2 years. But yeah, Cork is nice. But no, I'm Welsh. I'm far from Cork though. Oh, there we are. Sorry, Salvador, I was a bit behind. No, Natalie Biscoe. Yeah, she's on Twitter. I see her a lot. She seems very knowledgeable. I read this was a couple of weeks ago, or last week, the Kenosha trial.
Yeah, it's funny. We've watched so many trials that have come out of Wisconsin, and I feel like I'm only really familiar with Judge Schrader. But
Yeah,
in case anybody's curious, so the murder that that this man's being tried for actually occurred in 1998. So it's a pretty old case.
yeah. It was. I don't remember what his first. Yeah, I was relying on Sal to do this bit. So when you get your Sal later on or tomorrow, you can update everything as well. Just wearing.
Yeah, these were the same headphones that we saw in the Anderson trial, and I believe that it has to do with the size of the courtroom. Generally speaking, if this is the same courtroom in Wisconsin, this is, I believe, Kenosha. It's a very large courtroom, so it can be very hard to hear everything that's going on, especially because they tend to have audio issues. They don't speak into the microphone. This will be interesting. I'd love to see whether the audio is good here for Court TV, because last time when we did the Anderson trial, they didn't talk into the mic, and so it created all of these audio problems. It was kind of hilarious. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, this is a retrial. Thanks for that, Brandon.
Indeed.
Here we go. Okay, so it happened in 1998, where you said Chandler. Then he got arrested in 2003, got away with it for 5 years, remarried, had a new kid. Wow. He got busy.
Yeah, so considering an arrest in considering that the arrest occurred 20 years ago, there are clearly a lot of issues with this case. I did not know that he was partially deaf.
No, question then, again, this might not be for you, Chandler, only, but the chat. So in the ice cream man trial, whenever they went up to the judge to have their briefings and stuff, they would go up and speak to him. The ice cream man could put audio on and listen to a conversation with a judge. Is that quite normal when the sidebars were happening?
What's your question? Is it normal for them to turn the audio off for a sidebar?
No, for the defendant to be able to listen to the sidebar with a judge.
Typically, no. Typically, that the sidebars that occur are only for the attorneys and the judge. The defendant is not a part of sidebars.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But in the ice cream man
Continue
trial,
now. The appearances have been
he was a
stated. We're
party
still on the
hearing,
record.
so-
I wanted to thank the jury again for coming in on time, folks. We are going to start the trial then. We have to swear you in again, so if everybody could raise your right hands.
Spider Girl. I like Spider Girl. She's
Good
another one
morning.
that's really good and informative.
Do you and each of you swear you will well and truly try the issue joined between the state of Wisconsin, the plaintiff, and Mark Jensen, the defendant, and unless discharged by the court, give a true verdict according to the law and the evidence given in court, so help you God? Thank you. You may be
Don't say
seated.
too much about that,
That's been
Brendan.
sworn in. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I have to read what is called preliminary jury instructions. You'll have more instructions after we finish the case, but these preliminary instructions will give you some idea of how we're going to proceed with the trial. And then after I'm done, the attorneys will do their opening statements. So with that, I will begin by saying before the trial begins, there are certain instructions you should have to better understand your functions as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case based solely on the evidence presented and the law given to you by the court. Do not let any personal feelings or bias or prejudice about such things as race, religion, national origin, sex, or age affect your deliberations. Do not begin your deliberations and discussions of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case amongst yourself or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. You may be excused from the courtroom when it's necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, the lawyers or the witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, the lawyers, and the witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. There are a number of representatives from the media covering this trial. As was discussed earlier, what the media may report is not of the standard necessary for jury use in deciding the great issues which will be presented to you in this case. For that reason, you must not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news accounts on the radio or television about this trial. Do not watch or listen to any newscasts on television or radio which originate from Milwaukee, Kenosha, Whitewater, or Lake Geneva for the duration of the trial. Do not read the Kenosha News, the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, the Janesville Gazette, the Week, the Midweek, or the Racine Journal Times. Do not read anything at all on the internet which pertains to this case. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene. Do not engage in any experimentation or research relating to any issues, facts, or persons involved in this case. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference materials for any additional information regarding this case or any issues which may pertain to it. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Television and photography will be occurring during this trial. Under no circumstances will televising or photographing members of the jury be permitted. And so you will not be pictured in any images which are ever broadcast or telecast. For those who may be interested, I have requested that the media make available to you, after the trial is over, access to all the media accounts which will be telecast during the trial. It's critically important to the fairness of this trial that you adhere to this order, that you not read, watch, or listen any account of these proceedings. You must understand that the violation of this order will have serious repercussions, both for the integrity of the trial and for anyone who would violate the court's order. Your ability to remain without sequestration is dependent upon compliance with this order, and you must also understand that any intentional violation will be punished as contempt of court. If you see or hear any outside information about this case, you must promptly report that to the court. Evidence. Evidence is first the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. 3, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Objections of counsel, evidence received over objection. Attorneys for each side have the right and a duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You jurors are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. Note-taking permitted. You are not required to, but you may take notes during this trial, except during the opening statements and closing arguments. The court will provide you with the materials. In taking notes, you must be careful that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After the trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. Transcripts not available for deliberations. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. You should pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and testimony introduced during the trial. The credibility of witnesses. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize into the way the testimony of witnesses and determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors: whether the witness had an interest or a lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during a trial which tend either to support or discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There's no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, use your common sense and experience in everyday life. You determine for yourself the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. I'm going to give you the elements of first-degree intentional homicide. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Statute 94001 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. The state's burden of proof. Before you may find a defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. The elements of the crime that the state must prove. Number one, the defendant caused the death of Julie Jensen. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Number two, the defendant acted with the intent to kill Julie Jensen. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. When may intent exist? While the law requires that the defendant acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. Deciding about intent. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances, in this case, bearing upon intent. Intent and motive. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something, while motive may be shown as a circumstance in aiding to establish the guilt of a defendant. The state is not required to prove motive on part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. Burden of proof, the presumption of innocence. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Presumption of innocence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The state's burden of proof. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Reasonable hypothesis. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The meaning of reasonable doubt. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. Opening statements. The lawyers will now make their opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show, so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, opening statements are not evidence. With that, is the state ready to proceed with their opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So they can't take notes for this. Why? For the opening. Why? Does it matter?
I'm sorry, was there an indication that the jury could not take notes for the opening statements?
Go ahead.
Closing statements, yeah. You can't.
Like I said, we'll wait.
That's because opening statements are not evidence.
Okay, I get it, but still. They can show something, they can show some cartoons or something.
This is Julie
They're
Jensen.
bored.
She's with her two sons, David, the older boy, and Douglas, the little boy. As you are aware by now, in this case, Mark Jensen, the defendant, stands accused of murdering his wife, Julie Jensen, in 1998 by poisoning her with ethylene glycol, the main ingredient in antifreeze. Now, when you have a murder case such as this, you hear evidence in great detail about the person who is killed. So you're going to hear evidence about how Julie's body was discovered dead in her bed at her home. You'll hear detailed evidence about things like how her arm was positioned, the lividity of the blood in her body, how her face looked buried in the pillow. You're going to hear about Julie's blood and what was in it, her stomach contents and her kidneys, and how they revealed the evidence of the ethylene glycol poisoning. And there's two things that you're going to hear in the evidence that you should know about ethylene glycol poisoning. A person should not have ethylene glycol in their system. The human body is made up of all sorts of things, but ethylene glycol is not one of them. So if ethylene glycol is found in a person, that is instant evidence of poisoning. And it has happened that some people have accidentally killed themselves with ethylene glycol, and some people have purposefully committed suicide by drinking ethylene glycol. But in this case, the evidence you're going to hear is that the defendant murdered his wife with ethylene glycol, that this was not Julie Jensen ingesting that substance to commit suicide. And that leads me to the other thing you should know about ethylene glycol. It's a drug that is not commonly tested for at autopsy. At autopsies, there are tests that are done for drugs, like prescription drugs or illegal street drugs. But ethylene glycol, such an unusual substance, is not typically tested for. And so a person doing an autopsy isn't necessarily going to find it unless they're looking for it. So you're going to hear that evidence about the ethylene glycol in Julie Jensen's blood and in her stomach, and other evidence of that poisoning in her system. You may even see some photos from the autopsy showing evidence from the inside of her body. So in this trial, you're going to hear Julie Jensen talked about in that way, that detached, impersonal evidence. But this is Julie Jensen. And in this murder case, even more important than how her body was found and what was in her blood and her stomach, even more important than that is the evidence you will hear about Julie the person. You are going to hear from witness after witness, people who knew Julie in various aspects of her life, that her family and her children were everything to her. She even had a specialized license plate on her car, My 3Ds, that stood for her two children, David and Douglas, And the father of her children, the third D, daddy, that was for Mark Jensen. When Julie Jensen died, her oldest son, David, he was 8 years old. He was in third grade at Southport Elementary School. And you are going to hear from David's third grade teacher. Her name is Therese DeFazio. And she's a witness in this case because Julie Jensen was very involved in her son's life. She was actually a room mother in this third grade class. And so even though her youngest child, Douglas, he was only 3 years old and she was a stay-at-home mom, it doesn't mean that she just stayed at home. Every Wednesday morning, starting in the beginning of that school year in 1998, Julie would volunteer in David's classroom to help out Ms. DeFazio. She would help the other students in the class and help Ms. DeFazio with various projects.
Why is this important?
And one thing that Julie Jensen and Ms. DeFazio had in common that you'll hear about in the evidence is that Ms. DeFazio had two sons too, two older sons.
I don't care.
And so that was a topic of conversation between them.
This is
Because
so boring.
Yeah, I
Julie
thought
Jensen
that.
was
What the
asking
fuck was
her
she
for
doing?
advice. What do you do with two sons? How do you raise your sons? She was looking towards the future, thinking about college for David, a very bright child.
I mean, I guess she's trying to humanize the victim, but
a big part of her children's activities.
Come on, we could do
She
that.
was the
Don't
kind
you?
of mom who would make Halloween costumes for her kids by hand. She was good at crafts and sewing, and she was a good baker. And you're going to hear in this case a lot about the neighborhood.
Oh, wow.
The Jensens lived in Pleasant Prairie
That's
in a
interesting.
neighborhood known as Carroll Beach, which is near the lake. They had a nice yard with a beautiful garden, a swimming pool, and you'll hear from the neighbors who often saw Julie playing in the yard with the children or neighborhood children coming over to the house because they had the swimming pool. But Julie Jensen also had a life outside her children. Before her oldest son was born, she worked as an assistant at a stock brokerage firm. And even when she was a stay-at-home mom, she wasn't an isolated person. She was outgoing. She went out of her way to meet and get to know her neighbors. She made her neighbors her friends. And you're going to hear from a variety of neighbors who say that about Julie Jensen. She was also active in a neighborhood book club. You're going to hear about the book club. The month before Julie Jensen died in November of 1998, she hosted the book club and she invited the ladies in the book club into her home. Finally, she was an avid gardener. Gardening was really her passion. So she would be outside a lot working on the garden. In the week of her death, she called a neighbor just to discuss gardening, some seeds that the neighbor had or had grown. Julie Jensen was looking to purchase that in the future and was asking questions about it of her neighbor. The only real problem for Julie Jensen in the fall of 1998 was with her marriage.
I know.
But before we talk about that time, the fall of 1998, I want to go back to 1990 and to 1991 in the months after David, her oldest, was born. Now, that's a big transition time in a marriage, the time before kids and the time after kids. And it caused some issues in the Jensen marriage. Julie felt that the defendant was not involved enough with David, not supportive enough. And she had returned to work part-time after David's birth. And that was a difficult transition too. And Julie Jensen during that time was suffering from some postpartum depression. And she went to a psychotherapist. She saw the psychotherapist for about a year. She was prescribed an antidepressant. And the defendant also went to this psychotherapist several times too, because the therapist felt it was useful to see both the Jensens, and these sessions lasted about a year. So in this trial, if you hear about Julie Jensen's history of depression, that this is a suicide because she had a history of depression. Well, that's it. The postpartum depression and seasonal affective disorder, when the seasons change, like fall, that she was treated for 1 year in 1990 to 1991. Julie Jensen did not have a history of suicide attempts. She did not have suicidal ideation. She had no suicide plans. And what a therapist is supposed to do, what you'll hear in the evidence, is ask someone if they have signs of depression, to ask that person about risk of suicide. At no time did Julie Jensen ever say she was contemplating suicide. And in fact, she would cite her children. She could never do it because of her kids. And that's what happened in 1990 and 1991. And really what you're going to hear is the problem during that time period was with the Jensen marriage. In addition to Julie Jensen's concerns about the defendant's lack of involvement with David, she just felt the defendant didn't love her anymore. And she even contemplated divorce during that time period. Julie Jensen began confiding in a coworker, a man named Perry Tarika. He was going through a divorce and he also had a young child. And one weekend, Julie made the mistake of inviting Perry Tarika to her home on a weekend when her husband was gone. And that weekend, she had sex, she had a fling with Perry Tarika. So she cheated on her husband. Now that's the only time Julie Jensen and Perry Tarika were intimate. And you can tell from the evidence that Julie Jensen immediately regretted this. She cut off the relationship with this man immediately. And she even left her employment where they had worked together. And after that, Julie Jensen decided to not keep secrets from her husband again. And in this trial, I expect you'll hear from Perry Tarika as a witness. I expect you'll hear about this relationship he and Julie Jensen had as co-workers at first, and then confiding in each other about their more personal issues. And you'll hear about during that time period, as Julie was contemplating divorce, she even went with Mr. Tarika to his divorce lawyer. And in fact, in June of 1991, Julie Jensen did file for divorce, though obviously that didn't go through. The reason I am going back to 1990 and 1991 is because that changed everything in the Jensen marriage. You will hear in the evidence that the defendant never forgave Julie Jensen for that affair. And by the way, there's no obligation to forgive a spouse for an affair. That's not required. Sometimes affairs break relationships, they break marriages. When that happens, divorce is always an option. Forgiveness is not required. But Mark Jensen did not file for a divorce. Instead, he engaged in a campaign of covert harassment directed at his wife to degrade her and gratify him. In a case that is full of strange facts, this harassment over the course of years is perhaps the strangest. And here's how it would look. From time to time, starting after Julie's affair, someone would apparently be leaving pornographic images outside of the Jensen home, on the deck, in the shed, even allegedly mailing these pornographic images to the defendant's place of work and leaving them on his car at work. And so what were these images? Well, almost all of them appeared to be printed out computer photos, so in black and white, on regular paper. Only once was it an actual photograph that was left. And these photos were pornographic. They would show sexual activity, sometimes sexual intercourse, sometimes oral sex, sometimes a woman positioned as though she was about to perform oral sex on a man, and sometimes just naked photos of men with erect penises. Another feature of this harassment was phone calls. Far more than the occasional hang-up call that people got in the 1990s, over and over and over again, call after call of hang-ups. And a lot of this was directed towards Mark, he said, that he would get these harassing calls at work, that he would receive these harassing photos at work. And so over and over and over again, Julie Jensen reported this activity to the Pleasant Prairie Police Department, beginning in 1991 after that affair, and all the way through the beginning of 1998, this continued. An extremely long length of time, almost 7 years. And this happens so frequently, and Julie Jensen reported it to the police, that she actually asked to just speak to one officer, so she wouldn't have to say the whole story over and over again. And that officer ended up being Officer Ron Cosman. And so how it would work is most of the images were purportedly found by the defendant. That's what Julie told the police. The defendant would come to her and present her with the images he had found at work or at home. And as the Jensens reported it to the police, they believed the culprit was Perry Tarica, because it seemed as though the images were chosen to resemble Julie. And the frightening idea was presented that this man, Perry Tarica, had secretly taken pictures of him and Julie when they had sex that long time ago. That he had had this fling with Julie, and now he was rubbing it in her face to humiliate her for years. And the police tried to investigate this. The police suggested to Julie that she keep a log of this activity. And you're going to see that she did. She kept a handwritten log. And it's actually stunning to see because it's so long. There's just page after page of this harassing activity. Because the defendant had said that these images were frequently left at his vehicle at work, the Pleasant Prairie Police Department suggested that the Jensens hire a private investigator. Maybe that person can stake out the car and see if they catch anybody. Or they suggested placing a video camera, videotape the car and see if anyone leaves anything. But these efforts didn't work. The defendant was aware of this private investigator. And so while that private investigator was involved, nothing happened. The police also suggested putting a trace on the phone through the phone company. Remember, we're talking about the 90s, and so no caller ID. But when these traces were put on, the calls would stop. So the anonymous perpetrator could not be found that way. And so Officer Ron Cosman, he had a lot of contacts with Julie about this because of the harassment. And he was thinking about these traces. And he was thinking, well, how could these phone calls stop when we try to put these traces on? How could the perpetrator know to stop these calls? The only people who know about these traces are the Jensens and me, the police officer. And so Ron Cosman specifically asked Julie, for the last trace that was done, he asked her not to tell the defendant. And so when the last trace is put on, and Officer Ron Cosman is checking in on that, and so he goes to Julie's house and he asks her if the calls had continued, and she said no. But Julie wasn't looking him in the eye. And so he asked her, did you tell the defendant this trace was going on? And she admitted that she had. And at that moment, Ron Cosman was frustrated with her, said, why'd you do that? And so Julie explained, remember, in her mind, this harassment is her fault. It's because of that affair. This degradation, what her husband is going through, what she's going through, it's her fault. And she said, well, after that affair, she just didn't want to keep things from the defendant. Didn't feel right not to tell him, so she told him. And it's true that the man that Julie Jensen had this affair with, he was a suspect too. But the thing is, he had never even lived in Wisconsin. And then even living in Illinois, he ended up moving away, far away, like you have to fly a plane. He ended up moving far away early on. And this harassment, again, went on for like 7 years. And so it just didn't make sense. He's coming back to Wisconsin to leave these pictures around the Jensen home. It's not even a drive away. To leave these pictures at Mark Jensen's place of work, it just doesn't make sense. So you're going to see in the evidence this log that Julie kept of this harassment. And Julie Jensen ended up dying. She died on December 3rd of 1998. But this virtually constant harassment that had been going on since 1991, it slows down after June of 1998, and then it comes to a total stop after August of 1998. And you're going to hear in the evidence in this period of time that that's when the defendant gets a girlfriend. That's when his affair starts.
Ooh, affairs everywhere.
Now, you're also going to hear about computer evidence. And most of the computer evidence relates to the murder itself, but some of it relates to this harassment. And one thing you'll hear is that the defendant, on his work computer, which was seized by the police, this is a 2002 computer. So years after the harassment, but it's still relevant for this reason. On this 2002 work computer, the defendant had an extensive collection of pornographic images.
Judge, I object at this point, and I'd ask for a sidebar.
There we go. Now we have it. So now we've gotten to the hard
Why don't you
drive
guys go on
collection.
the back for a second? We're going to just take care of it right away.
There were a lot of interesting pictures that were found on the hard drive, and
What, sexual nature?
yeah. Oh yeah.
You sound like you've seen them, Chandler.
So Dali and I have been talking about this a lot, and because he's like very invested in this case, and he has way more knowledge than I do. But not to spoil anything, but this guy was obsessed with dick pics, and we will get to find out a little more about that. He collected a lot of interesting images.
Images of pornography, unless they can somehow be connected to the images that were given, that were dropped around the house or around the work. I'm not sure how that's relevant. It's years after Julie Jensen's death, and unless there's a direct connection, a computer he had after her death, I don't know how that's relevant, or those images would be relevant.
Your Honor, may I?
What's the funniest part of the
just say this?
trial?
I think it's outrageous that Ms. McNeil's opening statement was interrupted by this. Defense counsel has known for years that this evidence had been admitted at the last trial. If it was defense counsel's intention to bring a motion to exclude this evidence, that motion should have been heard by this court. We had numerous pretrial motions. There's never been any question that this evidence was going to be admitted during the course of this trial. And this evidence is clearly critically relevant to the evidence the state is going to be presenting during the course of this case. These 2,200 penis photos that were on the defendant's computer demonstrate a number of things. It demonstrates his odd preoccupation with the male member.
Penis photos.
Demonstrates that his level of offense that he took, that his wife, Julie, had this affair with this Perry Tariqa, in which she had apparently performed fellatio upon Perry Tariqa, but it was something that she wouldn't do with him. These penis photos that were left around the house for years and years and years, according to the investigating officers, including a Detective Ellis, who was a private detective in this matter, reflected that somebody had an enormous array of pornography that they could tap in order to find penis photos that included a person that kind of looked like Julie, and included a background that where they could not exclude her bedroom as being the place where these photos were taken. There was ample testimony about this at the last trial. The relevance of the other act's evidence has already been ruled upon by the Wisconsin Court of Appeals, and it's the law of the case in this matter.
Yeah.
So to interrupt this opening statement on this basis is outrageous, and the objection should be overruled, and we should continue with this opening statement.
2,200 penis photos.
Thank you, Judge. I have to object when I think there's irrelevant inadmissible evidence being presented. And I'm going to continue to do that during witnesses, even if they testified about it last time, because this court decides what's relevant in this case.
It's not inadmissible.
Unless
It was
they
already
can connect
admitted.
these 2002 penis pictures to the evidence prior to 1998, I don't understand how it's relevant.
It's
If the
admissible.
pictures that the Jensens were receiving were of someone giving fellatio, and these are just penis pictures, again, I'm not sure how it's relevant to the death of Julie Jensen.
We've gone through motions
All right,
already.
what I'm
It
going
was
to
admitted
say is
into discovery.
the
That's all that
last
matters.
statement by Ms. Krause would be a great statement at a closing argument, because we would have had all the evidence come in.
Yes.
And if the defense had made a motion on relevance and I had overruled it,
Mm-hmm.
the defense could argue, well, even though it came in, we don't think it's relevant. We're at opening statements. I don't see, I mean, this is not my first rodeo. I don't see a lot of objections at opening statements. And a lot of times, you know, statements are made and then they come back to haunt the other party because that evidence was never presented. It never came in. So I just read to the jury, opening statements are not evidence. They're an opportunity to tell you what the evidence will show. And if the state wants to bring in this evidence, I'm not going to prejudge every little bit of statement that's being made now and rule whether it's relevant or not. We're going to be here for 3 years, not 5 weeks.
Yeah,
So,
seriously.
It's not
I
a
was
good
arrested
objection.
20 years ago.
I understand, Judge, and
You have a right, but it's not a good objection. I want to note it for the record. Bring the jury back.
Yeah, so that
I
was
did
a
not expect
patently
that.
absurd. What's that?
I didn't expect all this.
What were you not expecting? I guess that was a surprise. All of the penis pictures that they have mentioned.
Penis? I did not.
Oh, you didn't know?
So,
yeah.
no. So when you were saying about pornographic stuff and when Sal and everyone was saying about it, I was expecting like boobies or vaginas, not dicks.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's and he organized them by size also. That's my favorite part. There were a lot of them and they were he was very, very organized. I don't know exactly why. I feel like my theory is that he had a fixation that, you know, she had an affair with this guy because he was more well endowed and he was insecure about his size. But I don't really know yet. I'm curious to see how this all evolves. That was just a really interesting interaction because this objection doesn't make any sense considering there were pretrial motions that ruled on the admissibility of this evidence. If the evidence is in discovery, it is completely fair game. And so for prosecution, sorry, for the objection to come in, it's just absolutely patently absurd. It makes no sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are back on the record.
That's why Chandler's here to explain these things. She's not just a pretty face. She also knows her shit as well. So we're going to learn some stuff, guys. And thanks, Sal, for also. Thanks,
All right,
Sal, as
we're
well
back
for
on the
answering
record on the Jensen matter. The jury has returned to the courtroom. The appearances are the same. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to overrule the objection and the state can continue with their opening statement. Go ahead, Ms. McKay.
Talk about dick pics, a mad world in the year, straight in.
So these 2002 images on the work computer, they're relevant because it shows that the defendant had an extensive collection of pornographic images that were categorized and were similar to the harassing images that were left around the Jensen residence over that period of time. And I described those images for a reason because they connect to these 2002 images found on the defendant's work computer. But that's in 2002. So let's talk about 1998. What you're going to see here is you're going to see an example of Julie's log, what she kept, what she hand wrote about this harassing activity. You'll see the date at the top there, January 19th of 1998, and what Julie Jensen described as new tactics live on the internet. And so she's describing this harassment that is apparently occurring now with a change of tactics over the internet. And then what I want to show you next is what is noted on April 13th of 1998. Julie Jensen notes in this log an email that's part of the harassment. Here's the email. You'll see that it's from someone by the name of Turtle, that's the name in the email, to Mark Jensen. And then you'll see in the text of the email, consistent with the harassment, here's a few for Jay, so Julie, of me soft. Also a shot I took without her knowing it of a married girl in the office I'm currently doing at a nearby hotel. Attached to this email are three pornographic images of nude males, and then what looks like a surreptitious image taken of a topless woman in a hotel room. And it's consistent with the harassment because here's this harasser suggesting essentially he's doing it to another woman, taking pictures of her secretly, which was the same implication given to Julie Jensen in the course of this harassment. And then also, again, of course, the pictures of a nude male. This email is from M. Jensen at execpc.com to M. Jensen at execpc.com.
Yeah.
With the
That's what I thought.
names changed.
Real
So the way
genius.
you would see this email in 1998, it would just look like it's from an anonymous person named Turtle to Mark Jensen. But the way our computer analysts can see the email, our computer analysts can see who it's from. It's an
That's
email the
hilarious.
defendant sent to himself, pretending under disguise to be, he's acting as the perpetrator of this harassment.
Hung.
Oh my God.
So how do we know Mark Jensen is really the harasser? A variety of things, but this email proves it. Where else do we see the email? We see this same email address show up on the Jensen home computer. This email address, mjensen@execpc.com, is in the Jensen home computer under the name Mark Jensen. So this harassing, degrading email that's noted in Julie's log was sent by Mark Jensen to Mark Jensen under the guise of the harasser to be presented by the defendant to Julie as continued punishment for her affair. Now, years later, in the spring of 1998. So that's the evidence that you're going to hear, that the first time the Jensen marriage was on the rocks in the early 1990s, that Julie Jensen sought counseling and treatment. She was treated for depression. She seriously contemplated divorce and even filed for divorce in 1991. In contrast, Mark Jensen engaged in a years-long covert campaign to harass and punish his wife. So let's turn to what's happening in 1998 when the Jensen marriage was again crumbling. In 1998, Mark Jensen had moved jobs. He was now working as a stockbroker at a company called Stiefel Nicholas. The home base for that company was in St. Louis. And working in St. Louis as an assistant to the defendant's boss was a woman by the name of Kelly Labonte. In this case, Kelly Labonte is sometimes referred to as the motive, because the defendant began having an affair with her in around September of 1998. And this was a very serious relationship, because shortly after Julie Jensen's death, just in the weeks after, Kelly Labonte would come to Pleasant Prairie to visit. She would stay at the defendant's house. Soon thereafter, she moved to Wisconsin. She remained in a relationship with the defendant for years after Julie's death. She married him. She had a child with him. And they were together until about 2009 when they divorced. And part of this evidence, an important part of this evidence, the computer evidence, right here. You can see in this picture in the back here, that's the home computer. A picture of the Jensen home computer in their home in 1998. And so because we're talking about 1998, we're talking about not a laptop or something mobile. We're talking about a desktop computer that has its own room in the Jensen residence. This isn't in a bedroom or a room that's occupied for people for other reasons. There's no TV. This is the computer room, essentially. And what you're going to see is that on this computer, after it was seized by the police, the day of Julie's death, on this computer, the police found emails between the defendant and Kelly Labonte. Now, these were work emails in the sense that what the defendant was doing is he was accessing his work emails from home, which now is pretty normal to do on your cell phone or on your laptop. But back then in 1998, with dial-up internet, that was pretty sophisticated. And you're going to hear the detective in that time frame didn't even fully understand it. How are these work emails on the home computer? But that's how they were accessed. And so the detective sees these work emails, but he sees they're not just emails between coworkers. These emails are full of sexual innuendo, and it's obvious that these people during the fall of 1998, they were in a relationship. They were having an affair because Kelly ended up getting married too in that time period. In fact, in one of these emails from October of 1998, the defendant refers to Kelly Labonte as his girlfriend. And they end the emails frequently, almost all the time, with IDLY. I do love you. So within a few months after Julie Jensen's death, the police are aware of this affair, the motive. And the detective sits down with the defendant in April of 1999, so a few months after Julie's death. And as this investigation is continuing, the detective who has seen these emails asks the defendant about Kelly Labonte. And the defendant lies. He says before Julie's death, they were just co-workers and friends. He had only seen her a few times. They weren't in a relationship. And even at that point, in the spring of 1999, he wouldn't describe them as dating. It's a lot of hemming and hawing about what he wanted to call them. And he certainly didn't want to admit to having this affair. Now, in this trial, I expect the undisputed evidence is going to show that the defendant was in the midst of an affair with Kelly Labonte when he killed his wife, Julie.
Kelly.
Now, Julie was a perceptive person. And in the fall of 1998, she noticed changes in her husband. She knew that something was wrong. Something had changed after her husband had started this new job at Stiefel Nicholas. And she even suspected that maybe there was another woman, maybe her husband was having an affair. But the proof that the police had found was on the computer. And a critical part of the evidence that you're going to hear in this case is that Julie Jensen didn't know anything about computers. Now, nowadays, that sounds almost impossible in 2023, but life was different in 1998. People did exist without computers. They had grown up without computers. If you were an adult in 1998, you'd grown up without a computer. You started your work life, no computer. No one had these little computers in their pocket. And the internet itself was in its infancy. This is dial-up internet. You can probably hear it when I say the words, hear it yelling at you. And so what you're going to hear in this case is that this internet, this incredibly slow internet, this is something that Julie Jensen never used. You're going to hear that Julie Jensen didn't have an email address. There's no evidence of her sending an email. You'll see that this computer evidence, that computer in the Jensen home, the internet was only used on that computer during times when the defendant was home. And Julie was a stay-at-home mom. So she had access to this computer all day long. But the computer analysts can tell when the internet was being accessed, the times. And they can tell that when Julie's home alone, no one's using the internet. It's only when the defendant is home, late at night, the early morning hours, when it's used during the daytime, it's on a weekend. Those are the times the internet is being used on this computer. And you're going to hear that there's also several documented times when we know from the evidence the defendant was out of town. There's no internet usage during those times. Julie Jensen did not use the computer or the internet back in 1998 when that was actually possible. You're even going to hear an anecdote from Therese DeFazio. Remember, she's the third grade teacher. You're going to hear that when Julie Jensen came to her classroom and offered to volunteer, Therese DeFazio thought, oh, it might be helpful. Maybe Julie can help the kids in their computer lab. And so Therese DeFazio suggested that, and Julie was like, oh no, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. You know, Julie wanted to be helpful, but she told Therese DeFazio way back at the beginning of the school year, I really can't help with the computers. I can maybe type if someone opens a program for me, but that's it. So with proof of the defendant's affair being on the computer, Julie didn't have proof, only suspicions. She and her husband were arguing all the time. And she said when the defendant wasn't arguing with her, he basically didn't speak to her at all. Their relationship in 1998, that fall, was just falling apart. And once again, as in 1990, 1991, Julie was contemplating divorce. Now, during this time period, there were a few people that Julie Jensen confided in. Particularly, you're going to hear these names a lot, particularly her neighbors, Margaret and Ted Voigt. Now, I call them Julie's neighbors, but you're going to see in the evidence that they were really more than neighbors. They were friends. They had lived next to each other for years. The Voigts also had 2 children who were growing up. They both spent a lot of time outside. The Voigts' children would come over to play in the pool. They would see Julie outside all the time working on the garden. They would socialize with each other. They went out to dinners. They went to places like Six Flags with their kids. They went to the zoo or birthday parties. So they were friends. They were more than neighbors. In fact, you're going to hear in the evidence that Julie Jensen saw the Voigts so commonly that it was basically every day. Virtually every day, they'd see each other and chat with each other. So one day, about 5 or 6 weeks before Julie died, in about late October of 1998, Ted Voigt saw Julie Jensen in the front of her house. There was a bench there, and she was sitting there and she was crying. And Ted Voigt was getting ready for work that morning, but he saw his friend, his neighbor, crying. And so he went over to her. And this is the first of a series of conversations that Julie Jensen had with Ted Voigt about her concerns about her marriage and what was going on with the defendant. You'll hear about these conversations in detail in the evidence, but basically over the course of these 5 or 6 weeks before her death, Julie Jensen told Ted Voigt about the arguments with the defendant, how the defendant seemed changed, her worry that maybe the defendant was having an affair, and things that Julie had noticed with the defendant about the computer. She talked about going by the computer and seeing sticky notes that he had written by the computer that were suspicious, that had weird words on them like syringe and names of drugs. And she saw the defendant on the computer. For instance, she'd be vacuuming in the hall outside, and she saw on the screen that he was looking up poisoning and then closed the door in her face. She described another time when the defendant had gone to work but left the computer on, and on the screen, there was a website about poisoning. So now, moving to late November, going to put up here a calendar that'll help you with the days. Moving to late November in the days before Julie's death, which happened on December 3rd, Julie confided in Therese DeFazio. And this was the last time she saw Therese DeFazio.
Yeah.
And you'll hear Ms. DeFazio recount this conversation and how she saw that Julie was troubled and encouraged Julie to speak to her. And Julie told Ms. DeFazio that she was afraid that her husband was going to kill her. Now, Ms. DeFazio was shocked and she was taken aback, and she asked Julie why she would think something so serious. And Julie explained about that list, that weird sticky note. And then she explained that she feared that her husband might try to kill her with a drug overdose and make it look like a suicide. Again, Ms. DeFazio asked her why she thought her husband might do this. And Julie said there were other things that she couldn't explain. And Julie confided to Ms. DeFazio, the same as she had to Mr. Voigt, that it bothered her how every time she walked by that computer room and the defendant was in it, he would cover it or turn it off quickly so she couldn't see the screen. And then there's a third person, the defendant's sister, Laura Coster. During Julie's life, Julie and Laura Coster were good friends. So even though Laura Coster is the defendant's sister, Julie confided in her as a friend. Julie Jensen spoke to the defendant's sister about the same suspicious note, the one that listed the syringe on it, and she even told the defendant's sister. She told her in the fall of 1998 that she feared that the defendant might be planning to kill her.
Leah, wait until the defense gives their
Now,
opening
this
statement.
sounds crazy, except for the fact that within a few weeks, within a few days of these conversations, Julie Jensen was dead. This sounds crazy. And that's the problem. That's the dilemma that Julie Jensen was facing. She knew it sounded crazy, and she explained it to Ted Voigt and to Therese DeFazio, that if she acted on these fears, if she did what a person who feared for their life would do, take her kids and run and hide, if she did those things, the defendant would point at her and call her crazy. Look at what my crazy wife did, running off with the kids, acting like I'm going to kill her. So here's what Ted Voigt said about Julie's dilemma. Ted Voigt said that her suspicions were that the defendant was trying to poison her, or he's trying to drive her nuts to take away the kids from her, because that's what the arguments that they used to have, that he was scaring her, that she was an unfit mother and he would take the kids away from her. Therese DeFazio said that Julie told her she stayed with her husband for the sake of the boys, whom she loved dearly, that she thought if she tried to leave her husband, he'd make up stories that she was unstable and that he'd get the kids. She didn't want to lose her boys. Another thing Julie had told Ms. DeFazio, going back to that prior counseling in 1990 and 1991, she had told Therese DeFazio during that counseling, the defendant would always say things that were making her look like she was crazy. Remember, this is the man who for years tricked Julie into believing that her former lover was leaving debasing pornography all around when it was actually him. These days, we have a word for this. We call it gaslighting. So let's be clear. This isn't a case where it's either a homicide or a tragic suicide. It's either a homicide or a suicide plus. A suicide plus an evil plan to frame an innocent man. That way, the kids won't just lose their mom, they'll lose their dad too. There is one thing that is inescapably clear from the evidence, in spite of her fears that Julie expressed to multiple people before she died, Julie Jensen would not abandon her children. And so she stayed. Now, on Tuesday, December 1st, Julie Jensen went to see the family doctor, Dr. Borman. And during this visit, Julie told the doctor that she was miserable and depressed. So there it is, Julie Jensen talking about being depressed just days before her death. But she also told Dr. Borman that she and the defendant were having marital problems. She told him about the affair that she had and felt that the defendant never forgave her for. She told Dr. Borman that she's concerned her marriage might be over, and she told him several times that her kids meant everything to her. She denied being suicidal and talks about not wanting to lose her kids. And so we can see the parallels here to 1990. And Dr. Borman ends up referring her for counseling and giving her samples of Paxil, an antidepressant. One thing that you're going to hear in the evidence is before this visit to the doctor, the defendant was urging Julie to go see a doctor. So maybe he was just being a caring husband for his depressed wife. But this December 1st visit to the doctor was not enough for Mark Jensen, because the next day he went to Dr. Borman alone. This is December 2nd. And he didn't go for himself, he went for Julie. And he told Dr. Borman that he was concerned. He'd gotten some information off the internet about the side effects of Paxil, and he was concerned that Julie might be having side effects. And he was concerned because she wasn't sleeping. Now, this was odd because Dr. Borman made no note about sleep disturbances the prior day, which is a common question, a question that gets asked all the time when dealing with depression. A symptom being sleep disturbance is a very common symptom. Without seeing Julie Jensen, without trying to call her or consult with her, Dr. Borman gave the defendant a prescription for Julie for Ambien, 10 Ambien sleeping pills. So this was sometime during the morning of December 2nd, 1998. By the time of Julie's death, a bit over 24 hours later, 3 of those pills were gone. And it's too bad that Dr. Borman didn't try to give Julie a call, because something was wrong. The morning of December 2nd, when the defendant left the home, Julie called her friend Margaret Voigt. Now, Margaret Voigt, just like Ted Voigt, was Julie's friend. But unlike her husband, Margaret didn't really want to be involved in these troubles. She heard about all of them through her husband, but she didn't really want to get involved. So she knew about them, but hadn't spoken as much to Julie as her husband had. So Julie talks on the phone with Margaret Voigt that morning, and Margaret Voigt, who knew her well, who knew her for years, said Julie's voice sounded shaky and it sounded like she was drunk. Now, there's no reason for Margaret Voigt to know this, but ethylene glycol is an alcohol. And so one of the first stages of poisoning, the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, is a person will show signs of intoxication, like they're drunk. So Margaret asks Julie what's wrong, and Julie tells her, wow, this medication I took, I didn't know it would have such an effect on me. But Julie was happy because the defendant was now being so attentive to her. Julie said the defendant was being good to her. He took the kids to school, and he's going to go to the doctor for her. And Margaret offered help. She asked Julie if she needed help, but Julie said no. The defendant was being good to her. Margaret Voigt never spoke to Julie Jensen again. Now, these doctor visits are important because leading up to them, Julie Jensen had talked to Ted Voigt and described a strange experience where the defendant had very persistently tried to get her to drink some wine. And it just wasn't normal. These were people who had been together with each other for years. And the defendant didn't commonly offer Julie Jensen food and drink like that. She was the homemaker. That was her job. And so Julie described this unusual behavior from the defendant and how her not wanting to drink the wine had actually led to a huge fight between them. It was just another thing on the list of strange things that happened in the weeks before Julie's death. Now, the defendant had this ideal drug to enact his plan. Ethylene glycol has a sweet taste to it, and it's the kind of thing that won't be detected at autopsy. But he has to have a way to slip it to Julie, and being persistent and aggressive about it wasn't working. But now Julie's got this new medication, and he's taking care of her. And these effects from this ethylene glycol can be passed off as side effects of the new medication. And once Julie starts getting well and truly sick from this poison, the defendant now has Ambien to give her day and night to drug her senseless. And Julie did get truly sick. On Wednesday, December 2nd, she was supposed to go to Ms. DeFazio's class. She went there every Wednesday. She was very prompt. And so when Ms. DeFazio noted she was missing, Ms. DeFazio went to her son, David, who presented her with a note that said Julie couldn't come in because she was sick. Now, there are 3 stages of ethylene glycol poisoning. Someone who consumes enough ethylene glycol at once can die in stage 1. But if they reach stage 2, which is 12 to 24 hours after ingestion, the person's body becomes acidotic because the body breaks down the ethylene glycol into the poisons. And one of them is called oxalic acid. This causes breathing problems, heavy, rapid breathing, and it can cause heart arrhythmia. A person can go into a coma in this stage and die. If a person does make it to stage 3 of ethylene glycol poisoning, which can happen 24 to 72 hours after ingestion, that's the kidney phase. You see at the autopsy crystals in someone's kidney when they reach this phase. So the doctors can tell these crystals are from that acid created by ethylene glycol poisoning, and they disrupt kidney function. A person who reaches stage 3 of ethylene glycol poisoning, they die a slow and a painful death. At approximately 4:30 p.m. on December 3rd of 1998, the police responded to the Jensen residence for a pulseless, non-breathing female. Julie Jensen was dead in her bed. The crystals in Julie Jensen's kidneys found after her autopsy show that she had reached stage 3 of ethylene glycol poisoning before she died. I don't think that there's going to be any dispute in the evidence that Julie Jensen was desperately ill leading up to her death. It's consistent with the medical evidence, and the defendant himself acknowledged it. He said she was breathing funny. She had a hard time breathing. She got up and she fell and she hit her head. The morning of her death, she could hardly sit up in bed. She was groggy, almost incoherent. Her breathing was labored and raspy. It sounded like her windpipe was being restricted. The defendant said, "I'm not even sure she was coherent." The defendant also adamantly said that that morning she did not get out of bed. So now we go to the sleeping pills. The thing about sleeping pills is you're supposed to take them when you're supposed to be sleeping. And the defendant described Julie Jensen taking the first one Wednesday morning, right after he got them. And then another one Wednesday night. And then a third one Thursday morning, the morning of her death, when she was so terribly ill, she was incoherent. The defendant even describes how that morning, he talked about Julie Jensen, she couldn't even choke down water. And she didn't get the water because she didn't get out of bed. He had to get it for her. So Julie Jensen didn't take a sleeping pill the morning of December 3rd. She was given a sleeping pill. She couldn't get out of bed. The defendant gave it to her. And the children saw their mother dying too. David was upset. He didn't want to go to school. He noticed his mom's breathing problems. David said she couldn't talk that morning. And the defendant said something weird to the detective who was talking to him about that morning. He said, "There was a question between myself and the kids that morning about whether or not to call an ambulance, take her to the hospital. The kids are 8 and 3. You don't consult with an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old about taking your wife who can't breathe to the hospital." And also Dr. Borman, who had given her that prescription, given the defendant the Ambien, he had told the defendant, if your wife's condition worsens, you got to get her to the ER. But Mark Jensen didn't listen to Dr. Borman or his kids for that matter. What the defendant said he did was that afternoon, the afternoon of December 3rd, he said he went to work. So now we come to a witness by the name of Aaron Dillard. And before I talk about what Aaron Dillard has to say, I want to talk about who Aaron Dillard is. He became a witness because he was someone in 2007 who was in the same area of the jail as Mark Jensen. Aaron Dillard is a liar and he is a con man. Aaron Dillard is willing to provide information, testimony about Mark Jensen to help himself in the outcome of his criminal cases. So why call this lying con man as a witness? Someone who everyone acknowledges is a liar. Well, what Aaron Dillard has to say is that while he was in jail with the defendant told him what happened about killing his wife. And now again, I cannot be more clear that Aaron Dillard is not an inherently believable witness. He's the opposite. But what Aaron Dillard had to say is eye-opening. Because the only people who know what happened in the last moments of Julie Jensen's life, well, it's only one person, the person who was there, the defendant. And up until this point, up until 2007, a lot of people had spent a lot of time thinking about this case, law enforcement and medical examiners. In this case, we're actually going to be calling 2 medical examiners as witnesses. You're going to hear from Dr. Chambliss, who actually did the autopsy on Julie Jensen, and Dr. Mainland, who studied the case and ethylene glycol poisoning. And there were some unexplained things about this case. For instance, how Julie Jensen was found in her bed. She was found face down in her pillow to such an extent that you're going to see that her nose was actually shifted to the side. A very odd position for someone to be in who couldn't breathe. Also, she was laying awkwardly across her arm. So her arm was kind of beneath her diagonally. An odd position for someone to put themselves in. It looks like someone had simply rolled her over from her back to her face. And part of what happens is in an autopsy is that the doctors look for internal injuries. And there was some internal subcutaneous bruising on Julie's rib cage that aligned with how she was laying on her arm. And she also had some hemorrhages in the back of her neck area. Now, when someone's doing an autopsy, deciding that the manner of death is asphyxiation, that's often a decision that is based on excluding everything else. You have a person who's dead, and you can't say other ways that they died, but you see some signs of asphyxiation. So different maybe from strangulation, where there's actual force applied to someone's neck, but asphyxiation, where someone's breathing is stopped, like by forcing their face into a pillow, it's not going to leave the same signs. And so sometimes these signs can just be things that are seen, post-mortem artifacts that are seen, and they aren't signs of asphyxiation, but they are also consistent with someone who is suffocated. And so this leads us to what Aaron Dillard says the defendant told him. The defendant had a timing problem. He needed Julie Jensen to die on December 3rd before he got David from school. He could not bring his 8-year-old, who had already been wanting to take his mother to a doctor. He couldn't bring that 8-year-old back in the home where his mother was dying but not dead yet. So if Julie Jensen was alive by the time David Jensen was done with school, that was a problem for the defendant. And what Aaron Dillard said is that the defendant, he took the kids to school and to daycare, which is true. And the defendant returned home, but Julie Jensen was not dead. She was non-responsive, she was incoherent, but the defendant feared that she was actually breathing better. And so he first rolls her onto her face with her face in the pillow, and then he leaves the room, kind of hoping that that will do the job. But when the defendant returned to the room, Julie Jensen was still alive. And so he got on top of her, he pushed her face and her neck into a pillow, he sat on her back so she could not breathe, causing the pressure on her arm that she was laying on, causing the subcutaneous bruising, and then she died. That is the description that Aaron Dillard tells of what Mark Jensen told him. And there's other significant details that Aaron Dillard gives, details about the medications, getting the Paxil, how the defendant's, his plan was to slip her antifreeze in juice when she's taking this medication, how Julie was acting drunk. The defendant apparently told Aaron Dillard that Julie was acting drunk. And then also getting the Ambien to sedate Julie. Now, I want to be clear that Julie Jensen, untreated, and she was untreated, would have died of ethylene glycol poisoning. So it is that poisoning what this case is truly about. But the significance of Aaron Dillard is not that he is a truth teller, but he's also not a doctor. He's not a toxicologist. He's not a forensic pathologist or a detective, and he certainly can't speak to the dead. And the way Aaron Dillard was able to give details to explain some of the unexplained things in this case was eye-opening, even to people who had thought about the case for a long time. And not being a doctor or a medical examiner or a psychic, the only way Aaron Dillard could do that is if he heard it from the mouth of the defendant. But Aaron Dillard is not the only person the defendant talked to. You heard about Kelly Labonte being referred to as Mark Jensen's motive. Now it's time to get to Mark Jensen's mistake. And that person is Ed Klug. Ed Klug is Mark Jensen's mistake because on a drunken night, the defendant revealed to Ed Klug before Julie's murder that he was looking on the computer for ways to kill his wife. Mark Jensen knew Ed Klug because they both had moved to Stiefel Nicholas in 1998. Mark Jensen had joined the firm earlier, and he was actually involved in helping open Ed Klug's branch in Appleton. In fact, Kelly Labonte was there too. And so Mark Jensen actually wasn't so helpful in opening that branch, according to what Ed Klug saw. And so then they know each other from that, and they end up together at a big conference. You're going to hear about this conference that took place in St. Louis in early November of 1998. So before Julie's death, the big company conference. And Mark Jensen and Ed Klug, they know each other, but they both recently joined this company, so they don't know a bunch of people. And so they end up hanging out in the hotel. And at first they are with a bunch of people drinking, but then the hotel clears out. It's basically even past bar close time. And they've been drinking together and talking, and they engage in some wife bashing, so to speak. And so during this conversation, when Mark Jensen had been drinking, the defendant told Ed Klug that if you want to get rid of your wife, that you could go to websites that would tell you how to poison your wife, how to kill her, and it wouldn't be detectable. You could use things like Benadryl and antifreeze, things that couldn't be detected.
So they substantiated that
And the
with
way
subpoena
Klug
for records,
describes
right?
it is that Mark Jensen was telling him about a substance that would crystallize someone from the inside out, which is what ethylene glycol does.
No, they need proof of this. They need proof that he had
Ed
the
Klug
searches.
said Mark Jensen was telling him how he was doing this on the computer and how he was going to kill his wife.
I'm just not. No, I'm not buying this.
So
Sorry.
Ed Klug is a big problem
No, it's good.
for the defendant in this case. And
So
so
much
I think
hearsay.
you're likely to hear in the evidence a lot of efforts
I
to
agree.
attack Ed Klug. That maybe he's someone who just wants the limelight, just wants to insert himself into a big case.
Yeah, maybe.
But what you're going to hear is that Ed Klug actually never came forward with this information to the police or prosecutors. We had to go to him because one of his coworkers suggested, you go talk to Ed Klug. He has some things to say about Mark Jensen.
That doesn't make it better at all.
So not someone who's seeking the limelight.
Why wouldn't he go to the police with this?
And also,
Yeah.
I expect you'll hear as a witness from Joanne Klug. Because it might be said that, well, if Ed Klug didn't report this information right away, in fact, not until 2007, then how do we even know it actually happened?
Good question.
And this is where Joanne Klug comes in. Joanne is Ed's ex-wife now. They were married back in 1998 and actually until years later, but they're not married now. And their marriage was not in great shape in 1998, hence the wife bashing. So that night at the conference, Joanne was checking in on her husband. And that night after this conversation happened, there's a variety of phone calls between Ed Klug and Joanne Klug. And Joanne Klug will come in here and tell you that that very night, Ed Klug told her, hey, remember Mark Jensen, my coworker, Mark Jensen? He said he's looking for ways to kill his wife, including with antifreeze. So we know right after the fact that Ed Klug, in surprise and shock, told somebody about this conversation. He told his wife then, now his ex-wife. So when the defendant is contemplating this murder, after he was drinking with his guard down, the defendant told Ed Klug about this internet research on websites. And the computer evidence in this case tells you that's exactly what the defendant was doing. Remember that Jensen home computer I showed you the picture of that was seized by the police and examined by experts from the Wisconsin Department of Justice. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence about this computer because of how important that is. But to try to boil it down for you, what you'll see in this computer evidence is the research into websites about poisoning, and then specifically ethylene glycol poisoning. Now, that research was being done in 1998 in the infancy of the internet. And what's fascinating is that in this computer that was analyzed by the Department of Justice, you can sometimes even see what those websites look like in 1998. The computer saved that information.
Who cares? Why is this
And
interesting?
there's no Googling even at that time. For a search engine, you're going to see Yahoo. And you can see this information. It was able to be recovered, even though the user of the computer, the defendant, deleted the internet history. So nowadays, people live and work on computers every day. People are cognizant of privacy. There's things like private browsers and VPNs. But that back then, it was quite an unusual thing to delete the internet history. And that's what this user, this sophisticated user of the computer, did repeatedly. We're only able to see this internet history because of the analysis by the professionals. If a user were simply to open this computer, if it could still turn on even after 1998, and just try to look at the internet history, you wouldn't see anything. And I already told you about Julie's inability to use a computer, and the defendant was quite the opposite. You're going to hear from the defendant's co-worker, a man named Dave Naring, who was his friend from work. And he's going to tell you that during this time period, the defendant was very skilled at the computer. He was on the computer all the time at work. Remember, we don't see a single email from Julie Jensen. In contrast, we see a bunch of emails involving the defendant. We can also compare the internet history we see on this home computer with things that we know were going on in the defendant's life. For example, the defendant imagined going on a Windstar cruise with his girlfriend, Kelly Labonte. The internet history shows a visit to the Windstar cruise website. The defendant, in an email, he's offering to buy Kelly Labonte some clothes from Patagonia. On the home computer, we see that online shopping at Patagonia. The defendant is thinking about ways to kill his wife. We see those searches on the home computer. Initially, for a wider variety of ways to kill someone, like pipe bombs. There's even a website accessed with a story about a man trying to kill his wife, his ex-wife, with a pipe bomb. Or we see research on the Anarchist Cookbook, websites that have to do with like messing with the wiring of a pool to electrocute someone. Now that's the early research. And then we see the research for poisons. And finally, for ethylene glycol poisoning. And again, this aligns with the emails that we have between the defendant and his girlfriend, his future wife, Kelly Labonte. They start talking about the possibility of a future together, how they're going to deal with their significant others in October of 1998. And we start seeing this research on the computer about killing and poisoning. Now, interestingly, we don't see research about divorce or child custody or child support. We don't see internet activity that overlaps with Julie's interests, what was going on in her life.
That doesn't mean
We
anything.
don't see internet activity at all when the defendant isn't there.
She could have just gone to a divorce lawyer. It doesn't really matter.
From the evidence, we know that the person
Over here.
doing this internet research, this hidden, deleted internet research, that's the person who killed Julie Jensen.
This is bullshit.
And we know from the evidence that that person was not Julie.
Well, he is right here.
It was the defendant.
We're fucked.
Remember how desperately ill Julie was the morning of her death. She was incoherent. She was struggling to breathe. She did not get out of bed. She couldn't walk. She couldn't talk. She was on her third Ambien pill in about 24 hours. Her 8-year-old knew that she needed to go to the hospital. The defendant was there. As Julie lay dying, did he take her to the hospital or call 911 like his son wanted or like Dr. Borman told him? No, that's when he gave her the sleeping pill. And as Julie lay dying that morning of December 3rd, 1998, he went to the computer room, and that morning, he searched for ethylene glycol poisoning.
Okay, that doesn't look great.
So I agree here with Leah.
You can see the
My
search term on the bottom of the screen here. This is Julie Jensen. She didn't kill herself. She didn't frame her husband to make it look like a homicide. She didn't abandon her kids and try to take away their father too. She lived for her kids, and she died because the defendant murdered her.
Thank you. We're going to take a short break before the defense does their opening. So go in the back, relax. Please don't talk about the case, okay? Thank you.
See, you're right, because my search history is about murder and crimes and porn and food, and you're fucked. Anyone into true crime, they're done.
Yeah, I remember when the Anarchist Cookbook was popular back in the day, and I am sure that I would have Googled that. I'm sure I would have looked that up on the internet. Let's have 12 people toss a coin as to whether or not this guy belongs in a cage for the rest of his life. Yeah.
30, okay. Thank you.
I like Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
He's a mensch. All right, I have some thoughts on this. I have a lot of thoughts,
Let's
actually.
go. You fire away, girl. You go.
Well, you're the host, so I'm curious. Do you want to go first? Do you want to just tell us what you're thinking?
No, no one's here to listen to me. They're here to listen to you.
All right, it's my turn. All right, everybody. So that was a really interesting opening statement. So if you don't know a lot about opening statements, they are not evidence. So you can say kind of anything in your opening statement. It doesn't necessarily have to be verifiable. It doesn't have to be based in all the stuff that is in discovery. And I had a lot of problems with the way that prosecution, presented their argument. First of all, it was very low energy. It was very boring. I was not very compelled. The way they presented information about the victim, she doesn't really sound like a lady that, I have a lot of sympathy for. I'm sorry that she was going through mental health issues, but they brought up a lot of, really important facts about her, that she was suffering from depression, and all of the evidence that they are using to make it seem as though Mark Jensen really killed her seems to be absolutely just hearsay. Now, I don't know all of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. I am not a litigator. All of my legal work that I've done is in transactional law, which is just contracts. So I've never been in a courtroom and worked on a case. I did for one case, but I don't know those particular rules. And because I'm not a lawyer, I can't speak to that. My problem is that when you're talking about, she told the neighbor this, and, and then his coworker, said that he was doing that internet search, and the wife said it too. We don't know that guy, what was his name? The guy who said that he, had talked to him in a bar.
Coach,
do you recall?
I did write it down.
That particular man who said, who he and his wife both said that had happened, that he had, talked to his wife and said, oh, he was doing these internet searches saying, like, oh, and you can find ways to, to hide it and whatever. That is all hearsay, and we don't know the relationship that person has with the defendant. He could have a personal motivation for wanting to ruin his life. So could the wife. They could have a vendetta against him. It could have something to do with a personal grudge. We don't know. And the fact that they got divorced doesn't have anything to do with it. The fact that he didn't come forward and tell police immediately when he had that information, the fact that he sat on it for such a long time, that is very suspicious. That makes him look like he is making things up. I don't trust that at all. There are so many things about this case that I find problematic, but my main takeaway is that this guy obviously had a weird sexual obsession. He obviously had some grudge and was very insecure. That does not make him a murderer. And it looks to me like she had some mental health issues, and she was trying to plant seeds of, ideas in other people's minds that her husband was coming after her. I don't buy that she didn't have computer knowledge. I don't buy that she didn't know how to do a Google search or an internet, whatever. I think that it's very clear that she had some issues and she seemed kind of crazy. So I'm not saying that she definitely committed suicide, but it's very possible that, he was negligent in not seeking hospital, or like medical attention for her, taking her to the hospital. But he also could have just been very ambivalent about her. But I don't know. I have a lot of problems with this. I just don't see that he intentionally poisoned her. I don't see evidence of that. She could have very easily poisoned herself. I want to see defense's opening statement. I'm really curious to see what they'll say.
Okay.
Thoughts?
My thoughts. I got notes.
Okay, great.
So I look at things completely different. And it was Flute, I think, the guy in the bar. Flute or Klug or something like that.
Mhm.
I think so, anyway. It's not. So I look at things totally different to you, right? Because you're right. I thought it was very boring. I was like on Twitter and stuff. I was like, oh my God, come on. It's never ending. Get there quicker. I perked up when they started talking about dicks. Now that reeled me into this. I was like, whoa, this is going to be a trial. Do you know what I mean? So that woke me up, right? Then the affairs. I was like, this is going to be great because both have an affair, which I find interesting. So those are two things. And how close the Kelly Levant affair was to the death, which was like, well, that's a bit sus, but whatever. So my takeaway from this so far is the thing was boring. Hearsay, 100% agree with everything you said about hearsay. Doesn't prove anything. Some of the searches, okay, fair enough. I do not believe that he went up to a guy at a bar that he's friends with and say, hey, if you hate your wife, this is a way to poison her. Just put some antifreeze or some whatever else he said. Don't believe that. I don't think you just do that. If you're going to kill someone, you do not tell someone about it. That's just thick as shit. Especially if you know what you're going to do with it. Why the hell would he tell anyone about it? So I wasn't impressed with that opening at all. I wasn't impressed with this lawyer. Like I'm obviously again. I like to bring a bit of fun to this stream because that's the way I am, and also I'm not legally minded whatsoever. So I want to learn. So that's why I'm really glad that Chandler's here. So actually, people can learn from you and Sal and stuff. I'm from Brandon and stuff like that. For me, I just can't wait to see how fit is lady. What's her name? Kelly. I want to see how fit she was. That's intriguing to me because was she a 50? And I want to see more about these dicks, So if as a juror, I'd be quite excited with this trial. I know I'm joking, half joking with that, but yeah. So that's where I'm at. I wasn't impressed as a lay witness for it, but we're here for it. I can't wait now.
So let's go. Brandon is saying, and this is my understanding. I just didn't want to make a declarative statement unless I knew for sure. So if it's a statement against a party opponent, it can come in most instances if it's probative. We're talking about hearsay. So to clarify that for the non-legal people who are watching, a statement against a party opponent essentially means that if it's hearsay, if the statement goes against the interests of the defendant, as in the hearsay is, saying, I'm worried that he's going to poison me, or I'm seeing, like that can come up. And there's this whole thing with evidence of whether something is probative versus prejudicial. If it can probe further into figuring out whether this man committed this murder, it will be weighed against the prejudicial value of the evidence, as in, whether this will prejudice the jury against the defendant, whether it's relevant to the substantive issues of the case, if that makes sense. So I appreciate that particular clarification because that is my understanding, but I just wanted to make sure that I was speaking accurately.
Runners on a roll here from the computer. Yes.
Exactly. It's anybody could use it. I don't understand exactly where the evidence is that she had no computer knowledge. It's possible that at that time people weren't computer literate, but you can't really prove that. So
Also, I'm just going to jump in there and say maybe she didn't have any experience when she started that in school, but I'm pretty sure she would have picked up those computer skills while she's with children in school, been around them, and she may have. I think she would have picked up computer skills from working in the school. That's just my thought.
Well, it would be interesting to see if any evidence that she did have computer skills came in, but that statement is just kind of there's nothing substantive about it. There's nothing like, concrete about it.
Should be with you say, yeah. Okay. Leah, thanks for being here. I know you normally working, so it's really nice to see you and Mad World. Mad World, I saw your comment earlier on. I know why you're here because of the dicks. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. I know. I don't know what that means. What does that mean, Chandler? Do you know?
What's that?
BIBP. Do you see what Salvador just posted on screen in front? Is it there?
I'm not sure what that means.
No, that's right. It's fine. It's not just me then. It's fine. I love that. Let's go, Branda. I love that name. Let's go, Branda. League. Sal, you can explain it all when you come in either later or tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know. I agree. I'd like to see people naturally just spinning off their opening and closing arguments.
Yeah, this wasn't a great opening for the prosecution. It wasn't that strong. I feel like they spent a lot of time, addressing what defense would bring up with a lot of hemming and hawing. It's just these statements that I mean, how do you know that she didn't commit suicide? There's actually a lot of circumstantial evidence that indicate that she might have done that. That, she might have been motivated to do that. And the thing is, they're saying that she never talked about wanting to kill herself. She never talked about being suicidal. That doesn't necessarily mean that it wasn't in her head, that it wasn't a plan that she was making up. Just because she didn't tell anybody, that does not mean that it can be excluded. There are a lot of people who have those thoughts and those feelings and they don't tell a professional, especially if she knew that it would perhaps get her put in a psychiatric hold. It might get her kids taken away from her. If she was in conflict with her husband and she thought it could be used against her in perhaps a divorce proceeding, we don't really know that she did not have suicidal ideation. So I understand they're using evidence, from the psychiatrist, but it doesn't prove anything to me. I'm looking for definitive proof that completely rules out the suicide theory. And so far, I have not seen it. If that was their entire opening statement, it wasn't very strong to me.
Because, question though, if you were thinking about committing suicide, would you tell anybody? I mean, you may, but I'm not sure I would.
Well, I'm not a psychologist, but I have looked at that phenomenon in psychology classes that I've taken, and generally speaking, a lot of people do not share those plans with other people necessarily. They will do it if they don't plan on going through with it. Typically, that's not a rule, but there's a difference. But if you plan to carry it out and complete it, a lot of the time, no, you don't tell another person because your mind is made up, and that's all like conjecture. I mean, I'm not saying definitively one way or another that that's true, but generally speaking, I would think if you've made up your mind, just like common sense, that you're not going to tell people because you know that you're going to be prevented from carrying out your plan. Other people will try to intervene, essentially.
I agree. That's what my thoughts are. No, I agree with Lee as well.
So how is him telling someone in a bar that he was looking at a poisoning online more probative than prejudicial, though? I mean, it is a statement against a party, so it's probative in the sense that it shows motive, it shows intent, and if you take it seriously and you believe it, it indicates something very clearly that he was involved in her death.
We're learning. I like this, Chandler. We're learning. Between you, Big Brandon, or not Big Brandon, let's go Brandon, and Sal here, we're learning. And Leah and Madwood, thanks for the questions, guys. Pick on the... Oh, okay. Okay, so she did have some skills, right? Okay,
Okay.
big problem. So it's all good. You can explain it today or tomorrow or whatever, man. It's all good. Um,
And so again,
didn't
everybody, I
know
want to make
this
a
was
clarification. I am a paralegal. I am not a lawyer. I do my best to
Sorry.
make statements that are legally accurate. If I ever make any mistakes regarding the law, if anybody notices, please tell me. But generally speaking, I try to speak on what I know. So if I don't know the answer to a question, I'll look it up. But yeah, always happy to correct myself if I get things wrong.
Oh, we appreciate it. Look, yeah, we should say this is not a legal channel. It's just a fucking learning and from each other and stuff. So yeah,
This is
um,
entertainment. This is not, nobody's getting legal advice,
yeah,
anything like that. That would
no.
not be
We talk about dicks and boobs and shit, so it's nothing serious.
mostly dicks,
Good
a
old
lot of
friendship.
dicks. About 2002
It's a lot
dicks,
of
I think. Something like that.
2,200.
So 2,200. Yeah, they misstated the number. They said 2,200, then they said 2002. So I thought it was 2,200.
So, Mad World, no point of shame at all. If you like dicks, you like dicks. I don't give a shit. It's fine. It's all good.
What if someone
Yeah,
else
that's
poisoned
true.
her? Yeah, that's a very good question. Now, we don't necessarily have anybody else with motive, but that's the thing with investigations. If they were looking at the husband and they zeroed in on him, I know that he engaged in some sketchy behavior. Like after she died, he just threw all of her stuff out onto the curb in trash bags. So I know that he didn't
No.
really, he did a lot of things that didn't look very good. And I could see them zeroing in on him. I'm not sure if they investigated other people or not.
Brilliant. Thank you for the questions, guys. Obviously, if you can like the video, retweet it, get more people in here. All the regulars aren't here. Where are Giovanna, Stacey? I don't know where they are. Spider Girl, Leah, Rosie, Melissa. I don't know where any of them are.
Yes, exactly. She could have been angry at him. She could have been vindictive. She could have wanted revenge against him for some reason.
All right, we are back on the record on Mark Jensen's case. The appearances are all the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. The defense is going to do their opening statement. Attorney Renner, you can proceed anytime you're ready.
Thank you.
True.
On December 3rd, 1998, Mark Jensen found his wife in their bedroom, motionless.
I'm posing there. Yes, Leah, you give Chandler her dues. Be an
Thank you,
awesome
Leah.
attorney, Chandler.
I'm currently
She wants to
studying
be
for
an
the
attorney.
LSAT. I'm actually planning on going to law school, so I'm in the process. I'm going to be doing my law school applications for either this year or next year. So thank you, Leah. I appreciate that, and hopefully I will be able to deliver some more salient and educated legal commentary on YouTube as time goes on. But I appreciate that.
And I won't, hey, everyone, she'll come back when she's qualified. She'll come back and give proper legal advice then. She won't forget us. I'll make sure.
No. I'm not giving legal advice ever on YouTube. You can't do that. That is unauthorized practice of law. So don't say that. That is bad. You don't know what you're talking. He doesn't know what he's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So
No, I don't. Even
but
though
I
you're
will.
qualified, it doesn't matter.
I can do commentary about what I think might happen in a legal case, but I will never ever give legal advice on whether I'm an attorney or a paralegal, because that is against the law.
Right, we
Just being
clarified
clear,
that. Right.
not doing that. But thank you, Leah. And yes, I would love to comment on the comings and goings of people in different trials, just educationally and for entertainment value.
We'll get her back on again, and whether she's qualified or not. Right, we'll go back to the stream. Hang on. Yeah.
He called 911. When paramedics and the police arrived, they found a distraught mess of a man in Mark Jensen. His eyes were red from the tears streaming down his face. There was snot bubbling up from his grief.
Oh, fuck yeah.
He had trouble standing while talking to the police. and to the paramedics, trying to explain what was going on. And he directed them to the back bedroom. Prior to 1998, till December 3rd, 1998, the Jensen family was just like any other family. They had good days.
I'll answer this
They had
later.
bad days. The Jensens were a middle-class family. They loved their boys, and they worked hard to build what they had. Julie Jensen was a smart, educated woman. The kind of woman who, despite the fact that her higher education was in nursing, was able to self-study and gain her Series 7 stock brokerage license. Mark Jensen was a successful stockbroker. They had 2 sons. But like any other family, the Jensens had their problems. Back in 1990-91, Julie Jensen cheated on her husband. She ultimately did file a divorce proceeding, but in the end, she stayed. She stayed with Mark Jensen and her boys in their home. And Julie is diagnosed with depression. In the following years, you heard about these pornographic pictures left around the home, a constant reminder of the infidelity. Yet, at the time, everyone believed those to be sent by Mr. Tariqa, who's the person that Miss Jensen had the affair with. On advice of police, Mr. Jensen hired a private investigator to get to the bottom of these photos. And I believe you're going to hear, and the evidence will show, that Mr. Jensen was not leaving these photos around to be found, to be harassing. As I stated, though,
Get on with it.
Julie Jensen was diagnosed with depression first in 1991. Ultimately, she ends up getting medications. She goes to therapy. But here's the thing. Mental illnesses don't just go away. You're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about things that Julie Jensen said to them. One of the stories you're going to hear is that there was a day when Julie Jensen was caring for her children at home, as well as other children in her home, when she called the parents of one of these children, one of her best friends, Laura Coster, and said, "Your son just smeared feces all over my bathroom." Laura called Mark, and both of them rushed home to figure out what was going on. Yet when they got there, There's no feces all over the bathroom. There's no smell of cleaning products or anything that would have explained why it's not there anymore. You're going to hear that that was the point when Laura Coster decided that maybe Julie shouldn't be caring for my child anymore. You're going to hear about a day when Julie was at her dentist's office in the weeks leading up to her death, crying, upset, and saying that she wanted to take her life. And you're going to hear from multiple witnesses about things that Julie told them that were inconsistent with things she told other people. She told some people that Mark was forcing her to get a job since her youngest was about to start school. She told others that Mark steadfastly refused to let her get a job even though she wanted to go out and work. You're going to hear statements that Julie made to neighbors, to acquaintances. But the people in her family, she never told any of them about any worries about Mark. And every time that someone asked her, hey, let me help you. Let me help you leave. She declined that help each and every time. What brings us here today is Julie Jensen's suicide. The suicide of a woman who was in declining mental health, who is seeing her family doctor, a family practice doctor, for prescriptions for her mental illness, for her depression, not a psychiatrist. And as you listen to the evidence, at the very end of this trial, you're going to be asked to answer one question. Did the state prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jensen caused Julie's death? Or did they prove to you that Mark Jensen wasn't a great husband and was kind of a jerk? Because those are two very different things. After Julie Jensen's death, an autopsy was performed. Dr. Chambliss can't determine a cause of death based on the autopsy, but based on crystals in the kidneys, ethylene glycol poisoning is suspected by the Kenosha Medical Examiner. Dr. Long is hired by the prosecution and concludes that ethylene glycol was the cause of Julie Jensen's death. And he claimed it was a homicide based on faulty math and faulty facts. Dr. Mainland, another of the state's witnesses, is in agreement with the cause of death being ethylene glycol poisoning, right up until the liar, the snitch, the con man and cheat Aaron Dillard, who has everything to gain by helping out the DA's office, and who has access in the jail to every single one of the documents that Mark Jensen had in his cell pertaining to his case, comes forward. And then in 2007, Dr. Mainland, based on the statement of this con man, this liar, this cheat, says, oh, actually, cause of death is suffocation. After almost a decade of saying it was ethylene glycol, the statement of one liar who you heard from the state in their opening statement is a liar, and who had all of the documents he needed to create a convincing story right there in Mr. Jensen's cell. Everything changes. Now, one of the witnesses you're going to hear from is Dr. Lindsay Thomas. Dr. Thomas is a medical examiner who has done thousands of autopsies. She will tell you exactly why this theory of strangulation is flawed.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no theory of strangulation that's been described by the state or anybody else.
I'm going to overrule it. Again, folks, this is opening statement. It's not evidence, and the attorneys are just basically telling you what they might prove. So, again, it's not evidence. You don't have any notes. Go ahead, Ms. Ritter.
Or smothering, I suppose, is a better word for what the state is claiming. Dr. Thomas will be able to tell you exactly why that is not supported by the scientific evidence, by what was found in the autopsy. And you're also going to hear from Dr. Stacy Hale. Now, Dr. Stacy Hale is a medical toxicologist. One of the things you'll learn about is the difference between medical toxicologists and forensic toxicologists. Medical toxicologists deal with the living. They deal with people who are coming into the emergency room, suffering from poisoning, suffering from other issues that have a toxicological basis, which is a big fancy way of saying it's got a chemical in the body basis. And she's going to be able to explain to you exactly why Dr. Long's testimony, Dr. Long's analysis, and Dr. Long's findings are all flawed. Flawed because of bad math and not supported by the physical evidence. When you're listening to the evidence in this case, one of the things that the judge will tell you, and already has told you, is that it's up to you as the jury to weigh the credibility, the believability of the witnesses that are put before you. So who are these witnesses? Jail snitches like Aaron Dillard, known con man, liar, and cheat? jail snitches who have everything to gain and nothing to lose by coming forward with evidence in this case that they discovered not from conversations with Mr. Jensen, but by reviewing the materials that they found in Mr. Jensen's cells. Witnesses whose stories just don't add up. Stories about a late night conversation at a hotel that isn't supported by anyone else that was there. People who had every opportunity to listen to that conversation and again, you're going to hear evidence about these flawed witnesses and what kind of people they are. The type of people you can believe, or the type of people that gossip and who you can't trust when they state things. Witnesses who only come forward almost a decade after the death of Julie Jensen. And reliance on statements of Julie Jensen herself, who the evidence is going to show is an unreliable narrator. She tells people on one hand that she wants to work and her husband won't let her, and tells people on the other hand that she doesn't want to work, she doesn't want to do this, but her husband is making her. Julie Jensen, who is mentally ill and suicidal based on her own statements at the dentist's office. Julie Jensen, who refused to leave despite telling people that she was afraid for her life. Julie Jensen, who had access to the family finances, who had her own car, and had a husband who worked all day. And Julie Jensen, who is not computer illiterate. You're going to hear that Julie Jensen was in charge of the family's finances. And she didn't just write down in her checkbook what she spent in the balances. No, she used a program on the computer called Quicken. A program that required her to go on the computer. Let's talk a little bit more about this computer evidence. Because the computer evidence from the Jensen home computer you're going to hear came from a single user on the computer. Now remember, this is back in 1998, the days of dial-up, right? We all remember, well, maybe not all of us, but a good chunk of us are going to remember that obnoxious sound that the dial-up modem made. We're also going to have to remember that this was the days before you could stick your internet connection into your wall for the cable, before the days where you had a separate line that came into your house just for internet. In the days of dial-up, you had to plug in the computer to your phone line, to your landline in the home. Now, the state makes a big deal about the majority of the computer activity, because not all, the majority happens after Mr. Jensen comes home from work and the entire family is at home. But remember this, if you were in a dial-up situation, and you were on the computer and the school called to say that your son was sick or there was an emergency, they got a busy signal. The evidence is going to show that Julie Jensen had just as much access to this computer. The evidence will show that both Mr. Jensen and Mrs. Jensen used this computer. And wouldn't it make sense if, when you are at home and your kids are at school and your husband is at work, that you want to have that phone line available in case something happens? And that you, as a responsible parent, would do your online searching when your whole family is at home, when you don't have to be worried about what your 3-year-old is doing running around the house, when you don't have to worry that every second you spend on the internet could be the moment that the emergency call is coming in and getting a busy signal instead of being able to get a hold of you. And as far as the searches on December 3rd, the morning, if you look closely at that search, you're going to see that they started around 9:40 in the morning. And you're going to hear testimony from Ted Voigt that Mark Jensen left the home at 9:15 that morning to bring his kids to school. And you're going to hear, and this is probably pretty gross to think about, but in Julie Jensen's stomach contents, there was food, described as peppers and potatoes. Why is that important? Well, if Miss Jensen is well enough to get up and eat, is she well enough to use a computer? Now, most of us have done searches on the internet, on Yahoo or Google. It doesn't take the most intelligence to pop up a search engine and type in some words. And Julie Jensen, a smart, educated woman who lists on her resume computer skills, who is using computer programs to track the family's finances, is not computer illiterate. What Julie Jensen was is a mentally ill woman. She was a mother who suffered from depression, and a person who made allegations against her husband, not to the people that were closest to her in her life, but to acquaintances. Julie Jensen is an unreliable narrator, and the evidence will show that. The evidence will also show that Julie Jensen was at high risk for suicide. Dr. Sarah West is one of the people you are going to hear from in this trial as well.
I don't know how you prove it, though.
Dr. West did an analysis. She did it post-mortem, of course.
So I
But
want
she
to
did an analysis of Julie Jensen. And she's going to explain to you exactly why Julie Jensen was at high risk for suicide. Now, one of the things that you hear often in courts and when we're talking about the jury trial system is innocent until proven guilty. Mr. Jensen is innocent of his wife's death. As you analyze the evidence, again, the one question that you have to answer is, did the state prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Jensen caused his wife's death? Here's the thing, the answer to that is no, because he didn't cause her death. Julie Jensen took her own life. The evidence will show as much. And at the end of this case, all of the lawyers will come back up here and they're going to ask you to find, from the state, you're going to hear them ask that you find the defendant guilty, to find this innocent man guilty.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's not going to ask the jury to find this innocent man guilty.
Again, it's opening statement. Let's just show what you're going to do in your case, Ms. Runner.
But the evidence in this case is absolutely going to show that Ms. Jensen was suicidal. The evidence is going to show that Mr. Jensen, while not being perfect, is not a murderer. And for that reason, we will be asking you at the end of this case to find Mr. Jensen not guilty, to hold the state to their burden of proof, and ultimately to weigh all of the evidence that you hear, because that evidence will prove to you that Mr. Jensen is not a murderer. He is innocent and he is not guilty.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start the evidence portion. If we could have pencils and notepads
that
given
was
out
just
to the jury.
unbearable. Unbearable. The pauses and everything. That I just thought it was a terrible opening.
Yeah, neither of them were great.
The thing is, right, just from my point of view, I've got a very short attention span. So if you don't hook me in, I don't remember half the stuff she said. And because I can't take notes as a juror, I don't know what she just said. Do you know what I mean? That would be me on that jury right now. I'd only remember the pauses, and that's about it.
Yeah, it was very low energy. Both of them were very low energy. Everybody's falling asleep. Nobody's paying attention. Everybody's bored. Everybody wants to go home. Nobody wants to be here.
Yeah. Oh, so I don't think there's much to speak about that because I don't. Well, I mean, have you got anything? I mean, I don't, but
Well, I think that some good points were brought up in the opening. It just wasn't delivered very well. But
yeah,
it is important to look at the state of mind of the victim, even though it's impossible to prove her state of mind. It's important to
witness.
bring up exculpatory evidence.
They're not going to use
Oh,
that.
wow, that beard is something else.
So that should go in the corner somewhere.
But yeah, I wasn't impressed with either opening. We hopefully, sometimes attorneys can, turn it on in direct or in cross. So we'll see.
yeah. No, I hope so. I hope so because that was. I mean, I got excited obviously because of the nature of what we're talking about.
Well, the dick
But
pics
apart
are
from
funny.
that, yeah, that's the only thing I remember is dick pics and truth is. If I wrote that down though, do you know what I mean? So and because like you're a paralegal, so you look at the intricacies of everything. Most of these jurors aren't. So if you don't hook in them, they're not going to remember any of these things. So you might as well keep it short and sweet because I don't remember anything. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a challenge, and especially I think the jurors come in with this mindset of they want to be entertained and they want the story that makes the most sense to them, regardless of due process. And even though they instruct them on due process, jurors are not necessarily that concerned with due process. It's a problem.
No, that's true as well. We got Let's Go Brandon. Let's go Brandon. Yeah, they're all yawning. They're bored. Bored. I love that name. Let's go Brandon. Let's go Brandon. Sorry, what are you gonna say?
We we might be in for a boring trial. I'm just warning you. This might be something that you're not you find yourself very not interested in at a certain point. I don't know how it's going to go.
First witness.
State calls Ruth Forwell to the stand.
I think it'd be fine. But that's every trial, though. It's every trial's
Witness
got
list in
ups
front
and
of you.
downs, So
Can you give me just? It would help if you give me the number also on the list that was filed as of November 16th of 2020.
Oh, it's Legal License. Hey, Jeff. I'm so happy Jeff is here.
But I believe this would be witness one.
I did say thank you to Legal
Number
Vices
one?
at the start for allowing
Okay.
Chandler to be here. Really appreciate it.
Allowing.
I don't know. You know what
I am a free agent.
Standing, raise your right hand when you come up
I
here.
know.
I'll
I
swear you in.
phrased that wrong. Sorry.
Well, I'm so happy Jeff is here. Thanks so much for being here and joining
You
us.
solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This is going to be
Jeff.
Have a
quite
seat.
something.
Get as close as you can to the microphone. If you give us your first and last name and spell both of your names for the court reporter.
Ruth Vorwald, RUTH VORWALD.
Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Can you move that microphone a little bit?
Which one? Is that better?
That's the one we want.
All right.
I was only joking. I was teasing it.
Good morning, Ms. Vorwald.
Good morning.
Can you tell me where you lived in December of 1998?
Yes, 9005 3rd Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, which is in Carroll Beach.
And is that location in Kenosha County in the state of Wisconsin?
That's correct, yes.
Did you know or come to know a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did. She was actually a very good friend of mine.
So tell us about when you first met Julie Jensen and the circumstances surrounding that.
So my husband and I were new to Carroll Beach. We weren't from the area. We built our house. And I had a young son at the time, Nicholas, and I would push him in the neighborhood in the stroller. And then Julie would be walking in the neighborhood pushing her son, David, in the stroller.
About what year was this?
That would have been 91, the summer of 91.
So tell us how you came to meet Julie in the summer of 1991.
So again, just in the neighborhood, pushing our sons in the stroller. And then I was working in Highland Park at the time, and
saying, I didn't know people in my neighborhood, was kind of struggling to meet people because I wasn't from there. And one of my friends said, well, I have a book club. And that's how I've gotten to know people in my neighborhood. So I said, wow, that's a great idea. Can you give me the information how you do it? And she explained it. And so Julie was the first person that I asked to be in book club with me.
And is that the first time you met her, is when you asked her to be in the book club?
No. I had met her, like I said, in the summer of 91, just pushing our sons in the stroller. We would stop and, say hi to each other and visit. But when I really got to know Julie was really in 92 when I started my book club, because we had, regular contact then.
Okay. So it was in sometime in 1992 that Julie became a member of your book club?
Correct.
And aside from the book club, did you see Julie out and about on other occasions?
Absolutely. Because again, we had young children. We would do play dates. We would have birthday parties. All the neighborhood kids would have birthday parties together. They would do trick-or-treating together. Julie, I can't remember what year, but put in a swimming pool in her backyard. And she was so kind and offered to have a swim day with all the kids. I want to say it was Friday afternoons. So we would regularly get together, even Easter, do Easter egg hunts, just different things with our children as the year, went on.
Did you notice that there were some things that Julie particularly enjoyed doing with her children?
Oh my gosh. She was a very outside person. She was always outside in yard playing with their boys. They would go on bike rides. They would go on walks. She liked to hike. Those are the things that I like to do too. So I think that was another reason why we bonded. We loved doing things outside with our boys and the different activities that we would do.
So where was your house in relation to the Jensen residence?
So they're on Lakeshore Drive. They were the second house from Lakeshore Drive, the second house south, and around the corner is 3rd Avenue, and I was right on the corner of 3rd Avenue.
I'm going to direct your attention to can you see a television screen? Either maybe that one right there might be the easiest one for you to see, the one in the corner there, and directing your attention to that. Can you bring?
I don't see anything.
Sorry, what? It was in the exhibit. I need to. Okay, just a minute.
There's nothing up.
Oh, good. I didn't know if it was a shadow or that I just wasn't seeing it.
I don't know what's going on in chat, but let's go Brandon's world. I don't know who Let's Go Brandon is, but I like him, whoever he is.
Well, you're in for a
Directing your
treat.
attention to the screen, the screen that's most visible to you. Can you?
Whoops. It was there. Yep.
So
That wasn't me.
your residence, I'll move over here, is 9005 3rd Avenue, right there?
Correct. Yep.
And then the Jensen residence was right around here.
That is correct. It was the second one.
So
From the corner.
This is a more current photo, but back in 1998, were the trees as big as they are here? Or
No.
they were smaller?
Yeah, a lot smaller.
So you could kind of see that. Could you see the Jensen backyard from your backyard?
Yes. Yeah, I could.
Now, you indicated that one of the things that Julie loved to do was ride her bicycles with the children.
Yes.
I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 2.
I used to drink a lot, Brandon, but I don't drink. I haven't drunk for 2 years. I'm on different medications, so I can't drink, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd be straight on it. But no, I don't.
And can you tell the jury what that
Thanks anyway. I
photograph
do appreciate
depicts?
it.
That's a very normal photo of Julie being with David and Douglas.
And considering the size of David and Douglas
That's okay.
versus Julie at that time, can you tell us what year it appears that that photo was taken in?
I'm thinking that was the year before she died. I'm thinking the fall, the year before she died, because the year that she passed, she had the shorter haircut.
So 1997? So this photo was taken in 1997, you think?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And Douglas would have been 2 years old, and that looks right.
Now, between the time when you first met Julie and then she became a member of your book club, between 1992 and December 3rd, 1998, how often in the course of a normal month would you see or speak with Julie?
Well, for sure monthly because of book club. And then many times in between, again, just depending on what was going on, if it was just a play date or an activity at school. I was very active at Southport School where both of our boys went. Yeah. I was a site parent for a couple of years. So we would do fundraisers and that for the school. Again, it just depends. But in the summer, we saw each other a lot more. Just because of the weather being beautiful and being in Carroll Beach, that's the time to really be outside.
So you saw her often?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And did you feel as though you got to know Julie quite well?
I consider one of my best friends.
Did you see her in 1998?
Yes, definitely.
When was the last time that you remember seeing Julie before her death?
So I saw her twice. And again, to see a calendar from that year, I'd have to look at a calendar. But I saw her on 2 occasions. One, she hosted book club, and that would have been the second Tuesday in November. And then the second time I saw her, my son Matthew was turning 5, and I had a bumper bowling party, and we invited all the younger kids in the neighborhoods. So Douglas, was at that birthday party.
So what's a bumper bowling party?
So when they're so little that they can't hit the ball down the lane very well, so they have bumpers. So if it hits
no
the bumper, no gutters.
Okay.
Gives them a chance to actually knock a pin down.
That might be my only chance.
Yeah.
To see when I'm bowling. So she didn't have David at that birthday party?
No, because Matthew was 5, so it was Douglas, because David was the age of my older son Nicholas, so Douglas came to the party.
And what is Matthew's birthday?
November 9th.
And so was this birthday party on the Saturday preceding or the Saturday following December 9th?
It would have been after, because we went to Disney World and got back literally the night before trick-or-treating, and I needed that weekend break, because we drove down there and it's exhausting. And so I wanted to do it the weekend after his birthday.
So the Saturday after November 9th is when you saw Julie at your son's birthday celebration.
Correct.
So directing your attention to Exhibit 3. Can you identify the photograph on the screen?
Yeah. So that's Julie on the left with her son Douglas, and then Carrie Ashley is on the right with her son Joey.
And that photograph was taken on the Saturday following November 9th, 1998.
Correct.
Now, did you spend much time visiting with Julie? Did you see her at the birthday party or talk to her?
Oh, yeah. We talked to everybody, especially when the kids were bowling. I mean, we had to help the kids bowl a little bit, but after bowling, we did the lunch and gave them money to do the little video game things that kids like to play. So, yeah, it was about 3 hours.
So was Julie active at the party?
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Tell us about your recollections of Julie at the party, if you can.
I mean, any normal mom with an active 3-year-old boy, just, helping him and playing and assisting him when he needed help with the ball. And I mean, she was a very hands-on mom. So if I needed help, she was helping hand out plates when we did the cake, things like that.
And Well, tell us you saw Julie interact with her children.
Oh, always.
What kind of a mother was Julie?
She was a very hands-on, very loving mom. She was a stay-at-home mom. And the one thing I think that I really admired, because I felt I wish I could have done this more because I was a full-time working mom. She was always doing different activities with the boys, not just outside in the yard, but they would do arts and crafts. And she would, get an art book and look at a different craft they could do together and read to them. She just devoted her time and attention to her boys and whatever she could do with them to make their life better.
And directing our attention to Exhibit 4. Can you identify the photograph that's been marked as Exhibit 4 that's displayed on the screen here?
Yeah, that's Julie with her two boys, David and Douglas.
And is that a fair representation of Julie as you remember her?
Oh, absolutely.
And can you tell us by looking at that photo what year that photo appeared to have been taken in?
That had to have been the fall of, again, I can't remember the year she passed. Was that 98?
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been the fall because, again, her hairstyle, that was the style she had then. And Douglas was 3. So that would have definitely, and based on the jackets, that would have been that fall.
Actually, that was Exhibit 4, I think I just showed you. Now, fast forward to December 3rd, 1998. What can you tell us about what you remember about that day?
Well, my sister was visiting from out of town.
What's your sister's name?
Sharon Krause.
And do you know why? Do you remember why your sister was visiting you from out of town?
Her husband and son, she said I had an activity or something, and she was just wanting to come see my house, spend a night with me, spend some time. So she came that Tuesday, December 2nd, and then December 3rd, we got the boys off to school, and she finished her coffee, and I like to walk every morning. So we left the house shortly after 9 and went for a walk because it's so pretty to walk in Carroll Beach. And then I wanted to point out the homes of my friends, ladies in my book club and my friends. So we walked on Lakeshore Drive, which is, of course, the prettiest way to walk anyway in Carroll Beach. And we were not even a mile from my house into the walk. And I saw Mark driving in his vehicle heading north towards his home.
And what time was that?
That would have been about 9:25, 9:30 at the latest.
Directing your attention to Exhibit 5, the photograph that's displayed on the screen, Exhibit 5.
I do that as well, Jeff. I walk every morning as well.
Now, can you see it well enough from where you're seated?
The
Can I
ballet.
help you move closer? Or?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Now, and where is your residence in that photo? Is that
It's up.
near the top of the photo?
Yeah, it's near the top of the photo. And it was in that straightaway. It was before in Carroll Beach, it takes a curve. So in that straightaway area, towards the middle part, lower 3/4 of the photo.
Get paid, Chandler, get paid. Get the money.
So,
I love Let's Go Brandon. I love you, man. Don't know who you are, but I love you. Thanks for dropping in, man.
It would have been before 104th. So north.
If you're looking at the photo, is the road, Lake Michigan is to your right, correct?
Yeah, it's the street right along Lake Michigan.
It's not the
We'll be
highlighted
fucked without
street, it's
that, that's
the
for
street just to the left of Lake Michigan?
Correct.
Okay. And you said it was, now where were you when you saw Mark Jensen driving northbound on Lakeshore Drive?
Again, I'm trying to see the actual street numbers, but I'm on 90th, and it would have been maybe 10 blocks from there. Again, it wasn't all that far into the walk.
So this is your residence here,
Yes,
and then this is Lakeshore Drive?
yes. And it was in that straightaway area before you can see where it curves, a little curve. It was before that curve.
As you see, I'm moving the cursor down. Tell me to stop when you got to the, where,
We've been right around there.
right around here.
Yep,
That's where you saw Mark Jensen?
correct.
And tell us what everything happened when you saw Mark Jensen.
I waved.
And he waved back.
He waved back.
And then you continued your walk.
Yeah. I mean, I did make a comment to my sister that was odd to see him in the middle of the morning on the south side of Carroll Beach with him working in Racine and the boys going to, you know, the Southport school. So I first thing I said to my sister, that's odd.
So, and Racine, for the benefit of those who maybe aren't oriented to north-south, Racine is actually north of Kenosha,
Correct.
north of that location.
Correct.
And he was coming from the south and heading north when you
Right.
saw him. At
There's no
night.
grocery stores. There's no gas stations. There's nothing there. It's just some residences. There's a lot more now these days. But yeah, there was really nothing there.
And that was somewhere around 9:25 to 9:30 in the morning.
Correct.
Now, what's the next thing you remember happening on December 3rd, 1998?
So in the afternoon, I was home and I heard a siren. Then I heard another siren, then another siren, a couple more sirens. And I'm like, what is going on? And I was waiting for Carrie Ashley to drop something off at my house, and she hadn't stopped yet. She was late. And the sirens were stopping right in front of her house and Julie's house. Their houses face each other, and their driveways face each other. And I looked at my sister. I go, I need to walk over there and see what's going on because it's unusual for Carrie to not have stopped. And there's all these sirens. So she said, I think you're right. I'll walk with you. So
And about what time was that?
that I can't remember. I want to say, I don't believe my boys were home from school yet. So I think it was before school was let out. But
So what happened next then?
so we walk over there, and again, we saw there was a fire truck, there was a fire rescue vehicle, police cars. I think there was an ambulance, but a lot of activity. And
So what happened then? What, if anything, did you do after observing all of this? And where were you when you observed all of this?
so I was across the street standing in Carrie Ashley's yard. And I was concerned because I thought, I don't know why, but in my mind, I'm thinking fire because the fire truck's right out front. And in my mind, I'm thinking, wow, did they have a fire? My house is just right around the corner. Do they need to temporarily come into my house? Can I help? I'm a friend. So I walked up to a police officer and I just basically said, is there any way I can help? I'm Julie's friend. If there's any kind of a fire, she can come to my house. And, they're willing to stay there. Just let me know if there's anything I can do. And he looked at me, he said, I'm sorry she didn't make it. And I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, I'm sorry she didn't make it. And I'm like, you don't expect to hear that. That's the last thing you expect to hear when you're thinking you're going over to see a friend.
I'm just concentrating on bloody chart.
Can you continue now?
I thought you were watching it.
It was just shocking.
How old was Julie? And
40,
how old were you at that time?
36. And it just broke my heart. I mean, I was a young mother with 2 young boys. She was a young mother with 2 young boys. And it's like, how is this possible? How is she dead at 40 years old, a healthy woman dead? And all I could think of is her poor boys not having their mother. And I again, your mind is going in one direction and you hear something else, and it's just shocking.
So after hearing this terrible news, what did you do then?
So I went back home because there's nothing else to do. And then after being home for a while, then I walked back over. I tried to get my composure because obviously I was devastated and upset. So we walked back over.
When you say we walked, who
My
all?
sister walked over with me.
And about what time was it that you came back the second time?
It was not evening, but it was dusk.
And what happened when you came back the second time?
So, you know, I saw different neighbors, you know, nobody was talking to each other. It was a very somber, very upsetting situation. I mean, nobody was talking to anybody. It was just awful. Ted Voigt walked over, then he left, you know, walked back home. Jim Carrey came out, stood 5 feet away. Again, nobody was talking to anybody. And I was standing on the end of Carrie Ashley's driveway, facing the house, and Mark was standing there. And Mark and I made eye contact. And Mark walked across the street to me. And I just looked at him. I said, my God, Mark, what happened? And he looks at me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and he took a drag of his cigarette, put his head back. She's gone. And I'm like, what do you mean? What happened? And his gave me an explanation about she wasn't feeling good. She was on a prescribed medicine. She wasn't sleeping at night. She hadn't slept for 2-3 nights. Can't remember how many he said, but he said a couple nights. So he wanted to get her some sleeping pills. So he got her some sleeping pills so she could sleep. And he felt that the combination of the 2 medicines caused this to happen.
What was Mark's demeanor or emotional
tell
state?
what
as he
about
was
me?
just,
I'm just giving
telling
away
you these things?
$600 this week to charity.
What was weird is I'm literally devastated. And he talked like it was just a conversation, just no feeling, no emotion, just kind of matter of fact. What he said to me kind of sounded rehearsed. It was just, to me, it was very bizarre.
Your Honor, she's conveying her impressions. There's nothing wrong with her conveying her impressions.
We'll continue. Go ahead, but just move on to something else.
Thank you. Now, you said you'd seen Julie a number of times in the final months of her life?
Correct.
And you knew her as a very close friend?
Yes.
Did you ever see any signs that Julie would consider suicide?
No.
Objection, speculation.
Well, the opening was pretty to the point, what Ms. Renner said to this jury.
$300 a week to the innocence.
So, I mean, this issue is wide open. So go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
Did you ever
First
see
one
any
before
evidence
lunch,
that
first
Julie
away.
Jensen was depressed or that she was contemplating suicide?
No, never. Julie loved her sons. She lived for her sons. She adored her boys. She would never, ever do anything like that.
As you're sitting here today, is there any doubt in your mind as to how Julie Jensen died?
Friend.
No,
And it wasn't suicide.
it was not a suicide.
How the fuck would she
Objection,
know?
move to strike.
She wasn't there.
We're going to strike that answer.
How would she know?
Well,
That's
in your
absurd.
estimation, in your opinion,
She has no
do
direct
you have an
knowledge.
opinion after knowing Julie for several years, spending time at her house, spending time with her and her children?
Judge, I'm going to move to,
It's going to be stricken. We're not going to get into her
1 moment. Then.
opinion. She's not an expert. She talked about that she wasn't suicidal. I'll allow all that. But we're not going to have witnesses say it's not suicide this way.
She's not an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
Nope, she's not an expert or a doctor or a medical examiner. She has no direct knowledge of what happened that day. She wasn't there. She didn't witness it. She has no business being asked that question.
She's a book expert. You know, give her some credit.
After Julie's death, which occurred on a Thursday, is that right?
I thought it was a Wednesday, but again,
Okay.
that was 26 years ago,
No.
24 years.
24
ago.
years ago.
My math is right. Did you attend Julie's wake?
Yes.
Do you remember when and where the wake was? What day of the week it was?
The wake, I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was I don't know the day of the week. I really don't.
So but it was within days of her death.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. It wasn't a long time. It was just within a few days. Correct.
And when you went to the wake, did you go alone or did you go with some other people?
No, I went with, I believe I went with Carrie Ashley.
And what happened? Can you tell us about what you remember about the wake?
Yeah. So, the line was, decently long. It was an open casket. And I was in line, I want to say at least 20 minutes. And because of Mark's demeanor, the day she died, I was watching him because I thought, again, his demeanor when she died was indifferent. So I was watching him to see how he was behaving. And he was literally standing 5 feet from her casket, laughing and joking with a group of men the entire time. And again, I thought in my mind, that's extremely odd. He just lost his wife, the mother of his children, and he's acting like he's at a cocktail party. It was upsetting.
But that doesn't prove that he killed her.
Did you attend Julie's funeral?
I did not, because after I witnessed that, I was beyond upset, and I'm like, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to watch that behavior.
I'm just going to say very clearly that how somebody acts after somebody dies is not indicative of anything. People act in all kinds of inappropriate ways. It doesn't make them a killer.
Thank you, Ms. Worrell. I don't have any further questions.
Grief is
Gonna do the
complex
cross for the defense.
and individual.
All right, if we could just say the attorney's name for the court reporter, who's ever doing the cross.
Attorney Bridget Krause.
Go ahead.
And Judge, I need to stand because I can't see the witness.
Stand.
Thank you,
Just
Gio. You
hold the
can have
microphone
the
up.
thank
I don't know
you.
if the microphone's gonna get
All
up
right,
there.
give me 1 second.
A handheld.
I can slide over too.
Sure.
We could switch seats if you want. Can you see the witness now?
I can. Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead. We're not using that. Gonna use
It's
it.
supposed to be yes, I think so. Oh,
Ms. Forwald, you said you know Julie Jensen since 1991.
Correct.
You were a neighbor.
Correct.
You lived behind her.
Correct.
Your backyards were
Kitty corner.
kitty corner, so not right behind her.
Correct.
And you said during the time that you met her in 1991, it was as a neighbor.
Yes.
And that relationship changed as you had more contact with each other.
Yes.
You had children that were similar ages,
Yes.
similar interests,
Yes.
and you started a book club.
Yes.
And when you started this book club, you testified that you asked Julie Jensen to join it.
Yes. She was the first person I actually asked.
And after you asked Julie, other members of the neighborhood joined this book club.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that the purpose of a book club is to talk about books.
Yes.
And that's what your book club did.
Yes.
I'll
You
split
would
up.
pick a book the meeting before, and then when you came to that book club, you would talk about books.
Yes.
Some people, book clubs become wine clubs. But for you, you guys really talked about the books that you had picked.
Yeah. The first hour would always be social. So, catching up, what's going on, what are your kids doing? Are you traveling? Any trips? What's going on with their school? And then the second part would be discussing the book.
So I want to talk about that social hour that you just mentioned. During the social hour, did Julie Jensen mention that she had received treatment for depression?
Not to me.
Did Julie Jensen mention that she had had an affair on her husband?
I heard about that. Yes, I did hear about that, but it wasn't discussed at a book club.
So I'm talking specifically about that 1 hour of social time.
Mhm.
Okay. Did Julie Jensen tell you that she had filed for divorce on her husband?
No.
Or that she was unhappy?
No.
Now, you talked a little bit about that December 3rd date, so I want to take you back to that date, okay? You said you spoke to law enforcement officers on that day when you first went over to the Jensen's house.
Correct.
After Julie Jensen passed away, you didn't speak to law enforcement officers again.
Correct.
You didn't call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department with any concerns that you had.
No.
You didn't call the Pleasant Pleasant Prairie Police Department after the funeral about any concerns you had?
No, because I heard they were already involved, so there was nothing to call.
Ma'am, I understand that, but I'm asking you very specific questions. And you didn't call the Pleasant Prairie Police Department about any observations you made at the funeral.
No, again, they were already involved, so I didn't.
And then you knew they were involved and you knew they were investigating.
Well, yeah, that's their
And
job.
even knowing that, you didn't contact them about any of this information that you provided to this jury today.
Oh, Chandler.
Well, I know it took, I believe, 3 years to determine cause of death.
Ma'am, did you contact the Pleasant Prairie Police Department at any point when you knew they were investigating the death of Julie Jensen?
I did not.
The first time you spoke to someone in this case was the prosecution.
After they determined cause of death, then I
Ma'am,
did.
The first time you spoke to someone in this case was the prosecution.
Objection, Your Honor. I object to the attorney interrupting the witness's answer.
I agree. Let her finish the answer. If you want to object, I'll make a ruling. So,
Judge, I don't want to keep moving to strike because she's not actually answering the question. I mean, I can do that, but it doesn't make any sense.
but I don't want you interrupting witnesses either.
That's fine.
So are we on the same page?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go
So-
ahead.
So I would move to strike her last answer as unresponsive.
Objection. The answer was not unresponsive.
I
The wit-
agree. She could not finish it. So ask the question again and we'll see what it is.
Thank you, Judge. The first time you spoke to anyone in this case was the prosecution,
That is correct.
and that was after Mr. Jensen had been charged.
I can't say if it was after his charge. It was after it came out her cause of death.
And after, before you actually spoke to the prosecution, you had talked to a number of neighbors
Correct.
about what they heard or what they had been told.
Correct.
And that was prior to you talking to the prosecution.
Well, yeah, it was 3 years.
And probably after you talked to the prosecution.
We're all friends and neighbors.
So you continued to talk about what you had heard or what you had observed.
Well, in all honesty, we really all wanted to forget that day and what went on because that's not a pleasant memory. Nobody wants to keep all of that inside them because it's not fun to talk about. We lost a friend. So it wasn't like we were constantly talking about it. We actually didn't talk about it a lot.
So after 2002, you didn't talk to any of your friends or neighbors about Julie Jensen's death.
If it would have been very rarely that we would have talked about it.
So you did talk about it.
Again, sure.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you were in line for about 20 minutes.
The wake.
Thank you. The wake, the visitation.
Yes.
You were in line for approximately 20 minutes.
Correct.
And while you were in line, you saw Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
And he was standing in like the receiving line that the family members standing at the end of the casket.
Yeah, he was on the other side of her casket, like I said, about 5 feet away.
And generally when people go through a receiving line, they stop and talk to the family and then they either leave or they stay for the service.
Normally, yes.
And he was at the end of that line, or he was at the end of the line that viewed Julie Jensen.
I think he was the first person. But he was, like I said, literally about 5 feet away.
That was a terrible question. That's not what I meant. I didn't mean he was at the end of the person line. I meant he was at the end of after viewing Miss Jensen, he was after that.
Correct.
And he would be talking to people.
My observation was there was a group of friends and he was talking to them for a considerable amount of time. So it wasn't a constant flow of people. And again, that's my observation.
Did you know who those individuals were?
I did not.
Did you know if they were friends of Julie Jensen?
I did not know the people.
You didn't know if they were family members of Julie Jensen?
The family members that I knew, that wasn't them.
But you don't know if they were family members of Julie Jensen?
No.
You don't know what that conversation was.
Correct.
You don't know if people were telling stories about how they knew her, about things that they did
I have
with her.
no idea what was being said.
You don't know if they were telling funny anecdotes about things that may have happened in her life.
Anecdotes, not
That's
When she was a
antidotes.
child. You don't know any of that information.
I do not. Nope.
You also know that many people consider a visitation or a funeral a celebration of life,
Yes, it can.
a time to talk and reminisce about the person that has passed away.
Yep, that's possible.
The
Yep.
loved one.
Right.
You weren't with the family prior to the visitation.
I was not.
You weren't involved in any service with a pastor prior to the visitation. You weren't involved with anything that happened after the visitation with a pastor or with family.
Correct.
What you observed was that 20 minutes that you were standing in line.
Yes.
And as you yourself testified, you were watching him because you didn't like the way that he responded or the way his demeanor on December 3rd.
Correct.
I want to go back to December 3rd, Ms. Forward. You said that you had been at the residence and then you left the residence.
Correct.
And then after a while, you walked back over there.
Yes.
And when you walked back over there, that's when you observed Mark Jensen across the street.
Yes.
He didn't turn his back and walk back into the house.
After we talked, I went home.
Prior to him walking across the street, once you guys had made eye contact, he didn't turn his back on you and walk into the house.
No, he
He
crossed
came
the
over
street.
to talk to you,
Correct.
to talk to the other neighbors that were there.
I don't know who else he talked to. I know he talked to me because
Were other neighbors around you?
behind me, I don't know if they could hear.
So he actually walked across because he saw you making eye contact with him and he knew you were Julie's friend.
Objection calls for speculation as to why the defendant walked across. This witness only knows what he did, not why he did it.
Sustained.
You made eye contact with Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
and at that point he walked across the street
Yes.
and he talked to you
Correct.
and he knew you were Julie's friend.
Yes.
And when he talked to you, you asked him what had happened
I did.
and he responded to what
He
had
did.
happened. You weren't in the home immediately after Mr. Jensen found Miss Jensen.
No.
You don't know how he reacted to finding Miss Jensen.
Correct.
You don't know how he responded to paramedics or law enforcement that initially saw him.
Correct. I did not.
You testified about a couple of photos that we saw up
Yep.
on the screen.
Yes.
One was of Julie Jensen on a bike with her
Mhm.
boys.
Yep.
And the other one was them with a view of the lake.
Correct.
You didn't take those pictures.
No, I took the one of the bowling party.
You weren't the one on that bike ride with them.
I was not.
You weren't the one in viewing the lake with them.
No.
When you saw these bike rides, Mr. Jensen was also involved.
He's probably one that took the photo.
Probably the one that took the photo, because he was also actively involved with his boys.
Right.
Actively involved with his family.
Yes.
One second, please, Judge. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect, Mr. Jamboy?
So how's everybody feeling about this trial, huh? Are we having fun yet?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to
All
tweet
right, thank you,
the
Mr.
winner.
Ma'am, thank you.
Say we call Sharon
Oh.
Kraus.
And
I
how
didn't
long
notice
is
that.
this witness going to take?
Short.
I will hold you to that.
I'll be very short. Can't guarantee what she'll do. 37, Your Honor.
Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, so literally, I'm trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers. As a part of that, I did a competition where I said I'd give away $30 to the Innocence Project and a mug for everyone to subscribe. Or he's got a choice of doing that or $25 cash. Yeah, well done, Chandler. So it started off with five winners. Now it's up to 10. So we'll do 2 a day. So you pick the first winner. So thanks for that, Brando.
You just raise your right hand. I'll swear you in before you have a seat, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony is matter.
Brando's so
Either the
cute.
truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. The witness said, I do. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Sharon Krause.
And spell it, please.
Yes. SharonKrause.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamwood.
Good morning, Ms. Krause. Can you tell the jury, do you know Ruth Thorwald?
Yes, I do. She's my sister.
And you remember visiting your sister on December 2nd and December 3rd, 1998?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were? Can you tell us what you can remember about the morning of December 3rd, 1998?
Sure. We got up and she got the boys off to school. She said, we're going for a walk at 9. We ate. I'd like to have my coffee, and she wanted to get going. She's very prompt on her scheduling. So we went for a walk.
And do you remember what, if anything, you saw while you were on your walk with your sister?
We were walking on Lakeshore Drive past Mark and Julie Jensen's home, and we got maybe a mile away. And she said, oh, here comes Mark. That's weird.
And about what time was it that you and she saw Mark?
9:30, approximately.
Okay. And do you remember anything else about December 3rd, 1998, when you were visiting with your sister?
I was downstairs. We were going to go have dinner. Ruth was upstairs getting ready. I saw flashing lights behind her house. I went to the stairway, yelled up. I said, Ruth, there's something going on behind your house. There's a lot of red lights. She came down.
What happened next?
We took a walk over, and because she said, that's Mark and Julie Jensen's house. And so we walked over there, and there was a police officer standing there. She asked him apparently what happened, but I didn't hear what he said. And then she started crying, and Mark Jensen, she said, here comes Mark. And he
So do you remember how much time elapsed between the point where she heard, where she started crying, and the point where you saw Mark come across?
It was very soon after.
So tell us what you can remember what happened about Mark coming across.
He came and approached Ruth. I was standing on her side, and she said, what happened, Mark?
And tell us how Mark responded.
He took a puff on his cigarette. He blew it in there. He looked at her and said, she's gone. And she said, what do you mean? She's gone. And he said she hadn't been feeling well, and she hadn't been sleeping. And he called the doctor and got her sleeping pills.
And what was your impression of Mark's demeanor as he was providing this information?
There was no emotion. He was like he had known exactly what he was going to say. I had a bad feeling.
Thank you.
That's
Nothing
not
further.
evidence.
Cross-examination.
Bad
Thank you,
feelings
Judge.
are not
And
evidence.
just to be clear, Ms. Krause, you and I are not related. My name's Bridget Krause.
Oh, no, we're not.
You said that you saw Mark Jensen's car about 9:30 a.m.
I
Correct.
poured them
And that
on
was
screen.
as you were walking with your sister.
Correct.
You didn't follow that car.
All
No,
these
You
people
didn't see
are
where that car went.
he was heading the opposite direction towards his home.
So you guys were heading southbound and he was
Correct.
heading northbound.
Correct.
So you didn't actually see whether he stopped at his home.
No,
Ma'am, you'd never met Mark Jensen before.
no,
You didn't know his general demeanor,
no,
didn't know his general style of
No.
talk. There
No.
are people that are pretty matter-of-fact talkers.
okay.
Would that be fair to say? Have you ever met someone like that in your life?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't have, she said, mm-hmm. Can you say
Oh,
yes, just so the court
Yes,
report?
sorry,
Thank
yes.
you. And as you just said, you had never met him prior to that time that he walked over to talk to your sister.
No, I have not.
And just so that I understand your testimony, you heard the sirens and then told your sister about it.
I saw the lights, red lights flashing behind her house.
Red lights flashing behind your sister's house.
Yes, correct.
Then you told your sister
Yes,
and you two walked over there.
correct.
And once you walked over there, your sister had some type of conversation with like a police officer or law
Correct.
enforcement.
Correct. Yes,
And then after your sister had that conversation with law enforcement, shortly thereafter is when Mr. Jensen came over and spoke to your sister.
yes,
And it'd be fair to say that you weren't in the Jensen house at the time Mr. Jensen found his wife.
no,
You don't know how his demeanor was at that point.
no,
No.
You don't know how he reacted.
no,
You weren't in the Jensen house when EMTs arrived and told Mr. Jensen that his wife was gone.
no,
You don't know how he reacted.
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect from the state?
Have you, in the course of your lifetime, been in the vicinity of somebody who had just suffered a terrible, horrible loss?
Yes.
And have you noticed the manner in which those people tended to respond?
Yes. Sad, dreadful, questioning what happened.
A strong emotional response?
Very strong. Yep.
Did you see
I've
any?
experienced it.
Did you see any evidence of that in Mark Jensen?
No.
Nothing further.
Any recross on that?
Very quickly, again, ma'am, you weren't in the home when Mark Jensen found out that his wife had passed.
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, but you went into it again, so she can ask it.
And ma'am, you weren't present when he spoke to his pastor at the home that night.
No.
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. Thank you for coming. Have a good day.
So that was completely useless.
Very close to the lunch hour, Mr. Jambo.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor, we don't have a witness. It'll take
Thank you.
2 minutes.
Okay, folks, be back by 1:15, okay? Please don't talk about the case. Have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1:15.
Yeah, don't listen to that, Judge. Go on, Chandler, you take it away.
Well, I didn't get anything from her. I mean, her whole thing about how, she was so disturbed about the way that he was acting at the funeral and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people have a very inappropriate emotional reaction to grief and distress. You can, for example, you can be so distraught by somebody's death that you choose to drink a lot of alcohol before you go to a funeral. That can change your demeanor. It can change the way that you interact with people. You might laugh at inappropriate moments. You might try to focus on the positive things. Grief is completely subjective, and there is no way that somebody can say that a person acted in a way that was suspicious or indicated they were a murderer just because they were acting in a way that they didn't like after the death of somebody who was close to them. Who knows? Maybe he was a dick. Maybe he was glad that his wife was dead. Doesn't mean he killed her. Again, show me the proof. Show me the evidence. Show me that he committed the crime, that it wasn't her committing suicide. She had evidenced mental health issues. There was a lot of evidence that she had made statements that she wanted to end her own life. That's important. And even though that's also hearsay, that's exculpatory to a degree. We need to look at that. We need to see different theories for what might have happened.
Questioning for you.
I was not stingy with the shots. I poured them to the top. I promise. I'm fulfilling my obligation. I'm a woman of my word.
So, Chandler, meet Giovanna.
Yes.
She's one of my regulars.
Oh, lovely.
She's one of the
Nice
day
to meet you,
oneers.
sir. Nice to meet you, Giovanna.
She's absolutely lovely. She's not on Twitter or anything. So, Giovanna, this is Chandler. So Chandler's from California. She's paralegal and all that. Right, fine. So I think Giovanna asked me, what's Chandler doing here? She's very pretty. So yes, Chandler's very pretty. And she's here because she's got loads of knowledge, much, as you know, much more than I have. So so thankful to Chandler. I'm also really thankful for the chat. The chat's been amazing. Let's go, Brandon. You're welcome anytime, my friend. You're amazing. Make her do more shots. I don't care. Get her drunk. I don't care. It's brilliant. So I know you're not gonna get drunk. I know.
I have my limits today, but he's a quality guy, and you're trust me, you're better off having him around. He brings a lot to the stream. He's a lot of fun. And
thank you to Jeff for popping in as well. Really appreciate that. Oh, he's still here.
Jeff. I love Jeff being here. For those of you who don't know, so Jeff, Legal Vices, and I host a show every Thursday. We do OJ Thursdays, and he invited me on to co-host. So we go over the OJ Simpson trial. We stream that. We do commentary. It's a lot of fun. I frequently appear on his channel. He's been generous enough to give me an incredible opportunity and a platform just to come on as a guest. And, as a lay person, I have some legal knowledge, but I'm not a lawyer. So I've had a great time the last couple of months coming onto Jeff's channel. I'm brand new to streaming, but this is a lot of fun. And it's great having him here. So welcome, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And thank you. Just got a message. Migraine, thank you for subscribing. Anyone else, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe to my channel. Really appreciate that. I'm really struggling to get 1,000. So yeah, anything that you can help, really appreciate it. Chandler's overtaken me already with subscribers, so go and subscribe to her as well. And if you could also, yeah, if you could like the video, really appreciate it, because I got a group of people disliking all my videos at the minute. So if people don't like it, I get really bad scores, but whatever.
Well, you have made a couple of enemies on Twitter because you are known to push back against some of the very pro-prosecution people, which I admire. And if I can just speak on your behalf for a second, for everybody who's here who doesn't know Dylan very well, Dylan is very pro-defense. He's very objective, and we made friends during the Murdaugh trial where he was looking at all of the evidence and realizing that there was reasonable doubt. And I really liked his style because I personally want to become a defense attorney. And so I like his mindset. I like his mentality. Most people are very into like, oh, this person needs to go down. And, like reasonable doubt is not really something that comes into the picture for the majority. If you look at the long crime chat, you'll realize that everybody just wants people to be guilty, guilty, guilty. Dylan's not like that. And he has really objective commentary. So you should subscribe to him if you haven't already.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chandler. That's sweet of you. But yeah, definitely. I think I'm 1 and 3 for being wrong, because I had Zachariah Anderson's not guilty.
Well, I did too. We all thought, we wrote down our, what we thought. That was devastating. That was emotionally devastating.
I agree. And I had Alex Murdoch as not guilty. Gwyneth Paltrow I had as innocent. I think that's the only one I've ever had right. So that's it. So I'm a judge of everything.
With the Paltrow trial, so that was, if you don't mind me interjecting, that was a civil trial. And so when it's a civil trial, you have questions of liability as opposed to innocence or guilt. And so essentially, because there was a counter suit, it was a little bit different. But she was found not liable, which was the conclusion. So I mean, it's similar. It's just to add that in.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me. Correct me anytime you want. I've not got the lingo down. I'm just like as blunt as they come. Guilty, not guilty, but I appreciate that. Thank you for correcting me.
Oh, of course. And all due respect to you, you have a lot of knowledge that I'm always impressed. So I have made friends on Twitter with a lot of people who don't live in America, but are very interested in American law. And Dylan is one of those guys. You and another friend of mine, Heinz, you guys learn the legal system of an entirely different country that you're not a part of. That's incredibly impressive. And so I like to make those mentions here and there because you're really smart, and I know that you want to have all of the facts, and you get a lot of things right, which is very impressive because our legal system is so complicated and confusing,
Still learning. I had a fight with one lawyer on Twitter when it frustrated me because she was like, my opinion was wrong, but the law is right. I was like, okay, fine. But sometimes the law is fucking wrong. You need to try and fight the law. Do you know what I mean? Because Peter Tree goes like, I watch him a lot, and he's always about adapting the law sometimes. That could be ancient. But some people just don't see that. And they're just like, no, it's fine as it is. Like, oh, I hate stuff like that. So I argue with people like that as well. I think it's ridiculous. So,
well, the legal system is absolutely, Steve Gosney likes to say, like, he just has no faith in the legal system anymore. And there's significant reason for that. I'm sure that by the time that I complete law school and I end up becoming a lawyer, I will see that in real time. I'd like to have some faith. I'd like to believe that justice can prevail, but we see a lot of convictions in cases that we personally disagree with. And so that's what we have bonded over. That's why I'm happy to be here, because I think you're really objective and you look at the facts, and you always are looking for, reasons why there's reasonable doubt. And not everybody does that. So that's why I'm glad to be here.
No, and most people don't, and that's frustrating. So, because my insight of America was not what I found it to be for your legal system. So, but I think we can have a chat about that at another point, Chandler. But I'm interested in it. So yeah, I like talking about it. Okay, Crime Spies. Hi, Crime Spies. Hello. So, Crime Spies, I'll give you a shout out. She's streaming the Letitia Storch stream, so go give her a follow, subscribe if you want to look at that. She's got that stream going, and she's from she taught me as well, Minneapolis. Minneapolis. Is that how you say it? Minneapolis.
Minneapolis?
That's the one, yeah. Minneapolis. I can't say it. So she, Minnie, Apple, so that's how I say that. Minneapolis. So for that. Yeah, Giovanna, yeah, you figured it out. You're on it. Oh, Jeff's still around. She just got power back, Shannon. Just got it back.
Oh, thank you. That's very lovely, Giovanna. I appreciate that.
You listen. We'll make you sleep. Our voices will make you sleep, Jeff.
Night, Jeff.
QB's content every time. There you go.
Don't know
I'm
what
not
that
sure
means.
if that's aimed at me or you, Chandler, but I'll take it.
Well, obviously you're adorable. That's why everybody's here.
Yeah. Oh, see, well, it's not the content, so it must be. Yeah, no, I totally
There
agree.
were
I mean,
there
I did
was
a video on it.
there were financial crimes. There was a lot of other stuff going on. Murder? Not sure.
Yeah, definitely not.
It was a
So,
little.
I mean, I think that's also a good topic to discuss again. I'd love to go more in depth with that. I've done a video, but I wanted to go more into it because it really pains me to see some of the comments and for people to say like, what frustrated me, just an overview with the Murdoch trial coming in, was how many people were found guilty, and I was told to shut up with my opinion because I hadn't listened to some podcast. That was really frustrated. That people made their minds up before one piece of evidence was submitted. That was highly frustrating. So,
well, there's something that I want to make really clear. A lot of people really like to look at evidence that comes from outside a trial, like from a podcast where people are gossiping about things that the townspeople knew. Generally speaking, when you watch a trial, you want to look at just the evidence that's presented, and that's all. If there are rumors outside of it, anything that was not in evidence, it's not going to allow you to make a fair reasoning as to what the ruling might be or how one should rule. You want to look at evidence. You don't want to look at the stuff outside of the evidence because it doesn't matter. It doesn't come in. And I really hate when people do that. It's very annoying. They're like, oh, did you watch the Netflix documentary? And it's like, no, I don't care. Honestly, after the Murdoch trial, I had to mute the word Murdoch on Twitter because I was so freaking tired of reading things that people had to say about it. And everybody was like, oh, I just watched the documentary. He's so guilty. And it's just like, it doesn't matter. Shut up. Be quiet. He was found guilty, and I don't agree with that, but it's a legal fact now. So we have to just accept that and move on.
I mean, we do accept it, but there's a lot of stuff that we do not accept. Also, did you know that Eric Bland, the lawyer, he's blocked me?
I think I saw that. You've made some friends and also some enemies a little bit here and there on Twitter. You're very, you're very open with expressing your opinions, and so that'll usually result in some strong disagreements, especially from people who think that they know everything.
Block. I mean, some videos about it, but I didn't expect to be blocked from him. But whatever, his loss. Don't care. But I was attacking him, but because I think he's a whore, media whore. But he should be solicitor first, then a media whore, not the other way around. But anyway, that's another thing. See? Yeah, she does. Yeah.
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that eventually, when I become a defense attorney, that I'll be able to use my personality for it. So I appreciate that, Giovanna. Thank you.
This is the Murdoch. Yes, Mad World. Mad World's still mad about it. Oh, are you? All right, that's right. Yeah. No, I agree. I've not spoken. So Jeff was covering that, and that's where Chandler was on. So I used to. That's where I got onto Jeff's channel actually, because Chandler was on. So saw the tweets and I started watching them. I didn't watch them all because I was streaming as well in between, but I'd always catch up the morning of the trial. It was very interesting. It's very informative, but yeah, it's frustrating because I started streaming it myself, and it's really frustrating to see the guilty.
I remember you were streaming the parts of the trial, and you were doing commentary on it, and I saw you put a lot of videos up. So I was really glad that you were onto the trial. And yeah, the verdict was extremely disappointing. We got to do interviews with two of his siblings on Jeff's channel, and that was really compelling. It's very frustrating because, the jury has ruled, that the verdict has been decided. We can't really go back from this, and appeals are successful in less than 1% of cases. And so you kind of have to accept that this man's going to be in prison for the rest of his life for something that none of us really believe the state proved that he did. It's very difficult. I mean, how do you feel about it?
So I totally agree with you. I didn't see anything that proved it. I was still waiting and waiting and waiting. And to be fair, the majority of my stream, and you're talking, okay, not large numbers, but you're talking 20 odd that were all pretty much not guilty. There was no evidence of it. And when he came back, I was like, no, no. So I don't know. I was questioning every day, have I missed something? Do you know that feeling where everyone's saying he's guilty? I was thinking, but what have I missed here? I don't understand what I've missed, because you start doubting yourself, but I don't see it. I don't, it's so sad because you don't get it. I don't understand it, so, but I was sorry, I was just gonna say, I did watch the interview with the brother on Jeff's channel, Legal Vices. Please go to Legal Vices. I'll put it on here now, but I've not watched the Sisters one yet. I want to watch that, but I've not had time yet. So that was very intriguing to get that insight. So that was very well done by Ozzy. What's his name? Ozzy.
Ozzy Overlord. Hayden.
Overlord. Yeah, it's Ozzy, yourself, obviously Jeff and stuff. So I thought it was very well done. I really enjoyed it. But yeah, I've not seen the sister one yet. But
they're
the
very
brothers were, I
different.
really enjoyed it.
They're very different
Right,
interviews.
okay.
They have very different personalities, and they were both, compelling in unique ways. I think that what's important about both of those interviews, if you guys go and check out Legal Vice's channel, he has the interview with Solomon Anderson and with Zenith Anderson. I was a part of both of those interviews. It was really, it was a really emotional experience, and you get to see the personal side of this trial because, you go on Law and Crime and you see all the people who want to convict this person, and then you see like the family and how they're dealing with it. They are victimized by this experience, and whether you believe that he's guilty or not guilty, whether you feel there was evidence or not, you can't ignore the fact that it affects the family in a devastating way. And so I would recommend taking a look at that. They're really excellent interviews. Probably the most important streams that I've been a part of so far.
I agree. I'll just plug it now. I got it up. I mean, I know a lot of people have got it ready, but if I share here for everyone else that might not listen to that, this is a channel we're on about Legal Vices. Take a look at it. I've not watched everything, but I've watched quite. I started watching this because of Chandler, so she put me onto it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here, and the interviews are here somewhere.
Yeah, there we go. Zenith and Solomon,
Zenith.
right there. Mm-hmm.
So do take a look at it. It's Mad World, you'd love it. I really enjoyed the Solomon one, so do take a look at them.
Yeah, we had Steve Gosney come on. We had Ozzy Overlord come on. We had good guests. Steve Gosney, especially, he's an appellate attorney in Florida, and so he doesn't know Wisconsin law, but he was able to put Zenith onto some good resources that might be able to help her out for her brother's appeal. They're trying to raise money for an appeal, and we have been promoting it's not a GoFundMe, it's something else like a GoFundMe, and so that's been really, I've been honored to be a part of that.
You should be. I think you've done great work with it. So on Jeff as well, you could pass that message on to Jeff as well. Big fan.
Well, Jeff put it all together. I mean, it was Jeff's doing. Jeff organized the entire thing. Jeff, streamed the trial. I was just glad to be a guest. I was really honored. That was an awesome experience. But he got the interviews set up and he asked amazing questions. Absolutely follow Jeff, Legal Vices. I wouldn't be here without him. And he's just an incredible attorney and an incredible commentator. He does a lot of amazing content. So I'm happy to.
And you can pass our thanks because he's gone now. So you can say thanks to him as well for popping in. Because when you're growing a channel like this and someone like Jeff pops in, it's like, whoa, that's quite good as well. So appreciate you popping in as well. I know he's popping in for you, not for me, but still really appreciate they did that.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's definitely here. I know that he's interested in in other people's channels and what they're doing. So I'm glad that he came by, and I hope he'll be back. It'll be fun to have him around if he wants to to join us again.
Yeah, and if he wants to come on, you got a link. You can send it to him anytime you want. He's more than welcome anytime he wants.
But he's also in
we'll
Korea,
zoom through
remember? So the time difference is a
that.
little
I
bit,
know.
you know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no expectations for him, but if he ever was in the chat again and you want to come on, more than welcome to. So we'll zoom through some of these questions and we'll just take a break then, because I'm sure we haven't taken a break. Chandler, you need some food or something because it's early in the morning with you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
11.
true. What's that, 4-star star? Yes. Thank you, Giovanni. She's my number one supporter. She always bigs me up. Yeah. Exactly. Love the difference.
Yeah, usually that is
know.
the case. You want to have an appellate attorney handling your appeal, and so even though his defense attorneys are incredible at Birdsall Law, they're awesome. Nicole Muller, incredible, amazing defense, but you definitely, you know, unless they have specific appeals experience, they will probably be moving over to a different attorney or a different law firm.
I loved her so much, Nicole. I
Nicole's
thought she was
awesome.
fantastic. I tweeted about her every day. I made a video about her nearly every day.
I saw that one that you posted about her. This woman, it was my favorite thing because I mean I think considering that she's not, you know, she's I don't know how many years she has been an attorney. It's not like she's been around for decades. Like she's really sharp. She can cite case law just, you know, completely off the top of her head. Her objections are excellent. The way that she, you know, I mean, tell me what you liked about her.
Do you know what? It's cutthroat, right? I think the world, like I'm guessing, but the world that you want to get into is quite cutthroat. You need to make a stance for yourself. And I think there's a lot of bullies as lawyers, and that DA I thought was trying, you know, put his mark on stuff. He was his experience. She was not being pushed about one bit. She was like, bring it on. I thought her question was very good. I thought she was, and I was surprised how many people disliked her. I thought she was very good
I'm
with the
not.
daughter.
I was not surprised at all that so many people disliked her. Not at all.
But I like straight shooters. I like ballsy people. That's what I love. And I thought that's really good. I don't like people that go around the houses and stuff. I thought she's showed empathy with the daughter, and people said no, she didn't. No, she bloody well did. And in my opinion, anyway. And just overall demeanor, she challenged stuff. She was confident. She smiled when she needed to, you know, with the judge. When she got stuff wrong, she was just like, "We'll move on, judge." Do you know what I mean? So I just thought everything about her was very, very well. And I thought she, like, I don't know how old she is, so I might misperceive that she was quite young. So I thought she was very, very good for her age, if that makes sense.
She does seem
I
younger,
thought
yeah. I would say she's probably, you know, she's probably not as seasoned perhaps as some other attorneys, which is why she's so impressive. She really knows her stuff. She's very confident in the courtroom. And the reason that I say that I wasn't surprised that people disliked her is because in general, like, so I'm an advocate for men, and that's my platform. And I very rarely, you know, call things misogyny because I think a lot of people mislabel things as misogyny when they're really not. But there is misogyny in the legal worlds, definitely. And it is a man's world in a lot of ways. Being a woman in the legal world is rather difficult. You have to prove yourself. You have to shrug off a lot of things that are unpleasant. And the problem is that, you know, with somebody like her, she's good looking and she's intelligent, she's confident, she has a lot going for her. That is going to get a lot of negative response from people. People want to tear people down who are like that. And I just, you know, you see that and it's unpleasant and it's unfortunate, but she doesn't seem to let it deter her. So I just say she, you know, if she keeps going the way she's going to have an incredible career ahead of her. She's done incredible things already.
I hope so. I generally think she's brilliant, and I can't wait to watch another trial with her. But it's just a point that I don't want to drag this on, but I notice a lot with her, and not just her, but in general, women. Well, from my experience, what I see on Twitter, just a small amount I've seen, is that women love tearing other women down, and I don't know why they do that. I don't.
It's a social conditioning thing. It's unfortunate. Not all women are like that, and personally, I try very hard to be objective and I try hard to boost up other women. I actually support other women a lot. I just don't really, you know, make that my platform because I feel like that's something, you know, that that's something I'm always going to do. But yeah, no, you see that unfortunately, and it's sad, but it's, you know, it's something that's just, it's social conditioning.
Just something I noticed on Twitter. I don't know, as you say, no, it's not everyone. It's just a small amount of people don't get it. But I'm an advocate of women. I got 4 nieces. I got a sister. I got a mother. I'm a massive advocate myself. So anyway, move on from that. Here we go. I'm having a row now. Minneapolis. So not Minneapolis. Minneapolis. Okay. Okay. I'll get it, Shannon. Minneapolis. I will get it. I'll get there. I'm a Welsh. I can't pronounce everything, man. Um,
That's okay.
Margaret J.
You're not
All right,
expected
so it's
to
fine.
pronounce everything for. I mean, you're Welsh, so it's like I wouldn't be able to pronounce
Yeah.
half the things in your, you
No.
know, in your dialect. So it would be very challenging for me if I tried.
No, exactly. She's only teasing anyway, so I do like to learn though. I don't think the defense were too bad. I like Nicole. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, Madwell, she's always got good takes.
There were
She
a
liked
couple of
Nicole as well.
moments, I would say,
Yeah.
where I remember Joe came in and he was saying, "Why aren't they objecting here?" And like I would agree with that. There were some things that might have been preserved for the record for an appeal. There were some mistakes that were made, but it's very easy to sit back and be sort of the armchair attorney. Not to criticize Joe because I love Joe, but it's like if you're in the courtroom, it must be very different. I wouldn't know because I haven't ever been a litigator or in a courtroom, but having to organize all of your questions, having to pivot when things go differently than you expect them to, it's challenging. So, I would have done some things differently, and I know a lot of other people would as well, but I still think they did an incredible job.
I think it's hard when you're in the moment, you're there, you're so engrossed, and we're lucky to be able to step back from it, as well. So yeah. I don't know if Giovanna's Twitter, neither do I. I don't know if she's on Twitter. Giovanna, are you on Twitter? It's on lunch. Okay. Don't know what. All right. So you got Twitter. Fine. Let's know. Right. Right. Shut up. Don't you get praise with me. I saw this clip for the first time ever, I think, over the weekend.
Oh, have you not seen
Never
Rittenhouse?
seen. Nope. Not
Oh.
seen it. Never heard about it.
Mm.
I've heard about the guy. I followed him in the end. But this is one I want to stream. So as a reader, I want to stream this one probably in a few months' time after Idol 4 and stuff like that. But I want to do this one on Johnny Depp as well. And people rave about both of them. So I'm going to do the Rittenhouse one at some point. But yeah,
Rittenhouse was
I get
quite
the
something.
statement.
I think everybody who has not watched the Kyle Rittenhouse trial needs to watch it, especially because I remember the time that the whole case happened. I was very much a liberal and I was very much on the left of politics. And all of the media commentary about that case was so inaccurate. And I bought into it. I believed it. And then I watched the trial and I realized that it was all lies. It was all bullshit. It's really important to watch just to understand. I think that the Rittenhouse trial kind of demonstrates something really important about American law that people need to understand. There's a lot of education there, and so if you're interested in trials, if you're interested in law, you should definitely go watch the Rittenhouse trial. And if you're interested in streaming it, I mean, absolutely, it's a really important trial. And the Depp trial, that definitely was a big part of me changing my mind, becoming kind of red pilled a little bit. So it was a process, but both very important trials. I would agree.
Good. Well, I will definitely be streaming it. So you'd be more than welcome anytime onto that. Close and she. Oh, did you want? Yeah, I thought it would be. I thought Nicole would have closed, doing closing arguments for the Anderson trial, but she didn't. I thought that was a bit weird.
They make particular decisions about who does the closing, and it might change. But overall, there was a clear reason why she didn't do the closing, and we can't know exactly what that is. But I still think that the other attorney, whose name I don't know, did an excellent job. I can understand why she might not have done the closing because she is kind of a polarizing attorney, and there have been negative comments about her. And based on when you're doing the trial, you have like people in your team who are watching the jury, and if people are reacting negatively to her, I could see why they might not have done the closing with her. Now, I don't know if that happened, but just based on what I saw in the law and crime chat, that could have been a good reason why not to.
And you see, this is Shannon's the same, not guilty for Murdoch, agree. Didn't realise she wanted to. Neither did I. Didn't realise she wanted to. Yeah, Madwell, I know. We're on the same page with the Murdoch trial. It was the timing of it. After Murdoch straight to Zach Anderson, it was a bit of a bitter blow. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't this controversial person. I'm just a lovely person, Giovanna, as you know. Sweet as they come, Giovanna. Yeah. Subscribe today. There we are. Jeff, I got you one. You better subscribe back to me. Guys, Shannon, you'd love the channel. It's really, really good. Very informative. Have you watched them? Yeah, I thought you'd watch them. She's on about the interviews on Legal Vices. Yeah, with Solomon and the sister. Shock, yes. I don't think you'd be too happy with that. Don't have a version of the pro code.
True.
Kudos, Nicole. That was bizarre.
Now, I feel like that was a slip of the tongue. I'm not sure if that was really that significant in the end.
Maybe not. But I was shocked at the time.
I mean, it does. So it misstates facts and evidence. And I was surprised they didn't object as well. But overall, I really just don't think that the jury noticed necessarily. I think they'd made their mind up already. I don't think that was the deciding factor in how the verdict came down. But I understand. I don't disagree. I might have objected if if that would have been the right thing to do.
I'm objective also good. I know you are objective, Joanna. You're very good at contributing for a lot of people. Yeah, so I can't wait to watch it. I don't know what that means, but I imagine it's something funny with Sal.
This is he's talking about the Rittenhouse case.
Yeah, I knew that the lawyers probably, isn't it? So I've no idea substance to that, but knowing Sal as I do now, there's some funny bits in that. I just don't get a reference right now.
Well, there were two attorneys who were defending Kyle Richards and Corey, and there was this defense. There was a witness, Gage Grosskreutz, and that witness was really interesting. So
I can't wait to watch it. To be honest,
you'll catch up. You'll learn.
Yeah, that's what I've got. So many to catch up on. Testers are going to see if they didn't take a version of. Okay, maybe that's true. Yeah, and don't see Nelson booking one.
Okay, I have one more, and I'm getting to it. I'm gonna go grab that, and we'll be square.
He's relentless, though, isn't he? We'll wait for Chandler to get her shot now. I appreciate you being here, Brandon, and appreciate everyone else for being here. So a lot of people are normally here missing. Giovanna was missing, but she's here now. Stacey's missing. Erin, Rosie, Brittany, Billy, they're all missing. Where are they? But to be fair, they could be with crime spies or something. So, which is all good. I think, Brandon, you're going to get drunk, to be quite honest with you. And also, congratulations to Michael Perkins. Whoa, I have tweeted you actually to see what you want to do. Hopefully, we can donate at least $300 to. You guys are costing me a shit ton of money, but it's all for a good cause. And if I can get some subscribers, happy days. Right, you've got to do this shot, and then we will close for lunch. Hang on, let me get this banner down so that you can see your shot now. There we are, and a bit of water afterwards. On Friday, she was quite toasty. I imagine she was. Imagine she was a little bit drunk. Oh, you're still on mute. You're still on mute, Chandler. You're on mute.
Oh, whoops. Sorry about that.
That's your first shot ever. Congrats. That was a full one. I'll be honest. That was a full one. Right. With that, I think I'll come back. I think there's about 40 minutes left there. on the trial, but I know you've got to do stuff as well. I'll come back about half an hour. I will restart it. You join if you're going to come back at all. Chandler, join whenever. And yeah, so we'll see
Sounds
you guys
good.
in about half an hour. All right. Thank you, everybody. See you in a bit. Cheers, Chandler. Just going to tweet out the stream, and then we'll get going. Twitter. Oh, that's true. Hello, Rumble. How are you, Rumble? See what it may be. Hello. So we're streaming on. Where the fuck we're streaming on? YouTube, Rumble, Facebook. I didn't bother with Twitter. Fuck them. And where else? Twitch. On Twitch. I forgot about that. So I need to post them. Right. It's a pain in the ass when you have to post it all the time. So Michael Perkins, if you hit here, or we see this, thank you. I know. It's not long to go now. Sean will be back in a bit. Yeah. Twitter. Start after this. Okay, right, I'm going to skip forward in a bit. Just before I get that, I'm going to put Chandler Remy, tweet to her. Stream. All in share. Join. So I'm processively tweeting. Right, and tweet. Right, here we are, here we are, here we are. Twitch, hello, but I'm not bothered about Twitch because I've got many on there. Rumble, hello, sorry I've ignored you, but YouTube is where the action's at. Facebook, most of my friends anyway, and you're in and out. And then YouTube, very grateful for many new viewers. I know you're here for Chandler, but I do appreciate the fact you're here and that you've subscribed. It does really help me out. I really do appreciate it. And now you've subscribed, you've automatically entered into the competition. We're trying to give away around $300 to the Innocence Project. Gave $250 away last week to the Stephen Smith Fund, GoFundMe. So trying to get a balance to attract people to the channel. So that's the idea. It's not really worked, but it doesn't matter. It's all about giving to charity. Right, I can skip here now. This is the best thing about a rewatch. You can skip. Beep, 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 beep. Don't get too far ahead either. I'll go back a little bit just in case Sandler wants to join. Give her a couple of minutes. So we're about 4 minutes away from starting, I believe, or 3 minutes. just give her Chandler some time to get you if she wants to, but she might join us afterwards. Sal is also in the chat, but he might join us afterwards as well. So there's a combination. And I can see people leaving already. Thank you. Chandler is coming. I know you're only here for her. It's fine. She was coming. Hey, Rumble. If you want to see you later, well, hopefully you'll be back and you're back in a bit. Say hello in the chat, wherever you are. Always great to chat. First winner. Whoever comments first in the chat can pick the next winner. Hi, Mad World. Right, Mad World, you're the first person here. Whoop, whoop. So, with that honour, can you pick me a number between 1 and 108? Oh, sorry, between 1 and 384, but not 11, please. Thank you, dear. Just put in the chat between 1 and 384, please, but not number 11. I will pick another winner. It's nice to see people in the chat. I don't know where half the people are, though, Mad World. I literally, most of the regulars, none of them are here. Literally, I don't know what's going on. What, maybe they found another stream, I don't know. I need to get this up so they can pull the next winner. Okay, here we go. Right, where are we here? Once I get this done, need to get a. I need to get a bloody thing up, don't I? Okay, all right. 220. Oh, right. I've mixed them up, so it doesn't really matter. When start, about 2 minutes. Oh, now. I just left it like that. I've skipped ahead a lot just to get to this part now. 220, right? Let me just see who's 220. Next page. Not that one. Oh, damn, I went to the end one. All right, the bloody 200s, isn't it? I've got to skip everything. Oh, my sheet's only go 50. Mix. Well, this is a fix, Mad World. This is a bit of a fix. I'll put her up here. I know who the next winner is. Normally a regular. I'll put her up here. No, that one's fine. No, I need to write in it, not click it.
Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen's case. The jury is back in the courtroom. State is continuing with their case in chief. Who's the next witness for the state?
The state calls Therese DeFazio.
All right, let's have her come up. For the record, it's number 13 on your list, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, I can, what about you?
Um,
Would you prefer to sit over here?
So I'm starting first, so. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
But I can see her no matter where you sit, so.
You can come up here by the witness stand.
I can see her on corners.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone and spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Therese, Therese, DeFazio, capital DE, capital FAAZIO.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. DeFazio, in 1998, where did you work?
I worked at Southport Elementary School.
Were you a teacher there?
Yes,
What grade did you teach?
I taught third grade at that time.
And how long did you work at Southport Elementary School?
Oh, over 20 years.
Are you retired now?
Yes,
And when did you retire?
June of 2013.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions about the school first. Back in 1998, when did school start?
It started
She
a little bit
in
before 8
Starwood,
o'clock.
right. What about you?
So in the morning time, it would be a little bit before 8 o'clock. And you know what time school would end typically?
It's around between 2:30 and 2:45, I think, at that time.
So if there weren't after school activities, that's when the students would generally be let out?
Yes,
And then in terms of the beginning of the school year, when did school start at the beginning of the school year?
well, that year Labor Day was late, so we had to start before Labor Day. Labor Day was the 7th of September. So we started, I believe it was September 1st, and we had an open house the night before. I'm not positive of those dates, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
So early September.
Yeah.
And so back in 1998, before the start of the school year, was there an open house?
Yes, the night before school started.
At that open house, did you meet a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes, Julie Jensen was there. Her son was in my class, David, and she came up to me and volunteered to be a room mother. And I had a couple room mothers that year.
And you said her child was named David Jensen?
Yes, it was.
And so how old are third graders?
About 8, or some of them could be a little bit closer to 9, but he was 8 at the time.
No one's here.
So 8 turning into 9 is third grade?
Right.
And so when you met Julie Jensen at that open house, did she volunteer to be a room mother?
Yes, she wanted to help me out, so I asked her what kind of skills or things she'd be interested in to help with. My first question to her was, can you come and work in the computer lab with me? Because at that time, that was a brand new thing to have computers in the school. And she says, oh, no, I can't do that. So then I questioned her some more about what she could do. And she helped me out then later on in the tutoring kids in the classroom.
Okay, so let me go back to that conversation then. So is that something that you generally do with room mothers, figure out the ways they can help you?
Right, because you don't know the people right then. They're first time coming to meet you too. So you have to find out what their interests are. And she was real happy to come and help me. She just couldn't, she says, help me in the computer lab unless I could have somebody open up the program for her. She says, and I can type.
All right. Did she say anything about turning on a computer?
Oh, she said, I can't even turn on a computer. She said, my son David helps me. He turns, we got a new IBM at home, she said. And
What's my fault? Was that
I have
probably?
to ask David to come and teach me. And later on in the year, I found out more about how little she knew.
And did she describe any ability to type?
Yes, she could type. She says, but I only type 35 words a minute. And I says, oh, that's how many I do. That's how I remembered it, because we're slow typers.
And now when you're talking to Julie Jensen about being a room mother, did you have any idea whether she had done this in the past for other grades for David, or did you not know?
At that point, when I met her, I did not know.
And did you find out more information about that later?
No, I didn't.
So you're interviewing her to see what she might be helpful with.
Right.
Now, as you met Julie Jensen, can you just describe for us your impression of her, how she looked physically?
When I met her, she's a petite woman, blonde hair, and very sweet person, very gentle person, soft-spoken.
And so did Julie Jensen, in fact, work in your room as a room mother that year?
Yes, she did. She came in at about 9 o'clock. She was always on time. At 9 o'clock, she would be there and stay until 11, because then she had to go and pick up her 3-year-old Dougie at the time. Doug is David's younger brother, at daycare, or it's like a preschool daycare.
Didn't know that.
And she would work with me from 9 until 10:30. At 10:30, our music teacher would come in and teach, so that would give us time to go to do some things in what we call the side room to the classroom, and she could help me do some more things, and that's basically what she helped me with.
Now, was this on a set day of the week?
Yeah, every Wednesday.
So Wednesdays, 9 to 11?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, was Julie generally on time?
Oh, she was always punctual. So when she didn't show up one Wednesday, I had to ask how she was doing. Her son told me.
So before December of 1998, did she show up every Wednesday?
Yes, every single Wednesday.
And can you just tell us your interactions with her over these weeks working with the students? What did you observe?
She was very good with the kids with math and listened to kids read. She was very good at all of that. And then at 10:30, we would go into the side room and she'd help me with either doing some filing or correcting some papers, cutting out things like that. And she was very efficient.
And did she help out students who were not her son?
Oh, yes, yes. Any student who needed her help when they came in.
Now, in terms of David, how would you describe him as a student?
He was an excellent student, and he had straight A's. He was just really smart. And he also was kind of shy at that age. He was a little bit shy.
So on these Wednesdays, once it got to be 10:30, how would your class change?
They would stay in the room, and we'd go to this side room, which had a glass wall that we could see through to the classroom. While the music teacher would be teaching, she was in there with me. And while we were correcting papers and things, she'd ask me questions about raising sons, because I had 2 sons. Mine were much older, though. They were in high school and college. But she liked to talk about, the boys, like I would with my friends when I was raising my kids. You share knowledge and information about how to raise sons.
And so you and Julie are not in the classroom anymore. You're off to the side.
Right.
And so that gives you time to talk about other topics not in the class. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And so you're describing one of these conversations about talking about raising boys. Is that
Yes.
correct? And so did Julie have any specific questions about that you can recall?
I don't recall the specific questions. It's mostly about, getting them into sports, music, things like that, college for the future. How do you save up for college? Things like that. Otherwise, I don't remember anything else.
And did she seem to be thinking about David's future education?
Yes, she wanted to, but I don't recall details about that.
And is that when you talked about college?
Yes, we mentioned college, yeah, because one of my sons was in college.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Jensen talk to you about recognizing your name?
Yes, one time she was kind of hesitant to ask me, but she says, "Do you have a brother-in-law that his name Paul DeFazio?" And I says, "Yes, that's my brother-in-law."
And so why did she bring that up based on what she said?
Basically, she was curious because we had the same last name. And then I says, "Well, yes, Paul is a psychotherapist." And she said, "Oh, I'm going to see him for marriage counseling."
So she talked about having seen what she learned was your brother-in-law.
Right.
And what did she say that she saw him for?
For marriage counseling. She said that she sheepishly told me that she had an affair. She says with like a one-night stand sort of thing. She says that she regretted it right as soon as she had done it. But she talked to her husband about it and said she wanted a divorce, or he wanted a divorce. I don't remember who wanted a divorce, but they were thinking about divorce. And she said, "Oh, well, let's try marriage counseling first." So that's why they're trying to save their marriage through marriage counseling.
Now, this is a topic that is fairly sensitive, talking to someone about an affair and marriage counseling. So was that surprising to you, given your relationship with Julie Jensen at that time?
Well, I've been seeing her every Wednesday since September, and parents usually do confide in me and things. They really feel that the teacher is somebody they can trust, usually, and so they can talk to us about family life or anything. They just open up.
And so other parents have talked to you about detailed family life?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Over the years, many times.
Now, did Ms. Jensen tell you anything at all about how her husband reacted or treated her after the affair?
She said that he was watching everything she did and asking her where she was going when she'd go out, what time she'd be back. She says a lot more than he would normally. He was being very controlling over where she went and what she did.
And did she describe anything where she believed that her husband was critical of her?
She said, this happened later on, about conversation we were having one Wednesday. She said that, I'm trying to think, before conferences, she was talking to me about, she was worried about the conferences that were coming up on November 18th. And so we had a conversation about that. And she said she wanted to know what I was going to bring up. And I said, "Well, your son, he's a wonderful kid. He's just great." But I was going to bring up something about David having tics and eye tics. And I know that she didn't want me to bring that up because she said he'll be very, he'd yell at me. That's how she said it. He'll yell at me if you bring that up.
And so he, meaning her husband, right?
Yes.
And so this was something, you said, a conversation that occurred leading up to the time of conferences?
Right. It was the Wednesday before conferences.
And in terms of these facial tics, what do you mean by that for David?
His eye would have like a tick in it, blinking, and I don't know. I can't remember how to explain that. I mean, it's just the eye is bouncing around a little bit, the eyelid.
And so this was important enough to you that you brought it up with Ms. Jensen?
Well, I only brought it up because she was so worried about conferences coming up.
And this was something that you were going to say at the conference?
Right.
And the expectation would be that Julie would be there, but also Mark Jensen.
Yes.
And when Julie was describing to you her concerns about this conference, had she talked about a prior conference she had attended about David?
She said when David was in second grade, that conference was fine. They went to the conference. She says he sat there quiet. Mark sat there quietly and they had a conversation with the teacher. But she says when we got home, he yelled at me and told me I'm a terrible mother and I don't take care of the kids. And I says, well, isn't David a straight A student in second grade? She says, oh yeah, he's a good student, but he would nitpick and find some little thing that he'd bring up that came up at the conference and would just yell at her.
And so then how did that cause you to react when this conference actually happened?
Well, when we had the conference, it was November 18th. I was careful in how I approached anything. I tried to be as positive as I could, which was easy because David was a wonderful student and no behavioral problems. And then I just kind of gently brought the conversation around to the eye tics and said, I think you should take him to a doctor and find out why he's having those eye tics. I says, I'm not a doctor and you need to have a professional take a look at him.
And you said that was November 18th of 1998. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so then, was that a Wednesday, do you recall?
Yes, that was.
And so then the next time you would have seen Julie Jensen, is that the next week?
Yes, on November 25th. She came in at a regular time.
And at that time, were you particularly interested in how the conference had went for her at home?
Right. I asked her, I says, so when you got home, did you get yelled at or did everything go fine? She says, well, he told me I can call the doctor after I pestered him several times, she says, about the doctor. He finally admitted, yes, you can go and call the doctor. But then he wouldn't speak to me at all. She said he would just ignore me, pretend I wasn't there.
And when you were talking to Julie Jensen on November 25th, did you make any observations about her demeanor?
Yes. We went into the side room at about 10:30. She'd been doing fine all morning, and then we brought him into the side room, and I said, "Is something bothering you?" And she was kind of like doing this with her hands. I said, "Come on, tell me what's the matter." She said, "So I don't think I should tell you." She goes, and I said, "Well, when you're ready, I'm here for you. I'll listen."
And so you made that gesture with your hands. Would you describe that as hand wringing?
Yes.
And so then at that point, she hesitated to tell you anything?
She was hesitating, but then after I said to her that when you're ready to talk to me, that's fine. If you want me, I'm here. And she thought for a few seconds, and she says, "Well, I'd like to tell you something. I think my husband was going to kill me last weekend."
Here's the master that he
looked at her
knows.
surprised. That's not something you hear from a parent. And I said, I repeated, I said, "You said what?" And she said that he was going to kill me. I said, "You know what? We better have this conversation down in privacy in the teacher's lounge," because I didn't know if anybody could hear us from the side room. So we proceeded down to the lounge, in the teacher's lounge, to talk about it.
Just more privately?
Yes.
All right. So when you got to the teacher's lounge, describe that conversation for us.
Well, she said that she found some notes next to his. She was cleaning the house, and she cleaned in his room and his desk area there. And she found some notes there. It had list like a grocery list. It had things like she said it had drugs, syringes. I think it even said needles. On like a grocery list. And I said, "You're sure that those are his notes?" She said, "Yes." So,
Now, if I can follow up on that, did she describe how she came across this list?
it was sitting right next to his computer, and she was cleaning the room.
And so she brought that up to you as something that caused her concern?
Yes.
Okay.
Because she said he never took drugs, so she didn't, and she wasn't thinking he ever needed a syringe or a needle or anything. So she just couldn't understand why that note was there.
And when you're having this conversation with her, did she say anything else about the computer?
Whenever she'd come into the room and he was on the computer, he'd either turn the screen or turn it off and wouldn't let her see what he was doing. And she asked him once, well, why are you always turning off the computer? And he'd say, well, I'm done with my work for today.
And again, this is on the topic of things she saw that she thought were concerning.
Yes.
And so when Ms. Jensen is talking to you about this list, which has drugs on it, did she say anything about what that made her think?
She was worried that he was going to try and kill her with an overdose of some kind of drug.
And what were your thoughts when you heard this?
I said to her, if you're in danger and you're feeling you're going to have something happen to you, you need to tell someone in authority. So first of all, I said, you need to call the police. She's in Pleasant Prairie, so I said, you need to call the Pleasant Prairie police. She says, oh, I've already done that. I've talked to someone over there. And then I says, well, and then I picked up the phone book and I said, we should look up Women's Horizons. I says, they can help you too. If you feel that you're in danger with him, you need to go to Women's Horizons and get some help. And she said, I have to be here for my boys. She says, I'm not going to leave my boys. And I said, well, you can take your children to Women's Horizons. And she says, oh, no, I can't. He knows a lot of people in this town. And she says, he'd find me. And he'd probably tell everybody that I was crazy and my kids would be taken away from me.
Now, before we move past this list, did Julie ever describe to you when talking about this list an incident where her husband was offering her something to eat or drink?
Yes, he brought her something to drink one day and she says, I wouldn't take it. She says, since I saw those notes, I have been eating out of anything that I pick up or I have made, or I go out to eat. She says, I have not taken anything from him because I'm afraid he's going to put something, like if there is a poison or something, into a drink. And she didn't want to take that chance.
And so when you're talking to her about getting help and offering her various options, what did she say she was going to do?
She says, I'm going to get a plan. I'm working on one right now. She says, I'm trying to get a place in Illinois. A friend has said he'd get me a place in Illinois where I can hide out. I can take the boys with me. She says, I've told the police about it. I'm trying to get a job. But she says kind of difficult because Dougie's only just turning 3 and she wanted to get him into at Southport, we had a special classroom for preschool and he could be a peer helper for children who had special needs in that classroom. But she hadn't gotten to that yet. She was about to. She also had been looking for jobs, but she says because Dougie was only in this preschool daycare for a couple hours, 2.5 hours in the morning, she says that nobody's going to hire me for something like that. So she was not sure what she could do with that, but she was going to try. And
okay, so she wasn't rejecting help or saying she was going to do nothing. She just described a different way of doing it.
Yeah, different way of doing it.
Now, when you're hearing this conversation with Ms. Jensen, what did you do after hearing these things?
Well, we were finishing up our conversation about 11 o'clock. I had to get back to my classroom because the music teacher was in there and leaves at 11. She had to go pick up Dougie. So I looked her straight in the eye and held onto her shoulders and I says, Julie, you need to get some help. And if you need any help, you need to call right away to get it. It could be Women's Horizons. It could be your police officer you talk to. I says, but you need to get some help. And she says, I will. I'm getting my plan together. I'm going to be ready in another week or two. I'll be ready to go. And so then I told her, well, she asked me not to tell anyone. I says, but I have to tell my principal this. I can't keep a secret like this. So after I went back to my classroom, lunch came around about 40 minutes later. I went to the principal and told her what happened. And so we both knew about it.
Now, when you're having this conversation about Ms. Jensen's fear about her husband killing her, was the idea of suicide ever brought up?
She never mentioned suicide, no.
And did she ever say anything to you about whether she would commit suicide?
Oh, she said to me that she was doing all of this to protect her relationship with her kids, because she said, I would never leave my children. And she said, I got this plan going so I could take my children. If I don't have a plan, she said, he will just make sure that he gets a good lawyer to say that I'm crazy, and I will not get my kids or even visitation rights.
Yeah. And so did Ms. Jensen ever specifically deny to you that she would commit suicide?
Well, I never asked her about suicide at all. We never talked about suicide.
Still 15 years.
Now, to go back to the discussion about counseling that Ms. Jensen had told you about, did she ever say anything about what her husband had said about her in counseling?
He said, she told me that whenever they went to counseling, Mark would tell lies to the counselor, the psychotherapist it is. So she would tell, she said that she would tell what was going on. He'd make up lies and tell lies all the time about her to make her look like she had a mental problem.
And so when Ms. Jensen is describing her current concern about leaving her husband, was it similar to that she was afraid her husband would make up lies about her?
Yes.
I agree. It's mental.
Now, did Ms. Jensen specifically say to you regarding the concerns about her husband making her overdose? Did she ever say to you that she was concerned that he would make it look like a suicide?
Yes, that's what she thought. That's why she didn't want to drink anything. She thought for sure he was trying to get her to drink some kind of drug or poison that would kill her.
I mean, come on. This woman knows the world.
And did Ms. Jensen express concern about if she looked crazy, her children being taken away?
Yes, if he made a good argument about her being crazy, he was also going to go pursue that she'd never see her kids again. He would make sure that she couldn't even come to visit the kids, because he was going to make her look like she wasn't capable of being with the children.
Now, did she say anything about whether she would ever leave her children?
She said she'd never leave her kids. That's why she didn't want to go to Women's Horizons in the first place. Even though I told her that the children could go with her, she said, it's not safe. He will find me there. I have to go someplace where I can really hide out.
Now, when Ms. Jensen, during this conversation, when she talked to you about this list of items, including the drugs and the syringe, did she ever tell you whether she gave that information to anybody else? Objection,
Yes.
Sustained.
Judge, this is a statement of Ms. Jensen and whether she gave the information to somebody else.
Well, this witness doesn't know.
Well,
You call that other witness then.
So Ms. DeFazio, I am asking you whether Ms. Jensen ever said anything to you about giving this list to someone else.
Yes, she said she put it in an envelope and gave it to our neighbor. And I don't know which neighbor. She didn't tell me.
She said neighbor.
A neighbor.
Now, this
It's just
is all
it's
occurring
dodgy.
on November 25th of 1998, this
Yes.
conversation? Is that correct?
Yes, that's the last time I saw her alive.
So the next Wednesday, would that have been December 2nd of 1998?
Yes, it would be.
And that Wednesday, were you expecting Ms. Jensen to be in your classroom at 9 a.m.?
Yes, and since it was a little after 9 and she was punctual, I said to David, "Is your mom coming today?" And he said, "Oh, I forgot to give you a note." So he brought up the note and it said, "Sorry, I can't come today. I'm sick. Can David go walking home with his friend Eric Shore instead of taking the bus tonight?" And I said, it said she was sick. So I said to David, "David, it says here that she's sick." I says, what kind of sickness does she have?"
Well,
And he says, "She's coughing really hard."
copy this.
And my dad won't let me go into.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm going to move to strike. This is hearsay.
I'm going to strike that answer.
So judge, is a statement
Oh,
of a
we talk-
child about his mother's condition.
Oh, we didn't get it. You didn't lay that foundation like that. She just made the statement. So if you want to start over, I'll let you start over.
Thank you. So Ms. DeFazio, once you read the letter and it said something about Julie being sick, did you then talk to David?
Yes,
And when you were talking to David, was he expressing concern about his mother?
yes, she was coughing so hard. He wanted to go and say goodbye to her before school started. And
I still move to strike as hearsay.
Well, I believe the foundation is laid about David Jensen expressing concern about his mother.
Go back in the jury room, folks.
Fucking hell. I mean, yeah, you're both right, yeah. If this is all true, then she's a shit friend. But it's all story time. It's the wine mums, as you said earlier on, Mad World. Oh, look, I put a lipstick. Is that lipstick she's put on? Fuck off. Is she putting something on a
You
lip?
just stay there. You're fine. All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. Go ahead, Ms. Crozier. But what's your objection now?
My objection is that it's hearsay, and being concerned is not a exception to the hearsay rule. And they can call David Jensen, who can testify to what he said.
Well, we know it's hearsay, so what's the exception?
So I believe it's an excited utterance because it's a description by a child of a significant medical condition of his mother. And this would have been within a couple hours of seeing her. And under the law, there's a greater latitude for statements by children being excited utterances. Commonly, it comes up in different kinds of cases, but I believe it would apply to this situation.
Well, I know the exception, excited utterance, but I didn't hear anything to tie that up as an excited utterance. I know it's a child that's talking to the teacher, but.
Okay, so Judge, are you saying that if there's more information about how David appeared or looked
Right.
or was expressing this? Okay.
So as of now, the objection is sustained.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bring him out.
It just doesn't sound right that she's. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what Sal says about this one because I just don't understand it. Why is that going like that now? Why is on? I thought I switched it off or something. Yeah, we asked this question earlier on. It's like You did tests for writing and style and everything. There's a lot of gossip, I think, in this, more than anything. Obviously, he did research and stuff.
All right, for now, the objection
go,
is
Brandon.
sustained, so go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Are we
Did you make any observations about David when you were talking to him about his mother's condition that morning?
That's what he did to
Well,
Chandler
he's a
as
little
well.
upset. He said,
John, I still object as to what he said. Same grounds.
So, Ms. DeFazio, if you could just tell us what you mean by upset, just what you saw in his demeanor.
he was worried that his mom was sick.
Okay. And so, when he was expressing this worry to you, what did he say about that?
Objection, hearsay.
I think that's sufficient.
I'm going to sustain it.
I don't get all this. Like, Brandon, this is like gossip
Did
central.
David Jensen ever tell you anything that his father had said to him that morning?
Objection, hearsay.
It's the statement by the defendant.
Through
Overruled.
a different witness.
What's that?
Through a different witness, Judge. They can call David Jensen, who can testify to that statement.
Sustained.
Now, that note that you have described indicating that Julie Jensen was sick, did it also say anything about where David Jensen would be going that afternoon?
Yes, it asked if David could go home with his friend Eric Shore and walk over to his house instead of taking the bus. And they have to have permission to do that because of, liability, making sure the children are safe.
So there has to be a
Okay,
note
that
if a
makes sense.
student is not going to their own home.
Right.
And for David, the note was to go to his friend Eric Shore's house.
That's correct.
Now, is this something that happened on every Wednesday that
No.
David?
No, he never went with anyone else before.
Okay, so that was an unusual part of the note as well.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get into it. We just haven't got to it. That's your insight. And Brandon, if you want to jump in anything.
Now, I just have a few other questions about things that Julie said to you before that you learned that she died. Did Julie ever say to you whether she had expressed her concerns about Mark Jensen wanting to kill her to anybody else?
She told a police officer, she said was a friend of hers.
Objection, Judge.
This is Julie's statement, right?
Right.
All right, go ahead.
She said she told Lori, or I think her name is Laura, her sister-in-law. And her sister-in-law told her that
Move to strike is hearsay.
So right now the question is just who did Julie say that she told? So you've mentioned the police officer
Yeah.
and her sister-in-law. Do you recall anybody else?
and her friend, the neighbor.
Now, finally, going back to this affair that Julie had, did she ever say anything about how her husband reacted to it?
She said he was angry and he just started being more controlling over her, wanting to know where she's going, what she's doing.
Did she feel that he had ever forgiven her for the affair?
I don't know if she said anything about that.
Now, regarding that point, would it refresh your recollection to look at a prior statement that you made?
No, I don't think so.
So if you looked at something you said in the past, that would not refresh your recollection?
No, because that was 25 years ago. It's written down that if I said he didn't forgive her, then that's true, but I have no recollection about that.
Okay, so regarding your lack of recollection on that issue, I'm going to show you what is a statement from a prior hearing.
Okay.
Judge,
Oh,
objection
remember
has
everything else?
testified that it wouldn't refresh her memory.
I agree. She just said it's not going to help her.
So Judge, if a witness testifies to lack of recollection, then the hearsay exception would be for the prior testimony of
I
an
understand,
unavailable witness.
but you just said it's not going to help her.
Right, but this is not to refresh recollection. This is the prior statement of a witness who now cannot remember. So the
You just said it's not going to help her.
so
Let's move on.
This judge is like fucking.
now, Ms.
just shut the
DeFazio,
fuck
this
up and
is
move
what
on.
we've been talking about is December 2nd of 1998.
Yes.
And so did anything in terms of the next couple of days, did you learn that Julie Jensen had died?
Yes, I found out on December 4th, a Friday, right before school started.
And do you recall how you found out?
Mrs. Ashley, Carrie Ashley, she came up to me. She's one of the parents in my room. And she came up to me and said, did you hear Julie died? There's a whole bunch of police around the house and yellow caution tape, she said.
And so when you had heard that, what was your reaction?
Well, right away I thought, oh my God, what is going on here? I remembered our conversation about her saying that he was going to try to kill her. So I sent a note down to the principal. It was just, the bell had just rung to start school. So I sent a note down to the principal saying, I need to talk to a police officer right away. Did you hear Julie Jensen died? So she arranged for the officer Ratsberg to come in and talk to me after she got somebody to watch my classroom.
And so is this something happening that very Friday?
Yes.
And so after you spoke with Detective Ratsberg, did you also write something about what your recollections were?
I did, but he told me to write a general summary because he had taken extensive notes and went through a lot of questioning. And my principal was there too. She took extensive notes. He said, I said to him when he asked me to write the summary, I says, well, do I have to write every single detail I just told you? And he says, no, just write a summary of this, of what you remember about the, what Julie has told you in your conversations and what she had said to you about the, her feelings about her husband.
And so that's what you did on December 4th of 1998. Is that accurate?
That's right. I did it at home.
It's bizarre testimony, I think, but who am I?
So Judge, is it possible to take a break at this moment?
How long should we take up outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor?
How long do we need a break?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? You heard him, folks. 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Just had a fucking break. Then a lunch break for an hour and a quarter. Yeah, I mean, just see how it plays out, though. Oh, don't talk to Rumble. Is there anyone?
We're in recess.
An evidentiary matter outside the presence of the jury. That's the reason that we needed the recess, was so that the jury would be excused, so we could have this legal discussion outside the presence of the jury.
What are we going to argue about?
The issue is the court's ruling on the admissibility of the ability to have this witness testify about prior testimony or admit the prior testimony of this witness.
I denied it.
I know you did, and you
Bringing
denied
the jury back.
Judge, you denied it, but you didn't allow the state to make its argument. So
Your counsel made her argument.
Your Honor, you denied it.
Your counsel made your argument Bring the jury back.
Your Honor, it's prior testimony. It's not being offered to refresh a recollection. It's prior testimony. It's admissible under 908.045 of the Wisconsin statutes. This witness is unavailable on that particular issue. We deserve to be heard on this, Your Honor. It's a first-degree murder case. We should be following the rules of evidence. The rules of evidence indicate this testimony is admissible, and it's an important part of this case.
The jury probably could hear you yelling.
Well, Your Honor, please, the state is entitled to make an argument on evidentiary issues.
Go ahead, make your record.
Under 908.045 with stats, subparagraph, under 908.04, a witness is deemed to be unavailable if she testifies to a lack of memory on the subject matter of the declarant's statement. That is what this witness testified to. She does not remember the statement. She said looking at the statement would not refresh her recollection. So it's not available to refresh her recollection. However, she's an unavailable witness as defined by section 908.04 on this particular issue. And then when you look at 908.045, subparagraph 1, former testimony, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule if the declarant is unavailable as a witness. Paragraph 1, former testimony, testimony given as a witness at another hearing of the same or a different proceeding at the instance of or against a party with an opportunity to develop the testimony by direct, cross, or redirect examination with motive and interest similar to those of the party whom now offered. That is exactly what we have here. It's her prior testimony on an issue that she's now said she no longer recalls. Therefore, her prior testimony is admissible in this proceeding under 908.045, subparagraph 1.
Incredible, Sal. Incredible.
I think
Please don't yell at me.
I won't, Judge. I think the issue is that they were attempting to refresh this witness's memory, and she advised everyone that that would not help. That's the concern, is that the prosecution attempted to refresh. That's not the statute that was just discussed. And this witness said, no, I'm sorry, that would not refresh my memory. If they want to impeach their witness with a prior inconsistent statement, that's different, but that's not what they attempted to do.
Your Honor, counsel specifically indicated it's prior testimony. That's she indicated that she was offering this as prior testimony. Those were the words right out of her mouth.
The words were, will this refresh your memory? Ms. DeFazio said, no. If I show you this testimony, it's not you testified on this day, you gave this answer. That's not the question that was asked. It was, will this refresh your memory? And she said, no. Those are two separate sections of the hearsay. So
and then after the witness had persisted in saying it would not refresh her recollection, then Ms. McNeil was going to ask her to read this prior question and this prior answer as prior testimony. And that's it. Those are the words that she used, prior testimony. And at that point, it was the court sustained the objection. This is admissible as prior testimony under 908.045, subparagraph 1 of the Wisconsin statutes. And then, Your Honor, with respect to the issue of the statement that the child made to Ms. DeFazio, it is admissible as an excited utterance. I understand the court can rule against us on that point, although we did lay the groundwork under the broad allowance that the courts have developed in the state of Wisconsin and actually across the country about the admission of prior statements by child witnesses. But it's also the Wisconsin Supreme Court in State v. Dorsey said the court should consider the admissibility of children's statements under the residual hearsay exception as well, because there's an intrinsic trustworthiness of small children on such issues. So when you look at the statement that David Jensen made to this witness on the morning of December 2nd, 1998, when she indicated he was expressing concern about his mother's health. And he had provided her this statement, this note that Ms. Jensen had provided to her son. That is sufficient under the excited utterance standard, but it's also sufficient under the residual exception hearsay, which the Wisconsin Supreme Court has strongly endorsed courts should consider when considering the admissibility of child witnesses. Thank you.
I'll give you one chance to respond.
Thank you, Judge. I think the problem with David Jensen's specific statement is that Ms. DeFazio doesn't say anything about him being excited. In fact, what she testified to is she was surprised that Julie wasn't there at 9 o'clock. So she went to David and said, hey, your mom's not here. What's going on? And he said, oh, I forgot to give you this note. That doesn't sound excited.
It's just in meetings and stuff.
Well, I ruled it wasn't an excited utterance.
Correct. So I don't have anything to add to that. I think they can call that witness and he can testify to it. As to the impeachment of their own witness, if they lay the foundation correctly and don't try to refresh her memory, then I think they can do that. But they can't try to refresh her memory. That's the problem.
Well, the problem I have is what this witness said under oath, that it's not going to help her.
Correct.
So we're not going to go in that area. So if you want to try to get it in some other way, you can. So bring the jury back.
So I can't wait to hear the stories. That exploded. That was nuts. Yeah, Sal is coming. It's just he's got other stuff on as well. But you know, people who have work, guys, not like me, and so you know, well, we will get the tea, as they say. Oh, we've got some questions as well about how long he's been in jail for specifically as well, if you know that. So worked it out was 15 years, but was he in and out, or was he in for the full 15 years?
All right, the witness is still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So, Ms. DeFazio, you expressed that you did not recall Julie Jensen making any statement about whether her husband had forgiven her for this affair. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, Ms. DeFazio, you have also testified at a prior hearing on these same topics. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, so I would direct the court and counsel's attention to the January 10th, 2008 transcript. I'm referring to page 156.
All right, I have to get there. There's only about 1,500 documents on this case.
So this is January 10th, 2008.
What page?
Is there a number? Because each one should be numbered.
So this would be document 26-5. Is that what you're looking for?
Each one has a number. What was the date of the filing?
So the transcript itself is from January 10th of 2008. Let me see if I can find the document number.
Each one has a document number.
Jesus. So this judge is quite stern then. He's not messing about at all. It seems anyway.
Did you say January 10th, 2008?
That is accurate.
And what page?
156.
156.
Awesome, you're right.
And I am referring to lines. Let me get the correct lines here. It's right in the middle of that page. So can everyone see what I'm referring to?
Yes, we don't get to see it. Or just go through the documents or something. Why are they waiting so long? Come on, you motherfuckers.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, the judge. Okay, that's fair.
So I would ask the record to reflect that on that date, Ms. DeFazio was asked the question, did she ever make any statement to you about how he never forgave her for that affair? The answer was, quote, "Oh yes, she said he never forgave her for that. He felt that was a terrible, terrible thing she had done. He would never, ever forgive her," unquote.
Why am I waiting now? I hope this judge is going to be like feisty. I like that. Especially if Sal's got the stories and especially if this guy run against the judge. Whew. It could explode. Oh no. I hate it when it does that.
And so I'm just moving that portion of the transcript into evidence.
Can you mark it as an exhibit, or I mean, how is somebody who is eventually going to look at this case in the future?
This is bizarre.
It's not going to be easy to find the way it is now in the record, is what I'm saying.
Really, as a separate exhibit then. The typist like, just get the fuck on with it.
Sure. This will be 6. Switch to
Why do they? So the lawyers aren't allowed to stand up. Just always got to sit down or something. You'd be allowed to get up.
So for the record, this will be State's Exhibit 6 that the state is moving into evidence.
All right, it'll be received, subject to cross.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. DeFazio, I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you said you had discussed with Julie Jensen. Okay. You said that Julie Jensen said her husband knew a lot of people.
Yes,
And you knew that Mr. Jensen was a businessman.
yes,
Did you know he was a stockbroker?
yes,
And he lived in Kenosha
yes.
and worked in Racine.
I didn't know where his office was.
You just knew the type of work that he did.
Yes,
You also knew that Ms. Jensen knew a lot of people.
I didn't
Did
know
you know
that.
she grew up in Kenosha?
Yes, I did know she grew up in Kenosha.
Went to school in Kenosha?
We didn't ever talk about her schooling.
And she did talk, though, about knowing some law enforcement in Pleasant Prairie.
Yes,
And one of the people she talked about was a friend.
yes.
And she described this friend, Detective Ronald Cosman.
I don't know if she told me the name of the officer. I can't remember that.
She just might have said, I have a friend who works at the Pleasant Prairie Police
That's right.
Department. And Did she make it sound like that was the friend she was talking to when she told you that she had talked to a friend at the police department?
She said that was one person she had told. She called him a friend, and I think she called her neighbor a friend.
Thank you. You also testified that she said Mark was controlling.
Yes.
And that he became controlling after the affair.
Yes.
And one of the ways that she was controlling, or that Mark was controlling, is he didn't want her to get a job.
That's correct.
She told you she wanted to get a job.
Yes.
But Mark wouldn't let her get a job.
Right.
She said another way that he was controlling was Douglas being in daycare.
She didn't want, she said that Mark did not want Douglas in a longer daycare than he already was in.
And he was like in a morning daycare.
Right.
And Mark didn't want any longer daycare for Douglas.
That's what she said.
And she said that she actually wanted to put him in like a day-long school program.
It's a special needs program where he'd be the model for the other children who are unable to do things.
And that was kind of through the school district.
Right.
So she wanted to put Douglas in that type of program.
Yes. She hadn't done it yet, but she was going to.
One of the other things she talked to you about was that she didn't know how to use the computer.
Yes.
Did Ms. Jensen tell you that they've had a home computer since 1995?
No, she told me that she just got a new IBM computer when school started.
So when school started, they had just gotten a new IBM computer.
That's what she said.
Did she tell you that she had previously worked with stockbrokers?
No.
And did trading with stockbrokers?
No.
Another thing she told you is that when she would come into the home computer room, Mr. Jensen would cover up the screen.
Yes.
Or turn it away, or turn it off so she couldn't see it.
That's correct.
And when she asked him why he was doing that, he's like, I'm done with work for the day.
Yes.
That's what she told you.
Well, I'm done with what I was working on.
Okay. So I'm done with what I was working on for the day.
Mm-hmm.
She never said that he yelled at her when she came into the computer room.
No, I don't think she used the word yell at that time.
She also never told you that he'd just leave the computer on so she could randomly come upon whatever was on the screen.
No, she didn't say that he left it on.
He would either turn it off or turn it away.
Right.
You also talked to Ms. Jensen about looking at computer history.
Yes.
And she said she didn't want to do that.
She didn't know how to do it.
She didn't know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the information you got from her.
Yes.
Yes. You never had a conversation with Mr. Jensen about any of your concerns.
No, I did not.
You never had a conversation with Mr. Jensen outside of the parent-teacher conference.
That's correct.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about the parent, the source of the information that you kind of got as related to the Jensens. The source of Ms. Jensen not being able to use the computer was she told you that she couldn't.
Yes, and her son also told me that.
And
he said David told her, there's a day in school where we were talking about going into things in the computer, and David said, he was talking out of turn, which is, I say children should wait their turn, but he blurted out, oh, mom doesn't know how to use a computer. I'm teaching her how. She doesn't even know how to turn it on.
So David was basically saying that he was teaching her how to use it.
Yes.
And this was in that school year.
Right. And we had a discussion since other students heard him say that, I turned to the students, I said, well, do you have parents that don't know how to use a computer also? And they all raised their hands or said yes, because at that time, having a home computer was a new idea.
And you weren't aware that the Jensens had actually had a home computer since 1995?
No.
And you weren't aware that Julie Jensen used a Quicken program on a computer to balance their checkbook?
No, I do not.
She never talked to you about that?
No.
Never gave you that information?
No, I did not get that information.
Sorry, ma'am. Your relationship with Julie Jensen started in September of 1998.
Well, the open house was August 31st or something, so it was end of August and September, yeah.
Right before school started?
Right.
You had never met her prior to that?
Right.
Never had conversations with her prior to that?
Correct.
The other thing that Ms. Jensen talked to you about was that she recognized your last name, DeFazio.
Yes.
And she asked you if you knew Paul DeFazio.
Yes.
And you did know Paul DeFazio.
Yeah.
He's your brother-in-law.
Correct.
You know him to be a psychotherapist?
That's correct.
And what she told you was that she saw him as it related to marriage counseling.
Yes.
She never said she saw him as it related to depression.
No.
She also said that she was unhappy with the counseling with your brother-in-law.
I don't recall her saying she was unhappy with it, just that it wasn't helping them.
She was unhappy because Mark Jensen, I think you testified on direct, was making lies up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm.
And one of the things she was worried about was that Mark Jensen was going to make her look crazy.
Yes.
And that was like in 1991.
Oh, I didn't know what year it was that she said that. I thought it was recently that she'd been going to counseling with Paul.
So she didn't tell you that the counseling she had with your brother-in-law was 7 years earlier.
She said it was related to the affair she was having, but I didn't know what year the affair was.
And it'd be fair to say, Ms. DeFazio, that your husband's also a psychotherapist.
That's correct.
At any point, did you counsel her about like the professionalism of psychotherapists and their ability to really understand what's going on in a relationship?
I'm objecting to the relevance of this.
And where are we going with it for
The
relevant?
only question I was going to ask her on that.
We'll let you ask the one question.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you ever counsel her on psychotherapists and their ability to really understand what's going on?
No, I didn't counsel her on that.
Looking back to you.
During the
Giovanna.
conversation, I think you said this conversation was on November 25th,
Yes.
and that was the conversation that you had about DeFazio and brother-in-law and all of
No,
that.
the DeFazio she mentioned to me back in October or September. It was earlier on.
That's when she had mentioned that she had seen or was seeing your brother-in-law.
Right, because now she'd been with me a few weeks then, and I think it was like in probably the end of September she brought that up to ask me.
Sassy.
One of the things she did talk to you about is that she had an affair.
Yes.
And she told her husband about it.
Yes.
And there was a conversation about them having a divorce.
Yes.
And at that time, David was a young child.
Yes.
Ms. Jensen did tell you that she had previously been treated for depression.
No, we never talked about depression.
And in November during these conversations, she actually never told you all about seeing a family doctor about depression.
I'm objecting. It doesn't align with the time frame that.
I'll be more specific.
Go ahead, rephrase the question.
After August 31st of 1998, Ms. Jensen did not tell you that she had been seeing her medical doctor and discussed concerns about depression.
Not that I recall, no. I don't remember ever having a conversation about depression with her.
You testified a little bit about Julie Jensen making statements to you that she was afraid her husband would make her look unstable.
Yes.
And she was afraid of losing her children if her husband made her look unstable.
Yes.
Again, this information came from Julie Jensen.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen never said this to you.
No.
Court reporter. I've not noticed the court reporter. I noticed the lawyer putting lipstick on. Oh, is it lipstick, that thing? Stick?
I want to talk a little bit about David Jensen. He was in your class the entire year?
Yes,
He was a good student?
excellent student.
No behavioral problems?
None.
He did his work?
Yes.
Didn't get in trouble?
Nope.
What you would talk about as like a exemplary student?
I had a lot of exemplary students that year.
That's great. And he's one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. But at some point you saw the tics.
Yes.
And it seemed that it was like if there was a test or he was under stress.
Whenever there's a test coming up, definitely I saw the tics more often than any other time.
And at some point you talked to Julie about the eye tics.
Yes.
And did she, prior to the conference, did she ever say she had a conversation with her husband about the eye tics?
I don't think she did.
Did she ever say whether they had talked to the family doctor about it?
No.
And what she told you, though, is that she was concerned about you bringing it up at the conference
That's correct.
because of something that happened at a second grade conference for David,
When she got home, something had happened, yes, that he got upset.
based upon something that was said at the second grade conference.
Correct.
Did you ever talk to the second grade teacher about issues that David might
No,
have?
I did not.
You also continued to teach David Jensen after Miss Jensen passed away.
Yes.
And at some point in early 1999, just a month or two after Miss Jensen passed away, David Jensen's tics started to diminish.
Yes.
And by the end of the school year, they were very slight.
Correct.
Would it be fair to say that it was a sharp contrast between what you saw between September and November of 1998?
I wouldn't say a sharp, no. It was something gradual.
I meant the difference between the end of the school year and the beginning of the school year. Was there a contrast there? Could you tell the difference?
A slight difference, yes.
And do you know whether he was ever treated for those tics medically?
After that conference, we never talked about the tics again, except to say that Mark gave her permission to call the doctor and to get an appointment so that they could discuss the tics.
But David Jensen continued to be in your classroom.
Yes.
You would have continued to have conversations with Mark Jensen about his child.
I never called the home to talk to Mark. He never came to school except for the conference.
But if you had seen the tics continue,
I didn't have really much of a chance because that was the last time I saw her was November 25th.
it meant after Miss Jensen's death, you would have continued to teach and have contact with Mr. Jensen.
He never contacted me after that. The only time was at the wake. I talked to him.
And my question is, you don't know if David Jensen ever received medical treatment for the tics?
No, because the conversation was not ever brought up again because I didn't see Mr. Jensen.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk about this conversation at the conference. Mr. Jensen was present.
Yes.
Ms. Jensen was present.
Yes.
And you were really careful about how you brought up that tic conversation.
Correct.
And that's not because of what you saw in front of you, but what you heard from Ms. Jensen.
That's right.
And when you brought it up, Mr. Jensen responded, we'll have him go to the doctor.
He didn't say that. I had to pull it out of him. When we were at the conference, he was very silent and didn't converse with me at all. When I was, usually when you have parent-teacher conference, it's a two-way street and you're talking to both parents. He did not respond at all. So then when the tic question came up or problem came up, I looked at him to see what his response was. And he still just sat there. And then I finally, after we're almost at the end of the conference, I looked at him straight in the eye and I said, so are you going to take him to a doctor about the tics? And he didn't move it at first. He just sat there. And then I asked him again and he shook his head, yes, very slightly. And that's all he said.
He didn't seem upset.
He was just very calm and quiet the whole conference.
And when I mean he didn't seem upset, when you brought up tics of his son, he didn't like yell at you.
No, he didn't say a word.
Didn't get angry with you.
No.
And sometimes you can tell when someone's angry, even if they don't say a word, maybe by the look on their face.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that a yes?
Yes.
Or their face might get like red or flush.
Yes.
Those aren't things you observed on Mr. Jensen.
No, he just was sitting there quietly the whole time.
And you don't have any knowledge of any conversations, except for what Ms. Jensen told you, about any conversations between Mr. Jensen and Ms. Jensen about their children's tics or David's tics.
Just that conference at the end.
Did Julie talk to you about her family, her immediate family,
No.
her home life?
No.
On December 2nd, you realized Julie Jensen had not come to school at the 9 o'clock that she generally shows up at.
Right.
And at that point, you went up to speak to David.
No, he called him up to my desk.
You said, David Jensen, please come up here.
Yeah.
And you asked him why his mom wasn't there.
Right.
And at some point after that, he produced this note.
He said, oh, I forgot to give you a note.
And it was with the note that you found out why Julie Jensen wasn't going to be there.
Right.
And you recognized the handwriting of Julie Jensen.
Well, it was printed, and usually in his, they had assignment notebooks at that time. If she had anything to say in assignment notebook, she always wrote in cursive. That note was just printed.
You recognized the handwriting.
I figured it was her because I didn't know any better.
Ma'am, you already testified that you gave a statement on December 4th, 1998. Correct?
Yes.
You spoke to Detective Ratsberg?
Yes, I spoke to Dr. Ratsberg.
And you testified on direct that you, after speaking to Detective Ratsberg, he asked you to write up a summary of what you remembered.
Right.
And one of the things you did write in your summary was about Julie Jensen's handwriting.
He had asked me if I thought it was her handwriting.
And what you told him, or what you wrote in your own summary, not what you told Detective Ratsberg and he put in his notes, but what you wrote in your own summary when you had time to sit down and think about it, was Julie's handwriting looked normal. By that, I mean it didn't look different in any way.
And I was referring to...
Ma'am, my question is that what you wrote?
Yes. May I explain, though, what I thought normal meant?
No, I didn't ask that, but I might.
Oh.
But if you could just wait a second, please.
Judge, I'm objecting to that. The witness has said she's going to tell the whole truth, and she's trying to do that.
Well, she did answer the question, though.
Well, I believe she doesn't think she's answered
No,
it.
I don't.
Well,
feel
then
that.
you have redirect, right? We still have that.
Yes, I do.
All right. So make a note for yourself. Ask a question.
And you
Sassy.
also testified on August 30th of 2007.
If that's the correct date. I
The
don't-
first time you testified in this case.
Okay, was that the date?
Yes. And on page 4, line 18, I don't know the document number, Judge.
Is it marked as an exhibit?
It's not, because I'm just going to cross her on it.
All right. Let me, any idea when it was filed?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do as well.
August 30th, 2007.
Counselor, did you say August 30th?
Yeah.
August 30th of what year? Is it
07.
07?
2007, Judge.
The funny thing is, Mark, where I can see people coming in and out of this video YouTube. Literally, there's people coming just to dislike this video. I mean, can you imagine opening a video just to dislike?
Is it in a transcript?
Yes.
Funny
And
people
what's the
out there.
date of the
Well, you
transcript?
took a like, what do you call it? A view.
Like the date the transcript was filed?
No, the proceeding.
August 30th of 2007.
August 30th of 2007. Was it a motion hearing?
I can show the court if the court would like.
Yeah,
I believe it was filed on January 10th of 2012.
January 10th of 2020?
Of 2012 document.
2012.
Oh, never mind. My apologies. That's the federal.
Yeah, but I'm interested to hear what Sal's got to say about this judge and the prosecutor.
Ma'am, you were asked and the handwriting looked normal, like, and you answered right, like it had looked before. Your answer was yes.
Okay, I don't remember, but normal to me meant I thought if she was sick, when I'm sick, I don't write as clearly and nicely as I would if I'm sick.
It didn't look shaky to you?
Right.
She was coherent in the note?
The note looked like it was easily to be read, very simple.
Gave directions on where she wanted her son to go after school?
Yeah, if she wrote it.
And
if she wrote it.
Where, what child she wanted her son to go home with?
Correct.
And after you received the note, you, Ms. Jensen?
No.
Didn't call her on the phone?
No, didn't have time.
I want to go to that conversation that you had on November 25th when she made this statement to you that she thought her husband was going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes. Okay.
At some point, she said that she saw a list.
Yes.
Just sitting out next to the computer.
Yes.
And on that list, it had information or it listed drugs.
Yes.
And syringes.
Yes.
And I think today you added needles.
Yeah, I remember that she had said needles. I don't remember putting that in my summary, though.
And she said that her husband doesn't use drugs.
That's correct. At least she didn't think he did, she said.
Did she talk to you about his use of prescription drugs?
No.
And based upon the statement she made to you, you suggested she contact law enforcement.
Yes.
And she told you she has this friend that she's talked to at the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Correct.
You also discussed with her going to a women's shelter.
Yes.
And she said no.
That's correct.
She couldn't go without her kids.
Right.
And you said that's okay because you can take your kids.
She says I'm worried about them being in a place like that. She didn't want to bring them there.
I get that. But you told her that don't worry, you can take your kids.
I did.
And she said she was working on a different plan.
Yes.
And that plan was offered by a friend.
Yes.
And that was for her to go someplace to hide out.
Correct.
She didn't have the place yet.
No.
The friend was still working on it.
Was working on it. And it was going to be in Illinois, she said.
And they were going to find a place in a week or two.
Correct.
She also said that, I'm sorry, ma'am. Did she tell you that her friend had offered her money?
No.
Did she tell you that her friend had already offered her a place and she turned them down?
No.
This list that she said she found, I think you described it like a grocery list.
Yes.
Things to buy.
Correct.
And she said she found it in the computer room.
That's right, next to the computer.
She didn't tell you the name of any drugs listed on it.
No, she didn't.
She didn't tell you the list had aspirin written on it.
No.
She also didn't tell you that the list had razors on it.
No, I don't think so.
Did she tell you that it had lists of last names on it?
No.
And when she was talking to you
Amazing.
during these kind of confidant meetings that you had in the
side room,
yeah. She didn't tell you she had gone to nursing school previously.
No, not that I recall.
Judge, can I have one moment?
No, he's amazing. I can't wait for some of the stories, Sal, because when he come on stream
I just
either
want
today
to
or
touch
tomorrow,
base on one of the concerns that Julie
get more
talked to you about on
stories.
November 25th. She said that she was really worried Mark Jensen was going to have her seen as crazy
Yes,
and unstable,
yes,
and as if she had mental problems.
correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, just a few things to clarify, Ms. DeFazio. When Ms. Jensen was describing for you this plan that she was developing, was that a plan in contrast to running away to a women's shelter?
Yes,
And so did it sound to you that it was more orderly or organized?
that's what she had said. I wanted to be more orderly and so I can make sure the children are going to be okay with everything.
And also, it looks less crazy, right, than running away all of a sudden to have a plan?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead. Let's finish up.
So you may answer that question.
Yes, she thought that if she had a plan, it would be a more stable thing to do instead of like running off, because then that would look like she's just thinking in the moment and not thinking about the future.
Now, did Ms. Jensen express fear to you that Mark Jensen would find her in a woman's shelter?
Yes,
Are you familiar at all with Mark Jensen's handwriting?
no,
Now, it sounded like you wished to explain yourself when you were questioned about whether what your description of Ms. Jensen's handwriting or the handwriting you saw on December 2nd in that note. So just please explain yourself on that.
Well, when I said normal in my summary notes, I meant it wasn't shaky, because it could, when someone's sick, as much as she was coughing so hard, when you're coughing, you kind of jerk with your handwriting. Thought maybe I didn't see anything jerky like that.
The judge is
I
helping.
noticed it was printed, and she normally wrote in cursive in the assignment notebook, but
It
figured
blew
it was
up.
a note from home. I assumed it was from Julie. It could have been Mark that wrote it. I don't know.
So just as you sit here today and you're recollecting that note, you cannot say that you believe Julie Jensen wrote that note.
I can't be sure.
Oh, fucking bitch, whatever.
Now,
So
in the course of
then she got
knowing Ms.
served, you know,
Jensen,
late
did you ever
today.
see her use a computer?
Depends if he gets
No.
from his appointments. So he
And
can
when
explain a
you
lot more.
were asked on cross-examination about this conversation with Ms. Jensen about computer history, who brought up the idea of computer history?
I did. I said at that time, the Macintosh had what they called a cache, CACHE, I think it's spelled. And it's like today on your computer, you have one of the tabs says history, and you can go back and look in to see where you've been if it isn't deleted. And I suggested to her, if she was worried about him being on the computer and she didn't know where he was going, she could look up the cache. I said that word at that time. She did not know how to do it. And was not familiar with IBMs. IBMs and Macintosh were completely different from each other at that time. They weren't that the same like they are now. You can go to any computer and they're pretty much the same. But at that time they were different. And so I did not know how to tell her to go into the history at all.
Okay, so you bring up this idea and Ms. Jensen's response is confusion?
Right. She did not know what to do.
Now, one other thing about Douglas, can you describe for us what this program Ms. Jensen wanted him to do at the school?
We have a preschool program at that time at Southport where 3 and 4-year-olds could be in a classroom with special needs children. You had to apply for it, explain how your child was, if you wanted your child to be a mentor to the children who had special needs. It was a kind of a new idea at that time.
Brandon, have you seen this before, this
two
trial?
kinds of children together into a classroom at the age of 3. Dougie was not 3 at that moment. He was about to be 3. And so she was going to try and get him in once he would be turning 3.
So this is not daycare.
No, it's not a daycare. It is an actual preschool classroom type of situation.
And so Ms. Jensen, did she express to you that she wanted to do this with Dougie?
Yes. She thought if she only went in with the 2.5 hours that they give you at a preschool, at that time you didn't go for a whole morning or a whole afternoon. You went for like 2.5 hours. And she had to leave by 11 when we were talking that day to get home or get to the school to pick him up. I don't know the name of the school he was at, forgot. But she said, that's not enough hours. Nobody will hire me for 2.5 hours. She said, so to get a good job, she needed him to be in a situation where he'd be all day. And then she wouldn't have to worry about going after 2.5 hours to pick him up.
And so Ms. Jensen's idea was not more daycare, it was this program.
Correct.
And did she ever express to you what her husband thought about Dougie being in this program?
She said that he didn't want her, he did not want Dougie to be in a school that long of the day. That long is too much.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Recross?
Very quickly.
Ms. DeFazio, what Ms. Jensen told you was that her husband did not want her to get a job.
Yes.
And he did not want her to put Douglas in anything longer than what he was already in.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
To the judge, this judge is amazing. This judge is like, Brandon, if you're still there, this judge and the DA just had a bit of a blowout. Loved it.
Your Honor, there's an issue that the state would request we be allowed to take up outside the presence of the jury before the next witness is called.
We'll take our break then. We'll bring you back at 3:00, okay?
That woman testifying, well, it's like story time. She got loads of tales. None of it makes much sense. But she likes a story, that's for sure. Story time. Story, Jack and Nori. Thanks for everyone that's here. I think that there's going to be excellent parts here. I promise you, we will get to know a little bit more when Sal comes on, either today or, he's busy today.
All right, the jury is outside the courtroom. Which witness are we talking about, Mr.
The
Jim?
next witness, Your Honor, would be Eric Schur.
What number is he on the list?
I'll give his number.
Eric Shaw.
65.
55?
65, Your Honor.
65. All right, I got him. It says Eric Schuler, Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes, but in 1998, Your Honor, he was David Jensen's best friend in the 3rd grade in Mrs. DeFazio's class. And the reason I wanted to take this up outside the presence of the jury, because there's an issue has come up about the admissibility of David's statements to various people in and around the first part of December. And so I wanted to explain the state's theory of the admissibility of David's statements before I put Eric Schur on the stand.
So he is here to testify.
Eric Schur is here to testify, yes. David Jensen, to our knowledge, is not here. This statement, this conversation between Eric Schur and David Jensen occurred, according to Eric Schur, either on the morning of December 2nd or the morning of December 3rd. But according to Mrs. Schur, she believed the conversation occurred on the morning of December 3rd. And the conversation was something like this. David had come to school and he was telling Eric, his best friend, that his mother was sick and his dad wouldn't take her to the hospital. And David demonstrated to Eric how his mother was breathing. And he gave a deep, rasping breathing sound, something like this. Now, at the time of the last trial, there was an objection on hearsay grounds, and it was overruled on hearsay grounds. Even though David Eric Shore didn't testify that David appeared upset or anything like that. It was the Judge Schrader at that time was admissible as an excited utterance, nonetheless, given the greater latitude standard that applies
What's going on?
to children. Since that time, Your Honor, there's been a United States Supreme Court decision about statements that children make. That's called Ohio versus Clark. That addresses the Confrontation Clause issues. And then there's been a Wisconsin Supreme Court decision called State versus Mercado, and that deals with applying the residual hearsay exception to the statements of small children. In Mercado, it was a sexual assault case, and the children were aged 4 to 7 years of age. And so we go first to Section 908.0, Section 908.
I'm just going to stop you. Did this court talk about an excited utterance in that decision? That you're
they talked about the exception under the residual hearsay rule.
Okay, that's what I need. What I want to know.
It's so the Section 908.03 reads that the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. And then you go down to sub 24. And sub 24, which is known as the residual hearsay exception, but in the statute on parent 24 reads other exceptions, a statement not specifically covered by any of the foregoing exceptions, but having comparable circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness. Now, the Wisconsin Supreme Court in State v. Mercado, 2021 Wis 2nd 296, and the Northwestern site is 953 Northwest 2nd 337. Now, at page 350 of the Northwest version of this decision, the Wisconsin Supreme Court addressed the applicability of the residual hearsay exception to the statements of children. And it's sub D of the decision. Actually, that starts at 349. And 349 paragraph 54. They're talking about the child's statement at a video recording, but what they say is, we address the admissibility of NG's video recording under the residual hearsay exception 908.03 sub 24 with stats. And then in determining the admissibility of a statement by a child under the residual hearsay exception, the court applied the following 5 factors. And they indicate we have set up 5 factors that the court looked to in determining whether a video recording of the child's statement meets circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness. First, the attributes of the child making the statement should be examined, including age, ability to communicate verbally, to comprehend the statements or questions to others, to know the difference between truth and falsehood, and any fear of punishment, retribution, such as close familial relationship with the defendant expressed by the child, which might affect the child's method of articulation or motivation to tell the truth. Second, the court should examine the person to whom the statement was made, focusing on the person's relationship with the child, whether that relationship might have an impact upon the statement's trustworthiness, and any motivation of the recipient of the statement to fabricate or distort its contents. Third, the court should review the circumstances under which the statement was made, including relation to the time of the alleged assault, or in this instance, the alleged incident, the availability of a person in whom the child might confide, and other contextual factors which might enhance or detract from the statement's trustworthiness. Fourth, the content of the statement itself should be examined, particularly noting any sign of deceit or falsity, and where the statement reveals a knowledge of matters not ordinarily attributable to children of a similar age. Finally, other corroborating evidence, such as physical evidence of assault or statements made to others, and opportunity or motive of the defendant, should be examined for consistency with the assertions made in the statement. Now, when you consider those 5 factors within this context, I believe that, first of all, David Jensen's statement to Eric Shore is admissible as an excited utterance, as that term has been traditionally applied in the Wisconsin courts to statements by child witnesses since approximately 1895 in the case of State v. Proper, but culminating in State v. Mercado. But secondly, it meets the criteria for admissibility under the residual hearsay exception. That is, David Jensen had no motive to lie to Eric Schur at the time that he was telling his best friend in the world what was going on in his life at that precise moment. He just got into school and he's telling Eric, my mom's really sick and my dad won't take her to the hospital. And then he showed Eric how his mother had been breathing. Now, this statement was made, we believe, on the morning of December 3rd, because Mrs. Schur, Eric Schur's mother, will testify that Eric relayed to her the statement that David had made to Eric the previous morning. And she said that that occurred on Friday morning, that Eric told her about David's statement on Friday morning, which was the morning after Julie's death. But Laura Schur had not yet heard of Julie's death when her son first told her about this. So the state believes that, first of all, I believe if you apply the sub 24 and you apply the excited utterance standard to the statement that David Jensen made to Therese DeFazio on December 2nd, it qualifies as both an excited utterance, but it also qualifies under the residual exception of the hearsay rule.
What's the Wisconsin site on this case that you keep talking about?
State v. Mercado, it's 2021 Wis 2nd 2.
It's just Wiz 2.
I'm sorry, yeah, WI 2. I'm sorry, it's 2021 WI 2. 395 Wis 2nd 296.
297?
296.
96. All right.
953 Northwest 2nd 337.
But it's 395 Wisconsin 2nd, right?
Yes, Your Honor. If you've got the hard books back there, it's 395.
I still keep the hard books. I'm old school.
I wish I could find a place that had them.
Here's what happens in trials. We have issues that come up that nobody can predict, and they're based upon rulings and how cases are coming in. And then the attorneys argue and they cite cases. And I think the prudent thing for the court and myself is to read that case and give the defense an opportunity to come up with some sort of response. So we're going to call another witness. I'll make a decision in the morning before we start as to this witness.
Read.
So, Judge, then this does affect our plan because this affects two different witnesses. So what we would like to do is we have one other live witness who we can call right now. And then I think we should probably get into the videos that we can play.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay. And so I think we should probably just address this before we bring the jury back in. We have a proposed instruction to read to the jury before the videos.
Have you shown it to the defense? Is there any objection?
No.
Can I have the instruction?
Absolutely. So do we have it printed?
It's right here.
Okay.
Is it printed?
Copy, right?
Yes.
Our copy?
Yeah.
It's written out?
You can't read my handwriting. He gave me one.
Okay. Hold on.
All right, so we have an agreement, what I read to the jury before you're going to do the video testimony, correct?
Yes.
All right.
That is accurate. And Judge, I would just like to, because our next witness I think is not very long. So what I would like is to technically make sure it's going to play.
Sure, because we got to take our break yet. I mean, I'm not a camel. Okay.
It was out on the record, Your Honor.
So we'll take a break and you could work on the video.
When would you be back, Your Honor?
We'll give you 10 minutes, 10 after 3.
Okay. So decisions tomorrow. One more witness live, and then some videos today. This judge is amazing. I like him. I do like him a lot. Margewood, if you're still here, that breathing from the DA. What's he doing? There was no need to replicate it. He didn't have to even do any of that stuff. Or whatever. I like him. So, I think I agree. I think he's very, very fair. So I've gone from, is it? I don't know, it's just ridiculous. He's a grown man. Out breathing. Pipe down, son. I thought the Gwyneth Paltrow judge was very, very good as well, and I like this one as well. Just straight, straight to the point. I'll make a decision tomorrow morning. Brilliant, brilliant. With Newman, with the Murdoch trials, it's always, well, we'll get into it, then I'll make a decision. Just make a bloody decision, mate. Stop messing about. Same with the financial trial and stuff. Just you should have just made a decision beforehand. But whatever. We're covering all ground now, so there's no point. Yeah, so I don't know. I think this trial will be interesting when we get into it. Honestly, I don't know. Like some people said they would come in, but they haven't come in, which is totally fine. People are busy, so I'm grateful to everybody that has popped in and for everyone's still here. Give it a chance to respond. Yes. Well, I mean, if they need some time on it, don't they? Which is reasonable. Well, I appreciate you, Manuel. This is your first proper trial, isn't it? That you've done on the channel. Leah was here for a long time, and she says I don't think she came back. Spider Girl, I think, hasn't come back. Quite hard to stick doing a trial all day, So I appreciate people that have come in. Appreciate Brandon with a gift to Chandler as well. Probably not still here, but I do appreciate the new people coming and that have subscribed. Migraine, thank you for subscribing. Even though you might never ever come back again, I still appreciate the subscribers. And even those that came in to dislike the video, thank you for your view. It all counts. So yeah, it'd be just, I think there's a couple more hours left on this one now, but it is intriguing. But after speaking to everyone now on Chandler and on that, I think I've got to get the Rittenhouse one done pretty soon. I think because everyone raves about that one and Johnny Depp. So thank you, Migraine. I trust I'm just starting out. This is only a few weeks old. This stream is so. Some people rock it from the start. I haven't, but I still appreciate people that come in, even if they come in for a little bit. I see Madwell saying, to watch. No, you don't have to. Yeah, I never expect anyone to be here for the full trial. I know people got lives, but the fact that you pop in and the fact that you do watch it afterwards, it means the world. Because anybody that, like, I got some people that leave the stream on all day. I appreciate it. They don't watch it, but I appreciate it because it gives me watch hours. People that come in and speak, honestly, I do really appreciate it. I say there's a lot of people missing that normally are here. I hope they will come back, but maybe they'll never come back on stream. I don't know. Maybe they found another streamer they like. It is what it is. Yeah, yeah. Oh, do you know what? I saw that with Ozzy. He's doing it. I'm not talking. I probably won't do it until a few months down the line because there's a few trials coming up, and I don't want. I want to do the Idaho 4 one. I really don't want anything to clash with that. So I don't know. I need to look at stuff, but 100%. I saw that Ozzy was doing it. I would never touch it. Because of that, it's pointless. I did this one because it was recommended to me. Funny enough, most people that recommended me doing it aren't here, so it's a strange one. But yeah, I'll definitely be doing them. But I think some of them will definitely be Christmas time. Spider Girl's here. Look at her. Heard her name. Oh, again, you fall asleep. Fall asleep. You know. You haven't missed much. You missed a little bit with the judge and the DA going at it. That, for timestamp, that's probably about an hour and a half ago. But apart from that, you've not missed that much, to be honest with you. So you're fine. We just talked about doing Rittenhouse and Depp. I'm not going to do Rittenhouse yet because Aussie Overlord is doing it. But I definitely want to do Depp and hopefully find some people that know it. I know Spider Girl, you know it well, but and you'll be there. But you know, it'd be nice to get some people on stream that knows the case well as well. So because I don't pretend that I know all this legal stuff. I'm just intrigued. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm definitely doing it. It's just I need to time it. I might even do it after this. I don't know. I need to get the timings right. Okay. I don't mind doing it, but if I'm doing that, I need some people that know it because I was going to say, I'm not an expert. I just enjoy presenting. I enjoy speaking, and I enjoy giving a view of someone that I call myself a dummy. Like I know, I don't know legal terms and stuff like that, but I know the gist of stuff. But I don't. Yeah, I don't pretend I've got a legal mind or anything. I actually, the reason I named it the ultimate corner was to have a perspective of like a juror. And I think I'd be good at that, being able to, you know, just look at it from a lay point of view and just from a juror's point of view, really, that doesn't have any legal expertise. So that's where I come from, really. Oh, interesting. Okay. I know there's a lot of media hype. I know there's still a lot of hatred for this guy. I follow him actually. I followed him on Twitter because of it. Um, I'm presuming there's some like political stuff here as well because I know that he hates Biden, but he loves Trump. So see, these kind of stuff I don't know anything about. So yeah, no, migraine as well. I get your point about doing the pre-trial. I need to find some people, whether it's Chandler or somebody that knows a lot more than I do, because I don't think it's fair to people to tune in just for me when I don't know the pre-trial stuff. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know any background and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I'm excited to cover some of these trials. But then I'm also excited. I'm not sure if anybody here is excited by the Idaho 4 one, Brian Kohlberger. I'm excited for that one. Um, I just hope there's going to be live streamed. You know, if it's not, then I think that's terrible. So yeah. And the other thing with Johnny Depp was because I always get confused because he did two, the London one and then obviously the American one. So there's two trials in there. That's what sucks about the UK. We don't do trials. And one of my videos that I just did, Jenny, um, about Deborah getting killed. You see the first ever time a verdict gets read live. Not the verdict, sorry, the what the judge imposes as the sentencing. That was the first one ever to happen in England and Wales live. So we just don't get anything in camera. One should piss for this. Just around there, nobody in the area. Oh yeah. I totally agree with you. I mean, I'm waiting for Twitter to go, man, the same way as Alec Murdoch. I think. I think everyone's just gonna be like, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty. Let's not worry about getting him a fair trial. I mean, look, we don't know everything. There's a lot of hearsay out there, but people just can't keep away from it. They were talking about moving to Boise, but it's the same issue. So I don't know what they're gonna do. You know. Oh, but the media speculation is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Erin, if you're here, and I don't think you are, but if you are here, Erin, this is another Erin from the east, not the west. We need to cover this. This is why we need to cover it. We need to get this guy a fair trial. Sometimes it's not about the result, it's just the fairness of the actual, you know. But most people say they want justice and they want fair trials. But actually, deep down, I don't think many people give a shit. If they presume someone to be guilty, I don't think they change their minds. There's a lot of people I've met that are like that, but they'll never admit it. But I don't know. One weird thing about this is you talk to yourself, you see the numbers going up and down, who's in here and stuff. You never know who's here, so I'm talking shit. I don't know who's here. I don't know if people have muted themselves because they're like, oh, this guy needs to shut up. Or if it's like, oh, yeah, this guy talks sense or this guy talks shit. I need to boost numbers. We got up to 60 not long ago. We consistently had like 20 to 60 people. Now struggling to get like 12. Don't know what's going on. Knew how they would. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? But how do you deal with that? That's. I was talking about this on stream the other day about the Murdoch trial and about how the judge was always like, well, actually, in any trial, saying about you can't read stuff on social media, you can't watch the Netflix documentary and stuff like that. And I put my hand up. I was like, I'm pretty sure that I would look at all that stuff because it's human nature. You're not going to stop going on Twitter, so you're going to find it somewhere. Yeah, I'm not saying I'll deep dive into it, but human nature means that you're intrigued and you're going to look at it. So you can't blame jurors for that, I don't think. But you would hope that they would start every trial that the defendant is innocent rather than seeing them guilty, even if it looks so bad. But again, I just believe that they should have a fair trial, and whatever the result is, the result is. Like I don't think Murdoch had a fair trial. Having looked at different trials now, I don't think Alex Murdoch had a very fair trial. Just my opinion. But at the time, I didn't really know that, but now I'm just like, didn't like it. I'm not a big fan of Judge Newman now. I was at the time. I thought he was quite, you know, he was okay. I thought, but now I'm like, nah. I thought he could have done a much better job, and I think he should have decided a lot of what was going to be entered or not well before the trial, rather than you know make a decision once we get into it. I just think that's a cop out, and no one really knows what direction they're going in. That's what I think anyway. So I might clip this, just have a weekly rant on it. Yeah, so they'll be back now in a couple of minutes, I think. Won't be long. I think it'd be got midnight by the time I finish here tonight. I've got to set it up for tomorrow as well. And early tomorrow, got docs tomorrow. Doctor. Oh, I forgot about the other two. I think there's a couple in Twitch and a couple in Rumble. Say hello to you in Rumble. I don't understand Rumble. That's fine. No one's watching. 76 people have watched there. Okay, that's not bad. So I'm not sure if Saleh is going to be here. He's hoping to be. Oh shit! He's hoping to be here for the last hour or so. But as he said, he's got the doctors. He's got stuff on. But he'll be here tomorrow at some point. He's working as well, so we've got to remember that. Yeah, it's about an hour and 50 left up today. But I think Sal's going to bring a lot of great insight to us, so that's good. Yeah, he's got all the backstories and stuff like that. Madwell's gone back to sleep. Madwell's sleeping as well, probably. Madwell's, it's like, oh no, you're on double speed, aren't you? Yeah, sorry, that's fine. Migraine, where are you from? Are you from the US or something? You're not from the UK, surely, from the USA. And again, I do really appreciate the fact that you're here. I know most people came in and subscribed because of Chandler, and I really appreciated that. And I know they've all gone now, but still, it means a lot that people come here. That means a lot for Chandler. People come here. Florida, nice. So Peter Tragos, that area, I like Peter Tragos. He's one of my favorite YouTubers, um, and he's down in Florida, I believe. Haven't you got a trial down there now or coming up, or is that the Boone one? I got cancelled because I was going to cover Sarah Boone, but that got postponed. Sorry, not cancelled, postponed till July. I don't know what she's going to do for her defence in that. I know the battered partner syndrome or whatever it's called. Jeez. Whereabouts in England? Whereabouts? I am not in England, I'm in Wales, but obviously I know England, so whereabouts in England? It's amazing, small world. Oh, I mean, I watched the live reaction, I was like, fucking hell, this can't be a not guilty. She, you know.
Witness
Number 2?
2?
Yes.
All right.
All rise for the jury.
Quite intense there. Nice places. Bedfordshire, not a massive fan of Bedfordshire. Bucks, lovely. Bit of cash there. Devon, lovely. Scones, cream scones, cream and jam scones, scones, shall we say, down there. Devon's lovely. Bedfordshire's more towards England, just outside, so I'm not a massive fan of Bedfordshire. Bucks is nice. Well, it depends which area, but Devon's lovely. Yeah, cream teas, Devon, cream teas.
All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Sorry for the longer delay, but we were working out here when you were in the back. I just want you to know that it's not unusual in a trial. It's like live TV that's happening. We don't know what's going to happen, and we try to address it as quickly as we can. So with that, Ms. McNeil, who's your next witness?
The state calls Carrie Ashley.
All right.
Let's see who this one is. Well, while she's coming up here, I'm going to grab a quick coffee to keep me going, so I'll be back.
If you can come up here, ma'am, all the way up front, and you remain standing and raise your right hand. When you come up here, I will swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Carrie, Ashley, Ashley.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Ashley, can you tell us, back in 1998, where were you living?
I was living 9025 Lakeshore Drive in Pleasant Prairie.
Okay, and is that in Kenosha County, Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Now, is that sometimes called the Carroll Beach neighborhood?
Yes.
And is that located near Lake Michigan?
Yes, we live directly on Lake Michigan.
So if you walk too far in your backyard, you're in the lake?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us about By 1998, how long had you lived there?
We moved in spring of 1992.
So when you moved into this Carroll Beach neighborhood, did you meet a person by the name of Julie Jensen?
Shortly after we moved, yes. She came over to introduce herself.
And where did Ms. Jensen live in relationship to you?
Directly across the street.
And so is it correct that she was living in her home before you lived in your home?
Yes.
And when you moved in, you said she introduced herself?
Yes.
And so during this time period that we're talking about, from 1992 when you moved in until the end of 1998, how frequently would you see Julie Jensen?
We were in the same book club, so every month, and our sons were good friends, both in the same classes at school, same age. And then, so whenever they had play dates and whenever we were outside playing with our kids and we saw each other outside, we would join each other. So I guess it would depend on the time of year, a lot more frequently in summer when everyone was outside. Otherwise, definitely once a month at book club.
Now, you said that you had a son that was the same age as one of Julie's sons. Is that correct?
Yes, actually, two were, Andy and David were in the same grade, same age, and Douglas and my younger son were, they were three years old at that time, 4 years old. So they hadn't started school yet.
And so would the children play together?
Sarah Boone.
David and Andy would, yes. The younger two, no, not so much.
And when David and Andy would play, would you often see Julie Jensen during those times?
Yes.
And just to be clear, your son Andy, did he go to Southport Elementary School?
Yes, he did.
Now, can you describe in general Ms. Jensen's interactions with her children? Just describing her as a mother?
Well, she
see
was
tomorrow,
a stay-at-home mom with them all the time, adored her kids, played with them. I mean, they were together all the time.
And did you notice anything different about that at any point, or was that consistent with Ms. Jensen?
See a bit
I did not notice anything different at any point.
Now, I want you to think back to 1998. Do you recall the book club that would have occurred in November of that year?
Yes, it was always the second Tuesday of the month, and Julie was the host. And so she, everyone went to her house for the book club.
And when you went to that book club, about how long would it last?
It was typically 2 to 3 hours, from 7 to 8:39. Sometimes it would go longer, but usually in that time frame.
And so do you remember anything about Julie hosting that book club? Was she a good host?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the host always had food and beverages, and there was nothing different about that. She was a good host. She was a good bake, loved to bake. So.
So I want to direct your attention to the time period after that November book club and approaching the time of Julie's death. Do you remember Ms. Jensen ever talking about looking for a job?
She's seen all
There
that
was
anyway.
one instance I remember. It would have been Monday of the week that she died. I was coming home from running errands, and she was outside with another neighbor, and she was visibly upset. So I went over and joined the conversation, and she said that she would be looking for a job and that Douglas was put in daycare.
So at that time, based upon what Julie said, your understanding was Douglas was in daycare?
Yes.
And do you know whether that would have been full-time or part-time?
No, I do not.
So
Now,
she'd
you
come back
mentioned
like, well,
Julie had some
just
hobbies and she
witness
was
the
a
white
good
man.
baker. Did she also like
Yeah.
gardening?
That's it.
I would say that gardening was probably her passion. She was always out in the yard in summer and spring and summer.
And so is that one of the reasons you would frequently see her outside?
That and playing with the kids. Mm-hmm.
And would you also see her outside in connection with the kids playing at the pool?
Well, the pool was in the backyard, so I would have to say no to that, but they would be in the driveway playing with bikes and that kind of thing.
And did your kids ever play in the pool?
Yeah. Typically, Fridays were my days off, so if we were to go to the pool, it would be on a Friday.
Now, I want you to specifically think back to December 2nd of 1998. On that day, did you have a conversation with the defendant, Mark Jensen?
I had a mutual friend had had a baby, and I had called the Jensen home later in the day, and Mark had answered the phone.
And so just so I'm understanding this correctly, you were calling the Jensen home because a friend had a baby?
I wanted to let Julie know that our friend had had her baby.
And do you remember who that friend was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Angie Behrens at that time. I mean, she's...
So you heard the news and your intention was to share that with Julie, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and so what happened when you called the Jensen residence? that day?
Mark just said that Julie was sick in bed and she was sick with the flu and couldn't come to the phone. So I asked him just to relay the message to her.
And you said that he said she was sick with the flu?
Mark had indicated that.
And she could not come to the phone?
Correct.
So fair to say on December 2nd of 1998, you did not talk with Julie Jensen?
No.
So now I want to direct your attention to the very next day, December 3rd of 1998. Was there anything that occurred on December 3rd of 1998 that you saw that caused you concern?
When I came home from work, there was a lot of rescue squads and fire trucks out on the road, flashing lights. So yeah, it was a little disheartening to come upon that. I hadn't known what had happened, but there were some neighbors in the yard. So I quickly got out of my car and was told what had happened.
Okay, so you're basically driving up into this?
Yes.
And because your house is right across the street, you have to go right to where these vehicles are?
Yes.
And so then when you got out of your car, what were you thinking?
I guess I initially thought that maybe there was an accident with one of the kids possibly hurting themselves. I just wasn't sure.
And so how did you find out what happened?
Truthfully, at some point, I know that Mark had come across the street and told us that Julie had passed. I don't know if that was the initial time I had found out or if someone told me as I exited my car. I just can't remember which one it was first, but I do remember speaking briefly with Mark.
All right, and so during that conversation when Mark Jensen came over, can you describe what you observed about his demeanor?
Just, I guess, very anxious. That's That's about it.
And would you describe him as upset or crying? Did you notice anything like that?
No, I would say no, he was not.
I love.
Do you recall whether he was smoking at the time or not?
I don't recall. I know he smoked, but I don't remember.
Now, did you also end up attending Julie Jensen's wake or visitation, sometimes
Yes.
people call it?
Mhm.
You did. And do you have an estimate about how soon after her death that occurred?
It had to have been a few days, 4 or 5 days. I mean, it was less than a week, so very quick.
And at the wake, did you see Mark Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any observations about his demeanor at the wake?
We were waiting in line at the wake, just waiting to speak with the family, and I guess I would just say that, I mean, as he was greeting the guests, he just did not seem upset, more laughing and carrying on with the people he was talking with.
Now, I'd like you to think about after the wake. First of all, in that neighborhood, when was the garbage collected? Do you recall what day?
It was Mondays.
All right. And so at some Monday after the wake, did you notice anything particular about the garbage outside the Jensen home?
There was just a lot more garbage bags, some big hefty bags out on the curb to be picked up, and there was some of Julie's belongings that weren't in bags, that were more spoon on the top, I guess.
And so can you give us an estimate of the time frame, how soon after the wake this was?
It would have been soon, so probably the next Monday.
And so you specifically described, was it more garbage bags than usual?
Yes.
And did you say you specifically saw some of Julie's things?
Yes.
And what can you remember about Julie's things?
I don't remember exactly. It just, there was, whether they were sweaters or dresses or what, but they were definitely women's clothes out in the garbage.
And so when you saw that, you recognize those as Julie's?
Well, they were women's clothing, so.
This day and age, that doesn't matter, does it?
Now, at some point after Julie Jensen's death, did you come to be introduced or to know a woman, Kelly Labonte?
Yes, I did.
And about how soon after Julie Jensen's death did you see her at the Jensen residence?
It's really hard for me to pinpoint exactly how long, but I was told that she was helping out babysit, and so I would say within the month.
Jenny, 25 years ago. Come on.
Now I want you to think to the time period of January of 1999. Do you recall anything about any birthday party during that time period?
At the Jensen household? That
Correct.
would have been David's.
Okay. And so his birthday would have been around that time period?
Mm-hmm.
And so do you have any recollection of whether Kelly was at that birthday party?
No, I do not.
Do you know if your son attended that birthday party?
Yes, he did.
And your son was in the same class at Southport Elementary
Yes.
as David Jensen?
Yes, he was.
Now, can you just tell us, would the kids generally get on the same bus together? How would they get to the school?
They took the bus in the morning together, and it was, they usually would wait in our driveway for the bus. If it was cold or rainy, they would wait in the garage. Sometimes inside.
Okay, and in the morning, that's what they would do?
Yes.
Okay, and then obviously in the evening, they just go to their home?
Well, I was a working mom, so my kids would go to daycare after work a few days a week. Otherwise, they would take the bus home. And
no further questions.
All right, we can do the cross.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Ashley, shortly after Miss Jensen's death, you were contacted by Detective Paul Ratzberg.
I don't know exactly how long, but at some point I was, yes.
It wasn't like a couple of years later. It was within a normal amount of time after her passing. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And you spoke to the detective who came to your home.
Yes.
And he wanted to talk to you about some of the medication that Julie Jensen had been taking.
Don't remember that.
And do you remember telling him that Julie Jensen had been taking sleeping pills?
I wouldn't have known that.
Oh,
So, no.
That's
I
fair.
would have
Thank
never
you.
said that.
Did you tell Detective Ratzberg that you knew little about the Jensens, except that the police had been in contact with your family about prowlers around the Jensen home?
I would have never said that either.
Because you knew the Jensens.
Exactly.
And they were your neighbors.
Correct.
So if Detective Ratzberg put that in his report, that would be incorrect.
Correct. It would have been that I didn't know anything about the prowlers.
Right.
But-
You knew about them. You just didn't know about the Jensen prowlers.
Correct.
And if he wrote that in his report, that just would have been wrong.
Yes. Correct. Wrong.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the people you spoke to after Julie Jensen's death.
Okay.
You knew Teresa Fazio.
Yes.
She was your son's teacher.
Yes.
She was also a neighbor.
No.
Did she live in the same neighborhood?
No.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So you just knew her from your son's school.
Yes.
And it'd be fair to say that you spoke to her about Julie Jensen.
I went to school I drove my son to school the following day, and I told her what had happened, and that was it.
And you talked to her about what you saw?
No, I just told her that Julie had passed.
You didn't tell her that you had seen like ambulances or anything like that? You just said Julie Jensen's passed away.
That's as far as I remember, yes.
Thank you. And did Ms. DeFazio tell you about conversations she had with Julie Jensen?
She made a brief statement.
So she did tell you some stuff about what Julie Jensen told her.
Very brief, yes.
You also were neighbors with the Voights.
Correct.
And you would have talked to them about Julie Jensen's death.
Brief conversation, correct, yes.
And were those conversations also 1 or 2 days after Julie Jensen's death?
I can't answer that. I don't remember how soon after.
And they
Well, that might
told
be-
you about what Julie Jensen had said to them during this brief conversation.
They told me that they had a conversation with Julie. At that time, they did not tell me exactly what was the conversation.
You had testified earlier that you had gone to a book club.
Yes,
And that was at Julie Jensen's home.
yes,
And there's usually food and drinks.
correct.
Julie Jensen didn't express any concerns about eating or drinking anything at her home.
No,
Julie Jensen never expressed any concern or told you that she was afraid of her husband.
no,
You never saw anything going on in the Jensen home that would cause you concerns.
no,
When you talked about seeing Julie outside with the boys, you also saw Mark Jensen outside with the boys,
yes,
playing basketball,
yes,
walking the dog,
yes,
hanging out in the front yard.
yep,
Now, you and Julie Jensen were neighbors for a number of years
yes.
You're all
and
cooking
also
for the
attended a
club.
book club together.
Mhm.
Your families didn't vacation together.
No,
You would hang out if you were outside,
correct.
but it's not like you would go on trips together.
No,
She did talk to you about someone who was harassing her.
yes.
Do you remember that?
It was a very brief discussion, and she said that she believed that someone was breaking into her home to harass her.
And she told you that was a gentleman by the name of Perry Tarika.
She never said any names, so I don't know.
That's fair. Did she tell you that the person she believed was harassing them was someone she had had an affair with?
A brief affair, yes.
Outside of the conversation about the affair, you didn't talk to Julie Jensen about any issues in her marriage?
No,
She didn't tell you her marriage was in trouble?
no,
She didn't, did she tell you did she tell you she thought her husband was going to divorce her?
no,
She did say she didn't want to get a job.
correct. She wanted to stay at home with Douglas.
And that day you spoke to her, the Monday before her passing, she was upset
Yes,
because she didn't want to get a job.
correct.
She didn't want Douglas to be in daycare all day.
And that's what she indicated, yes,
And she wanted to stay at home with him.
yes.
Okay. This book club, it's as if they've all come together and got the same stories now.
You were asked a little bit about the bus schedule. And I think your testimony was you saw them in the morning, but not the afternoon.
Not all afternoons, correct, but
You were working.
3 to 4 days a week, yes,
So during the days, 3 to 4 days a week, you were at work.
yes,
You weren't watching what was going on at the Jensen home.
no,
You weren't
Just for the book
watching
clubs.
who was getting on or off a bus.
That's nice.
no,
That's nice.
You weren't watching to see who was picking up or dropping off children.
no,
You testified that a week or two after Julie Jensen's funeral, that there was more than normal amount of garbage bags outside. Is that correct?
correct.
And you were aware that family was staying at the Jensen home that had come in from out of town.
No, I was not aware of that.
You don't know if they were working to clean up the house.
Yeah, no, I was not aware, so no,
You don't know if they were packing up some items in order to donate to Goodwill.
no,
You wouldn't have been home to see like St. Vincent de Paul pick up items.
no.
You didn't see any. Oh, you have to use the microphone a little bit more.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
sorry.
okay. Sorry. You didn't see any keepsakes outside.
No,
You didn't see any photos.
no,
What's up now?
Miss Ashley, you spoke about seeing Mr. Jensen at the funeral,
yes,
and you also spoke about seeing him on December 3rd.
yes,
You weren't with Mr. Jensen when he found his wife.
no,
You don't know his reaction.
no,
You weren't there when the police told him that his wife had passed.
no,
You didn't see that reaction.
no,
You said you saw him talking at the funeral, to visitation, sorry.
yes,
And that was to people that were paying their respects and coming up to talk to him.
yes,
You don't know what their relationship was with Mark Jensen
correct,
or Julie Jensen. You don't know if they were telling stories about a childhood memory or something that happened in college.
correct,
It'd be fair to say that sometimes people reminisce at visitations.
yes,
People laugh,
yes,
people cry,
correct.
and some people cry in their own way at their own time.
I'm objecting. This is argument.
Why don't we ask another question? You made your point.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
Hang on. All right, can you get closer to the mic, ma'am? Thank you.
I'm all finished, Judge. Thank you.
Any redirect?
So I just want to clarify the prowler issue. So is it true that the police did ask you at some point about prowlers being around the Jensen residence?
Yes,
And you knew little about that, correct?
correct. I had never seen anything suspicious in the neighborhood.
And what you knew is what Julie had told you, where she suspected it was this man she had an affair with.
Correct.
And so that's what you knew little about.
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Anything on those brief questions?
No, Judge.
Thank you. All right, you're excused. Thank you. Have a good day. Does the prosecution want me to read the instruction on the recorded testimony?
I do. Thank you, Judge.
And the defense have an objection to the reading?
No.
All right, the
Judge,
attorneys have agreed to this instruction now. I'm going to read it to you, and hopefully everybody can hear me. If you can't hear me, raise your hand, okay? Or throw your pencil this way. That'll be the signal. All right, jury instruction regarding recorded testimony. You will be hearing and seeing previously recorded testimony of witnesses who are no longer available to testify in person. You are instructed to ignore the logo which may appear on these videos because it has no relevance to this case. You are further instructed that this recorded testimony is evidence and should be evaluated the same way as the witnesses who testify in person. So with that, can we have the videos?
Yes, Judge, this is for the record. This is going to be State's Exhibit number 7. So that would be the recorded the recorded testimony of Margaret Voigt. And
Is she listed as a witness?
she is listed. Let me give you her number. It's towards the end.
Her first name looks different than that, Judge. Doesn't say Margaret.
What number is it?
She is number 74.
74. All right.
And Judge, I would just ask if this is another volume issue. If the volume is problematic, I would just ask that the jurors notify the court.
They are ready to throw their pencils. I think it should work, folks.
Images.
So now the volume is not working at all. Let me try to fix that. It's because my computer's muted. Right.
But you're married to Ted?
Yes.
For the record, will you please state your full name and spell your name?
It's Margaret Voigt, W-O-J-T.
And Mrs. Voigt, you're married to Ted?
Yes.
How long have you and Ted been married?
Over 25 years now.
At some point, did you come to move in next door to the Jensens?
Yes, we moved from Chicago.
And when was that?
I would say 93, 94.
Can you, do you remember the first time you met Julie Jensen?
Well, I seen her when we were building a house across the street. Probably spoke to her a few words, but then we talked more when we purchased the property next door to them, a lot on which we built a house. And then we met at the closing.
So Judge, the volume was a bit low for the witness, so I'm just going to restart it. The defense and I are agreeing to that.
Is everybody hearing the witness that we're trying? Yeah, everybody's saying yes, so who's having the issue? Oh.
Bridget wants to hear them too.
All right, well, we'll restart it then and hopefully
No, yes,
we will finish.
annoying.
It will take us till 5, and then that's the end of this video, Judge.
So Sal's going to come on tomorrow now. He's running
For the
late.
record, will you please state your full name and spell your name?
It's Margaret Voigt, W-O-J-T.
And Mrs. Voigt, you're married to Ted?
What's going on?
At some point, did you come to move in next door to the Jensens?
Yes, we moved from Chicago.
And when was that?
I would say 93, 94.
Can you, do you remember the first time you met Julie Jensen?
Well, I seen her when we were building a house across the street. Probably spoke to her a few words, but then we talked more when we purchased the property next door to them, a lot on which we built a house. And then we met at the closing.
And then you moved in next door to them.
Then we moved next door to them.
When did you move into that house?
94.
And did you come to know Mark and Julie Jensen?
Yes, yes, we send them on regular basis.
Did your two families socialize together on occasion?
Yes.
Tell us some of the circumstances under which you might get together and socialize with the Jensens.
Oh, at that time we had 2 daughters, and they had only David. So the kids would play with each other. The Jensens, they had a swimming pool, which my girls really liked. So they would be invited over to use it. And on other basis, with Julie, we would go, we take the kids to Great America, we take them to the zoo. When the kids were little, we would have birthday parties together. As a family, go out for dinner a few times, have a dinner at their house.
So did you feel you came to know Julie Jensen pretty well over the years?
Yes.
Did you consider her a good friend?
Yes.
Tell the jury your perception of what kind of a person Julie Jensen was.
Well, first of all, she was very caring. She loved her boys. She would do anything for them. And I always trust her. I would always go her with any question or if I had some kind of problems, as far as finding maybe a doctor or a dentist or whatever, because we just moved into the neighborhood. She would be the one that I would go and talk to.
You trusted her judgment?
Yes.
Were you familiar with any of Julie's interests or hobbies?
Yes, I knew she loved her garden. She was good at sewing and crafts and baking. She baked very good whenever she had anything. It was just.
Did you ever have any of the stuff that she baked?
Yes.
Was she a good baker?
Oh, yes.
I mean, some people enjoy it, they're not good at it, but she was pretty good at it?
She was, and she gave
Drink wine, probably.
Did there come a time when when Julie ever confided in you that she was having problems in her marriage?
Closer to her dad, I would say I heard from my husband sooner than I heard from her personally. So maybe like a couple of weeks before her dad, she would actually tell me a few things about the problems in the family and the marriage.
But your husband had been talking to you before that?
Yes.
And did you give your husband any advice when he was telling you about the problems in the Jensen household?
Actually, I did. I told him not to get involved.
So then a few weeks before Julie's death, tell us about the conversation that occurred between you and Julie.
Oh, we met quite often, but not the whole conversation wasn't only about the problem in the family. We would talk about the boys, about the different kind of things. And then she would say something like, one time she said that it was very strange that Mark would ask her how she felt after the miscarriage, and he would make a note about it. And she didn't know what that was all about. She was getting scared that he's planning something and she didn't know what.
When was that conversation, if you can recall?
I would say within 2 weeks prior her Julie's death.
So maybe mid-November 1998?
Yes.
Did you know that Julie had had a miscarriage?
Yes.
When did she have her miscarriage?
I don't remember, but I remember Mark bringing David over to my house that morning. And David, I had to take him to school later because he was taking Julie to a hospital.
Do you remember, was that the same year of Julie's death, or was it a year or two before, or don't you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did she tell you why she thought it was strange that Mark would ask her how she felt after the miscarriage?
Well, because he never done anything like this before. He would, and it sounded like he never cared how she felt. So that was strange that all of a sudden he wants to know how she felt, you know?
And then he'd make a note of it?
Yes.
Now, was that the first time that Julie had related to you that she had some concerns about Mark, or had there been other times?
This probably was one of the first times. And then another time I spoke to Julie relating the problems was that week before her death, like Monday and Tuesday. And one of the things was we mentioned the divorce, came up to it, and I said, why don't you divorce? And she said that Mark would kill me first before he divorced me.
Now you said that was the Monday before her death, or the Monday of the week before her death?
That was Monday or Tuesday of that week before her death.
So it was the same week of her death?
Yes.
And when you had that conversation with her, were you talking to her outside or talking to her on the phone?
Outside.
How long was that conversation, and how did that issue come up?
Well, another question was, I asked her, we talked about the job at the same time because I knew she was applying. So she said she hadn't heard from any of the places that she had applied. And also she talked about Douglas being in the daycare all day. That upset her a lot because she wanted to stay home with him till at least he goes to kindergarten, full time.
In that week, during the time that you're having this conversation with Julie about Douglas and daycare and so forth, about how old was Douglas at that time?
I think he was probably 4.
And Julie seemed committed to staying home with Douglas?
Oh, yes. Yes, she loved to stay home with her children, with her boys.
This conversation that occurred between you and Julie on the Monday or Tuesday of the week of her death, how long was that conversation, would you say?
I remember talking to her a few times. So maybe like at one time, it was 5 minutes, another time maybe 10 minutes. So it was few conversations the same day.
And did you know where Douglas was at the time that she was having this conversation with you?
Douglas wasn't there, so I'm assuming that he was at the daycare, that all-day daycare that he started that week.
Well, tell me, did you know when Douglas started going into daycare?
That week of Julie's death, he's supposed to start it on Monday or Tuesday.
And you heard that from whom?
Julie.
Had he been attending any daycare in the weeks preceding that?
Yes, but it was only half day.
What part of the day was it? Do you know?
No.
Do you know if it was in the morning or in the afternoon, or?
I would speculate.
If you don't know,
I don't know.
Okay,
No.
that's fine.
Mm-mm.
So how many conversations did you have with Julie in the 2 weeks or so preceding her death where she had made reference to the status of her marriage?
It was quite a few. I cannot give you a number, but I seen her here and there and she would tell me things. But like I said, not every time when we talk, she would say about her problems because she knew that I already know from my husband what's going on. So
So are there any other things that you can remember that Julie told you in the weeks preceding her death concerning the status of her relationship with her husband?
well, I remember one more thing. Tuesday, standing there, I actually asked her, first of all, I said to Julie, I know I didn't want to be involved, but I feel like I'm already involved. And then I said, I asked her, do you really think that Mark would do something to you? And she said, yes.
Did you ever offer Julie any advice?
No,
You never suggested to her she should do one thing or another?
no.
You were talking about this conversation on Tuesday. That was the Tuesday before her death?
Yes,
And where did this conversation occur?
that was on her driveway. I remember she came home right from grocery shopping.
Did she ever talk to you about going to a doctor at all?
Yes, she did. As
What-
a matter of fact, that was that same day.
What did she say to you about going to the doctor?
She just said it. I went to the doctor and she never said why, and she never said that, she's not feeling well. She just said, I went to the doctor. So it was kind of strange. I didn't know why.
Well, would it be fair to say that you saw Julie on a regular basis, on a weekly basis in the weeks and months preceding her death?
Yes.
Did you notice any change in her physical condition in the months preceding Julie's death?
I really didn't. Maybe because I knew, that she's being sad and, that what's going on with all the problems. So I really didn't notice anything.
So when was the last time that you spoke to Julie Jensen, person to person, where you could actually see each other face to face?
Tuesday.
And about what time of the day was that?
It was before the boys came back from school, so it had to be before 3:00.
And is that when the conversation about the doctor came up?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about her visit to the doctor?
So
That's what she
she's
said.
back at the
She said,
start.
I went to a doctor.
So she's caught up properly here.
That's all.
That's the last time you saw Julie Jensen alive?
Yes.
Was that the last time you ever talked to her?
No, I spoke to her on the phone
When did you speak to her on the phone?
on Wednesday, the day before she died.
What time was it that you spoke to her on Wednesday?
I remember it was around 10:00 in the morning. I was in the kitchen. I saw Mark leaving. I saw his car pulling out of the garage. He left. And just as he left, she called me.
So she initiated the phone call to you.
Yes.
Tell me everything you can remember about the phone conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen on Wednesday.
Okay. She said, hi, it's Julie. The reason I'm calling is because you're not going to see me outside today. And I know if you don't, you're going to worry that something is wrong. And I already knew something was wrong because her voice was very shaky and it sounded like she was drunk. And so I knew something's going on. So I asked her, Julie, what's wrong? And she said, well, the medication I took, I didn't know they're going to have such an effect on me. But she never indicated what medication, and I didn't ask her. So I keep asking if she needs any help. And she said, no, Mark is being good to me. Mark took the kids to school and he's going to a doctor for me. And I keep asking, let me do something, and she just keeps saying no and repeating that Mark is being good to her.
And that's the last time you ever spoke to Julie Jensen?
Yes.
How long would you say that conversation lasted?
I would say it was probably 15 minutes because I keep repeating. I didn't want to hang up.
Why not?
I felt something's wrong.
How did Julie sound, aside from the sound, the fact that her voice was shaky and it sounded as though her speech was slurred, how did Julie sound in terms of her emotional state? Did she sound concerned?
No, she did not. But she said, I'm okay. But she didn't sound like okay.
Do you remember anything about December 3rd, 1998?
Yes. That was the day that Julie died.
What can you remember about that day? How was it that you came to learn that Julia died?
I went to pick up my daughter from school, and she goes to the scene. So by the time we got home, it was a little bit after 4 o'clock. And so I was getting closer to the house. I saw all the police cars, the ambulance. I already knew something pretty bad had happened.
What did you do then?
I went in the house and I saw my younger daughter and my husband sitting on the couch. My daughter was crying. My husband was very, very upset. He was upset at me too. He said, "You told me to stay away. You told me to not get involved. And look what happened."
Did you see anything else happen that night? Did you make any observations of what was going on in the neighborhood?
I seen neighbors gathering outside, but we didn't go outside. We just stayed there. It was very hard for us to deal with it.
Do you remember seeing anything the next day on December 4th?
December 4th. Yes, I saw Mark on December 4th. I saw him outside.
What time of day was this?
It was afternoon. I saw him on his driveway by the garage, and I saw his dad, and they gave each other a high five, and they were happy. They were smiling, and that was very strange because I thought, your wife just died yesterday. Why are you so happy?
Oh. Did you attend Julie Jensen's wake?
No, I did not.
Did you attend her funeral?
No.
Did you make any observation? Do you know what day of the week it is that the garbage is picked up in your neighborhood?
Every Monday.
Do you remember seeing anything in the Jensen driveway on the Monday following Julie's funeral?
Yes. I remember seeing it was a lot of garbage, more than usual, and a lot of stuff inside black garbage bags, but there also was loose things that I could tell there were Julie's personal things.
Can you describe some of the personal things of Julie's that you saw in the driveway?
The one thing I saw, it was her red jacket that I seen her wearing recently, and then I saw some craft and sewing boxes. That's what I remember.
Do you remember at some point, do you remember what kind of car Julie Jensen drove when she was alive?
She drove Toyota. I think it was like the station wagon, kind of reddish burgundy.
And where would she normally park that car?
She would park inside the garage.
At some point after Julie's death, did you see that Toyota parked anywhere else in the residence?
Actually, yes, it was outside on a driveway, which, yeah, we noticed that right away. It was kind of strange to see Julie's car outside.
How much time elapsed between the point of Julie's death and the point where you started seeing that her car was parked outside?
Julie's car parked
Yes.
outside? I think Julie's car, I would say within 2 days, it was already outside.
Did you see what, if any, vehicle was being parked in the garage where her car used to be parked? Did you ever see the car?
I saw a different car. Yeah, I saw a different car on the driveway.
Okay. Did you ever see a different car inside the garage where Julie usually parked her car?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Were you ever introduced to a person named Kelly Labonte or Kelly Greenman?
No.
Did you ever see a person around the residence that you later came to learn was Kelly Labonte or Kelly Greenman?
Yes.
How much time elapsed between the point of Julie Jensen's death and the point where you can first recall seeing Kelly Greenman or Kelly Labonte around the house?
I seen her within 2 weeks, just going in and out briefly. So
What time of the day was it that you'd see her going in or out?
around dinner time.
And you didn't see where she parked her car?
No.
At some point in the time preceding Julie's death, had she ever given you anything and asked you to hold on to it?
Yes, she gave me a few rolls of film.
When did that happen?
That would happen, I would say, yeah, like 2 weeks before her death.
What did she say to you, and where did this transfer take place? Where she gave you the film?
She came to my house and she just gave it to me and asked me to hold it for her because she didn't want to leave it in the house. She didn't want to keep it in the house until she's going to come back and pick it up for me.
Tell us the form that this was in. What did you receive from Julie exactly?
Oh, they were loose. They were like maybe 3 or 4, and she just brought it like this in her hand.
3 or 4 what?
Rolls of film.
Were they in these little plastic containers?
Yes.
Okay. And when she gave them to you, did she tell you what they were?
Actually, I already knew because my husband told me that Julie's going to bring the rolls of film. So I expected it.
And do you remember what day of the week it was that she delivered those to you?
No, I don't.
Did she ever come back and ask for those rolls of film back?
Yes, she did.
And how much time elapsed between the point where she gave you the rolls of film and the point where she asked to have them back?
Within 2 days.
So tell us about when she asked for the film back.
I was in the kitchen that moment and I saw a police car pull over on her driveway and I knew right away, that that's what he came for and I was expecting Julie to come to my house. So I already had them ready for her. When she rang the doorbell, I just opened the door and gave it to her and she smiles and she left.
Were you present when that, or do you know whether or not that officer ever came back after having the film developed?
I seen him, and I think it was the Monday, the week of when Julie died.
So tell us about that. Tell us what you saw.
I just briefly saw him on the pulling in, and that's about it. So I didn't see Julie, or I just saw him, so I know he came. But
And that was the Monday of the week she died?
yes,
What time of day was it? Do you remember?
in the morning.
Do you remember how much time elapsed between the point where Julie gave you the film canisters and the point where Julie died?
I think she gave me the phone on November 21st.
Had Julie ever spoken to you about becoming physically ill at any time in November? Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Good morning.
Morning.
You live next door to the Jensens for, you think you moved in 94, is that right?
Yes,
About pretty close to 5 years.
yes,
You were very friendly with Julie.
yes,
You were very friendly with Mark.
yes,
You had hundreds and hundreds of contacts over the years with both of them, right?
yes,
You had a chance to observe Mark here with his kids.
yes,
You saw him playing with them in the pool.
yes,
Saw him shooting baskets with David.
true,
Saw him go for walks with the dog.
true,
You were aware that Mark would go on fishing trips with his sons.
yes,
You saw Julie and Mark together in the yard working on projects together.
yes,
You thought it was a great marriage.
yes,
And then your views began to change in about October of 1998.
yes.
A month or two before Julie passed away, right?
I'm sorry?
A month or two before Julie passed
Yes.
away. I'm sorry. And your views changed initially because of things your husband had told you, right?
Yes, and later Julie.
But Julie, just so I'm clear, Julie didn't start talking to you until about a week and a half or 2 weeks before she died, right?
Yes.
She didn't say anything to you before that time,
No,
correct?
she didn't.
And over those years, those 5 years, you and Julie generally didn't have very private conversations about your marriages, right?
That's correct.
I mean, she wouldn't tell you deeply personal things, correct?
Correct.
And after your husband told you some things that Julie had said, your feelings started changing about Mark, true?
Oh, my feelings are changing about the marriage and, yeah. Not
You-
only, I mean, the whole situation.
And during November of 1998, you found yourself kind of avoiding Mark?
That's not true. Because it wasn't, the situation, the whole situation has changed it. Mark wasn't outside like he used to us. Mark wasn't coming over and talking to us like he used to us. So it wasn't avoiding. It just, the whole thing changed. Mark changed too. He acted differently.
Well, you indicated that you wouldn't see Mark as much because later in the fall months, correct?
Well, I pretty much just saw him going to work and coming back. That's about it.
Right. You wouldn't see them outside to the extent that you would in July when they're out in the pool or doing yard work, correct?
Right.
And based on what your husband had told you, you didn't particularly want to talk to Mark. Fair to say?
Like I said, it was just different situation. It wasn't comfortable like it was before when he was out there with the boys playing. It just, the whole thing has changed.
Well, do you recall, you testified in this case back in July, correct, Mrs. Voigt?
Yes.
On July 12th, 2007, and at page 42, line 20, I asked you, well, can you think of any times when Mark avoided talking to you?
Excuse me, counsel, I was looking for, what was the page number?
Page 42, line 20.
Thank you.
I asked you, well, can you think of any times when Mark avoided talking to you? And you answered, well, to tell you the truth, I don't even want to talk to Mark. So I think it probably would be me avoiding him if I would see him. You recall
Yeah, I
that?
remember saying that, but now I know that's what I'm trying to correct myself. That was the reason, because he acted, when I thought about it more, yeah, it was hard because he just acted differently too. He wasn't as friendly as he was before.
Do you think maybe he sensed a different attitude on the part of you and your husband?
I don't know.
You acknowledge that you had a little bit of a different attitude, right?
Well, I'll probably I act differently too, knowing what's going on, that they have problems.
Sure. Did you have a chance to talk with your husband last night about his testimony yesterday?
No.
You mentioned this phone call, Mrs. Voigt, that took place on December 2nd. Julie passed away on December 3rd.
Yes.
It was the day before on December 2nd.
Yes.
And your best memory is around 10 a.m.
Yes.
Could have been a little after 10, could have been 9:45, could have been 9:30, right?
If that's around 10 a.m.
Right. You're not telling me that when she called, you looked at a clock and made a note. It could have been,
I
it
kind
was
of
just
did
sometime
glance,
around
that's
there.
why I said it was around 10, because I saw Mark leaving and that was late for him to leave for work. That's why I said around 10.
And Mark had already left, right?
Yes.
And do you recall, you acknowledge it could be 9:45 or 9:30, right?
If that's around 10 o'clock, yes.
You do agree, correct?
Well, I said around 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, I said around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So I don't know what's around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
That's my memory. That's what I remember. And that's what I said before, around 10 o'clock.
Sure. You wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be 9:30, though.
I think it would be too early. I would be closer to 10.
Now, at that hearing on July 12th, you were asked to
I
pay.
know, and I said it could be 9:30, but now I'm
Okay.
saying probably be closer to 10.
And have you met with the prosecutor since July 12th, 2007?
No, just saw Mr. Jambus yesterday and today, this morning. But
You spoke with him yesterday?
just say hi and not really much about anything.
And you read your testimony?
Yes, I did.
You read your husband's testimony?
No.
Did you have your husband's testimony at home?
Yes, we do.
And do you know if he read your testimony?
I read mine.
No. Do you
Oh,
know-
if he did?
Yeah.
No, he did not.
And so Mark left on this Wednesday morning, December 2nd, and then Julie called you.
Yes,
She was home alone.
yes.
She didn't say she wasn't feeling well, right?
She actually said, when I said, "Are you okay?" She said, "Yeah, I'm okay."
And at no time did she say she wasn't feeling well, right?
Actually, no. I don't remember her saying I'm not feeling well.
You agree, you have no recollection of her saying, I don't feel very well.
Yeah, just the fact that about the medication that she didn't know that it would have that effect on her. So I don't know if that would consider not feeling well.
But she expressed it in terms of feeling a little woozy. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, her voice was like she was drunk.
You talked to her for 15 minutes?
About 15 minutes.
She expressed no fear of Mark during that conversation?
She said Mark is being good to her.
She expressed no concerns about her safety, right?
Yes, correct.
And you asked her several times if you could help her, right?
Yes.
And she said no every time, correct?
Yes. And every time I ask her, she keeps repeating, Mark is being good to me. Mark is taking care of me. Mark is taking the kids to school.
She told you that there was nothing that she needed help with, right?
Correct.
She called, it was Julie that called you, right?
Yes.
And she said, don't worry if you don't see me outside, right?
Yes.
And she told you that you didn't need to stop over, right?
There wasn't anything about coming over or not coming over.
She told you that everything was handled, no help was necessary. She was going to be fine, right?
She didn't say I'm going to be fine. She just said Mark is taking care of me. But
had Julie ever told you that she feared being poisoned?
She never mentioned poison. She just said, when I asked her outside the Tuesday if she really thinks that Mark would do something to her, she said yes.
So the day before, she had this problem on Wednesday. On Tuesday, she told you that she feared Mark would really do something to her.
Yes.
And then on Wednesday, when something was happening to her, she didn't ask for any help.
Correct.
Prior to that day, had you offered to allow her to use your property at Lily Lake?
Yes, my husband did.
Were you there when your husband asked her?
I don't remember being there, but I know he told me about it.
And she declined that offer, right?
Yes.
On this occasion when Julie dropped off the film, she came to your house,
Yes.
rang the bell,
Yes.
right? And then she gave you these undeveloped film canisters, correct?
Yes.
And just a couple days after you received that undeveloped film, Julie came back to your house.
Yes.
And let me take a step back for a moment. Did she tell you to do anything with the film other than just hold on to it?
She just said to hold on to it.
Did she say what you should do with it?
No.
When she came over to get the undeveloped film back, you had just before that seen a police car pull into her driveway, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week this would have been?
No.
Do you recall what time it was?
I think it was in the morning. Or early afternoon, because I was home by myself. My kids were in school.
Did she say anything other than to ask for the film back?
She didn't ask for anything.
She just said, can I have that film I gave you?
Right.
You didn't talk to the police officer that day?
No.
The police officer didn't come over to try to talk to you?
No.
Did you see Julie give the film to the officer? Did you keep looking out the window?
Actually, I didn't see it. No.
You don't know how long they talked or anything like that?
No.
Did Julie tell you that she wasn't eating?
No, but I heard it from my husband. She didn't tell me that.
Did Julie tell you that she wasn't sleeping?
No.
The Sunday before Julie died, you saw her, right?
Yes.
You saw her and Mark and Douglas and David?
No, David wasn't there. And their dog.
And their dog go for a walk.
Yes.
They looked happy?
Yes.
Was it a nice day?
It was.
Because this was late November.
Yes.
After the walk, Mark was shooting baskets, playing with the kids.
After the walk, I remember Mark took Douglas and then they went to a store. So they left.
Julie came over.
Yes.
Was she upset?
No.
What was she talking to you about?
Well, first of all, I asked her a question. I said, I saw you going with Mark and Douglas for a walk, and I was actually happy. And I'm like, is it getting better? And she said, oh, no, it's even worse. That's why I have to make that phone call to the officer, Cosman.
And she called Officer Cosman?
Yes, she did.
Did you see Officer Cosman come over?
I saw him come over that Monday, week.
On November 30th?
Yeah, that's Monday.
What time of day did he come over on the Monday?
Again, I thought it was the morning hours.
Mark came home then, right?
Monday?
No, I'm going back, sorry.
Oh, you.
I'm going back to the Sunday conversation. Julie was at your house, right?
Yes.
Mark came back.
Yes.
Julie got upset that Mark came back.
She got panicking because she didn't expect him to be back so soon.
And you were nervous too?
Well, I was nervous for her, yes.
Julie had been at your house hundreds of times, right?
Yes, on certain occasion.
That never bothered Mark, right?
Yeah, I guess not.
You never saw him be unhappy that Julie came over to your house, right?
No.
So what was the concern with Mark seeing that Julie was at your house?
At that time, she felt like he's getting suspicious that she knows something, whatever he's planning or whatever he's doing, and that's why.
Did Julie say what she was worried about if Mark found out?
Well, because Julie, at that time, she wasn't sure herself what was going on. That was the problem. She wasn't sure what Mark is planning, if he's just scaring her or if he's actually planning on killing her, or that's the reason.
She didn't want you to contact Mark, right?
No, she did not.
She did not want you to tell him the things that she had been saying, right?
Correct. She didn't even want me to tell the neighbors about whatever I know.
That
She didn't,
that
she didn't
watermark
ask for
is a
anybody to intervene,
nuisance.
right?
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
With respect to the neighbors, there were a number of neighbors she would talk to, right?
Yes.
You didn't really know how close she was to the neighbors?
No, I don't know.
Following Julie's death, the neighbors talked quite a bit about the Jensens.
Yes.
There was a lot of speculation about what had happened.
I guess so. Everybody, yeah, had their opinions and everything.
Everybody was giving their opinions and
Whatever they knew or noticed, or
whatever they were guessing had happened, right?
I don't know, they were guessing and they knew.
And one of the things they were gossiping about was seeing this car in the driveway.
Well, I seen the car, yeah, I mean, they did guess about that too.
Now, how many times did you see that car in December?
I just want to say maybe I saw it once or twice. That's about it.
What kind of car was it?
It's just in my memory, I just remember it was some kind of dark color, maybe black, maybe dark navy blue, but I
Didn't know that.
I don't know what it was.
Do you know who the car belonged to?
Well, at that point, I assumed it was Kelly Labonte.
At that point, you didn't know who Kelly Labonte was, right?
No, I did not. I just knew there was someone. I didn't know her name even, but at that point,
So you're assuming now that it was,
yeah.
but you didn't.
Well, I mean, later, yeah, because later, some neighbors actually got to know her. So, yeah, so I knew later for sure it was her.
Well, that's what the neighbors told you.
Yes.
There were other women who were coming by the house to help Mark, right?
Yeah, I think I seen his sister and probably his mom.
He had family friends who were doing the kinds of things that people do when their spouses die, like bring dinners over.
Yes.
He had cleaning people, right?
I don't remember the cleaning people. I know you asked me that before, but I don't remember the cleaning people.
Well, people came by the Jensen house and you didn't always know what their purpose was in being there. True?
Well, yeah, that's true. Mark didn't keep the car for that long. I think within 2 weeks the car was gone. He sold it.
Well, in fact, Julie's family was staying at Mr. Jensen's home for over a week after Julie passed away, right?
Julie's
Her family came in from out of town and members stayed at his house, right?
I don't remember seeing anybody. I'm sorry.
Do you know whether that Toyota was sold to her brother who drove it home when he left from attending the funeral?
I don't know who he sold the car to. I don't know.
You have no idea why that Toyota might not have been parked in the garage right after her death, right?
It was kind of strange to seeing it outside right away, but I don't know what was the reason. No.
There were visitors at the Jensen home because they were in town for the funeral, right?
I guess.
The only woman that you said you saw Kelly Labonte at the house within 2 weeks?
Well, I saw a person walking in and out, and yeah, I would presume that was her.
In December?
Yeah, within 2 weeks.
Okay. Do you recall being asked the following question and giving the following answer when you testified on July 12th, 2007, page 68, line 7? Let's see, where did we start? Question, so the only woman you ever saw there in December, there being the Jensen home in December, was somebody with longer reddish hair? Answer, yeah.
I remember seeing that girl, yes, and I saw her like the almost, I would say next day or, yeah.
That was a younger babysitter, right? Like a high school babysitter.
Yeah, or early college, yes.
And she was the only woman that you saw at the Jensen house in December.
That's correct. She was the woman and I just saw the car, so yeah, you're right.
Well, and you only saw the car, you saw a car you didn't recognize one time in December, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then in January, you saw Kelly Labonte there.
Yes, as it got warmer, then they would go, be outside with the boys together.
So was it?
See her more and more.
It was after December before you ever
Yes.
saw her.
Yes,
And you didn't see her much in January, it was more in the spring.
it was more in the spring, correct.
You spoke with Julie on Tuesday 2 days before she died. Is that right?
Yes,
She had just gotten back from the doctor, she said.
yes,
She was alone.
yes.
Did she say that she had seen the doctor for depression?
No, she just said that she went to the doctor and that was it.
Did she tell you the doctor had given her antidepressants?
No, she did not tell me that.
She told you she was very unhappy because Douglas is in full-time daycare?
Yeah, she seems unhappy because of that reason, yes.
She was unhappy and upset about that, right?
Yes.
And that's the conversation in which she said she believed Mark could do something.
Yes. What about it?
Pardon?
What about?
Oh, I mean, is that the same conversation where she said that Mark?
You mean the same day?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, is it the same conversation?
Yeah, it was one of the questions, so, yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't ask a very good question to start this, but she came home on Tuesday from the doctor, right?
Yes,
She pulled in the driveway, correct?
yes,
And she also had gotten some groceries, maybe?
yes,
And you talked to her in her driveway,
yes.
correct? And at that time, she told you that she'd been at the doctor, right?
Yes.
And is this the same conversation where she tells you that she's unhappy and upset about Douglas being in daycare?
Yes,
And it's the same conversation in which you ask, do you really think Mark would do something?
yes,
And this is a 5 or 10 minute conversation on a Tuesday afternoon?
maybe, yeah, 10, 15 minutes, yes.
She didn't ask for any help from you at that time, correct?
No, she did not.
And the only other time then you talked to her between that point and her death was the next day when she called you on the phone and said, don't worry, you don't see me outside.
I'm sorry?
The only other time you talked to her between that conversation on Tuesday and her death was when she called on Wednesday and in this conversation where she said, don't worry if you don't see me outside.
Yes.
One more question about the Tuesday. Did she tell you that the doctor had given her medication at that time?
No, she didn't mention anything about any medication.
You saw, you mentioned seeing some things in the garbage.
Yes,
Those were, other than that red vest, did you see anything that you could identify?
like I mentioned, some craftings and sewing boxes and the red jacket that I saw her wearing recently.
Do you know, well, and you couldn't see there were bags out there?
There were bags, yeah, but I don't know what was inside.
You couldn't see other than one red vest that was outside
Well,
of the
that's
bag?
what I remember seeing. I know there was more loose things laying, but I cannot tell you what it was because I don't remember.
Julie was smart.
Yes.
You were aware that she had worked earlier in their marriage, right?
Yes,
She told you that she had worked in the financial industry.
yes.
Had she told you that she had gone to nursing school?
She didn't tell me that.
She had her own car.
Yes,
She had her own car the whole time you knew her, right?
yes.
She never had any financial complaints, correct?
Correct.
She came and went as she pleased during the day, right?
It seemed like it, but it was pretty much grocery shopping or there was something involved with boys.
You were part of her book club, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes,
And Julie missed book club a number of times because, well, she said it was because of Mark, right?
yes.
She would say she couldn't make book club because Mark was working. Right?
Objection, Your Honor, it's irrelevant unless there's a time frame established.
Well, I think you should put the time frame in.
The before her in the months before her death, well, in November, Julie hosted book club, right?
Yes,
In the months before that, she missed several book clubs because of Mark, right?
or she would come and leave early.
Right. Okay, so she missed some and then she left early from some.
Yes,
And she would say that's because Mark needed her at home or because Mark was working.
yes.
You didn't know whether that was true or not,
I believe Julie, but I didn't know.
right? You didn't know whether that was actually required of her to go home or not, correct?
Yes, but knowing Julie, I don't see any other reason.
You never heard any of these discussions between Mark and Julie about her getting a job, right?
No, I did not.
You never heard any of these discussions between Mark and Julie about Douglas being in daycare?
No, I did not.
You don't, if Mark wanted Douglas in daycare, you don't know the reasons why?
Well, Julie told me that Mark wanted Douglas in the all-day care because Julie had bad influence in Douglas. That's what Julie had told me.
Okay. And did you know why he didn't work, or why he wanted her to work?
Well, Julie always worked one way or the other. She babysit, so she could make some money, contribute to the family. But why he wanted her to work, I don't really know. Why he wanted her to work out of the house.
Well, she was complaining about that, right?
Yes, she wanted to stay at home with Douglas.
And you don't know whether, in fact, Mark wanted her to work, right?
Well, that's what she said.
Right. And you never talked to Mark about that and
No,
got
I
his
never
view.
did. No.
And if that was true that Mark wanted her to work, you don't know why, right?
Well, that's the only answer she gave me, that she's bad influence on Douglas and she wants him to go full daycare and her to get a job.
But again, you didn't talk to Mark to get his side of the story, right?
No, I did not.
Did Julie talk to you about having seen a counselor for depression?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that she had been on antidepressants before?
No, she did not.
And in 1998, she didn't tell you that she was taking
No,
antidepressants?
she did not.
Did she tell you about seeing the doctor in September and telling him then that she was feeling depressed?
No, I don't remember her telling me that.
On the Monday before Julie died, you had a conversation with her?
Yes.
When was that?
Was probably early afternoon. It was, as always, on her driveway or her yard.
And that was another 5 to 10 minute conversation?
Yes.
And in this 5 to 10 minute conversation on Monday, November 30th, she told you that she had had an affair, right?
No,
Did she ever tell you that she had an affair?
she did, but not that Monday.
When did she tell you that she had an affair?
When she came to the house that Sunday to make the phone call.
Oh, that was the day before?
Yes,
And that just came up from nowhere?
yes.
Not long to go now, I don't think.
Would you bring in what's on the printer, please? Thank you.
$20 minutes, but I think it's going to be less than that. So.
After your telephone call on Wednesday, did you try calling Julie back at all?
No, I did not.
You didn't stop at the house?
No.
Is that because she had discouraged you from intervening?
Well, like I said to my husband, I said, she said,
Well,
Mark,
actually, why don't you just, his question was whether she had discouraged you from intervening.
yes, she did.
Go ahead.
Yes, she did.
Yes, she did.
And at no time during any of the conversations you had during the last 2 weeks of Julie Jensen's life did she ask you to talk to Mark, right?
She never asked me to talk to Mark.
And at no time during those last 2 weeks did she ever ask you to talk to the police, right?
Correct.
And at no time during those last 2 weeks did she ever ask you to help her get away, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had previously filed for divorce against Mark?
I heard about it. I'm not sure if she told me or my husband did, but I knew about it.
Thank you, that's all.
Mrs. Hoyt, this conversation where Julie Jensen had told you about her affair, when did that conversation occur?
On Sunday, when she came to make the phone call.
And this was the Sunday before she died?
Yes.
And tell us everything you can remember about that when she came to make a phone call.
She made a phone call, and after the phone call, actually, that's what she said. She said, I had an affair with a coworker. That's about it, what she told me about it.
Do you remember?
I didn't ask her any questions, and it was kind of, I was very surprised.
Do you remember her saying anything about Mark or about how Mark felt about her after she told you about this?
Yes, she said the reason she did because she thought that Mark doesn't love her anymore.
The reason she did what? The reason she told you about this, or the reason that
No, she told me that the reason I had an affair was because I thought that Mark doesn't love me anymore.
What time of the day on Sunday was this phone call?
It's probably like a little bit maybe after lunchtime, kind of around lunchtime. I would say maybe 1 o'clock.
And were you able to hear her speaking on the telephone when she made the phone call?
Yeah, I didn't know what she said. I wasn't listening, but yeah, excuse me, I heard her.
Did you somehow know who she was going to call?
She told me she's gonna call Officer Cosman. So I knew who she's gonna call. Yes.
And was this before or after she had given you these film canisters?
After.
Was this before or after she'd come to recover the film canisters?
After.
Thank you, Mrs. White. I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple. So was it your understanding that this affair had been recent?
No, you know what? She probably had, because I knew Douglas was a baby, so yeah. She must have mentioned it, so I knew it wasn't recent.
Your understanding was it was when Douglas was a baby?
Yes.
And Douglas was about 3 or 4 at the time?
I don't know how old he was, but it sounded like it happened when she had Douglas. And I don't know if she was still working at the time, but she said co-workers. So.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Jenkins?
As you're sitting here now today,
Yes.
are you sure that it was about the time after she'd had Douglas, or could it have been about the time after she had David, or aren't you sure?
It was after the time she had, did they say Douglas? It was David. It was David.
So as you're sitting here now today, you know who it was.
It was David.
It was after she had David.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on,
Thank
you
you.
just gave him the answer.
So Ms. Voigt and David would have been about.
Well, he was a baby. I don't know how old he was.
But you don't. I was going to ask how old he was in 1998. You're not sure.
1998 when Julie died. How old was David? That's what you're asking me. I think he was about 8 years old.
Okay. Just, I'm sorry, I did have one other thing. When she told you about this miscarriage, again, that's something you only heard from Julie, right?
Yes,
You didn't ask Mark anything about it, right?
I did not.
And you don't know what Mark's side of the story is, right?
No.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, I need that exhibit, the photograph. I don't know what number it is. Do you have the photographs here?
Yes, they're in there.
They're in here. It's the photograph of Julie and David and Douglas. So would that be near the bottom? One. This is what I'm looking for. Thank you. This is exhibit.
Yeah, let's go.
Oral.
I show this photograph. It's been marked as State's Exhibit S-104. And I ask if you can identify the persons depicted in that photograph.
It's Julie, David, and Douglas.
And would you say that, does that photograph appear to have been taken sometime? And by looking at that photograph, can you tell whether it was taken at some point within a matter of months of Julie's death, or did it appear to be taken at some time earlier?
Objection beyond this witness's abilities.
Oral.
It seems like it was taken within a month, because looking at the boys.
That's about how David looked in the last months preceding Julie's death?
Yeah, I think so. It's been 9 years, so
Is that about how Julie looked in the months preceding her death?
yes.
So how old would David appear to be there at that photo, would you say, if you know?
Yeah, he looks more like, 7, 8. And Douglas looks like 3 or 4.
Thank you, Honor, for the question.
Nothing further. You may step down, man.
I think that's the end of it for
I
today
think that's
anyway.
our last witness for the day.
It is, Judge, and I'm just moving that exhibit number 7 into evidence.
All right, any objection? All right, 7 will be received. Okay, folks, thank you for everything you've done today. We're going to start at 8:30, so please be here before that. Have a good evening again. Please don't talk or watch anything about the case, okay? Thank you.
Obviously, we're not starting at 8:30. We're starting at 10 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. Because there's many people left. Well, there's more people on the other bloody platforms than there was on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. She's very calm, collected. I can see why you like her. Who's left? Is Spider Girl or is it Migraine left in here?
All right, you can have a seat, sit down. The jury is outside the courtroom. We have an issue then for tomorrow on witness number 65, Eric Shore. That is the friend of David, the young friend. I do have the case that was brought up by Mr. Jamboys, and I do have the statute that I'm going to look at. We'll deal with it at 8:15, so we don't keep the jury waiting. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll figure out what to do.
I would point out one other thing, Your Honor. If you wanted to look at where that came up in the last trial, it's on transcript for January 28th, 2008, page 10, line 1, through page 21, line 10.
What's the transcript line again?
January 28th, 2008.
Okay.
Page 10, line 1, through page 21, line 10.
Thank you.
And I would just note, Your Honor, that at that time there was an issue about confrontation. And there was no confrontation clause issue at that time because David Jensen was going to be made available. There is no confrontation clause issue this time because this is not a testimonial statement. It's not a testimonial statement. It's not a confrontation clause issue. The only question is whether it's admissible as either an excited utterance or under the residual hearsay exception.
And I know I do try to multitask up here. I don't know who brought it up, whether it was you, Mr. Jamboys, or Ms. McNeil, the issue of that the David was a minor and the excited utterance is looked at different for minors, but that's only for sexual assault cases.
Well, Your Honor, I would disagree with that. I would say that it's not only for sexual assault cases.
I don't have any other cases. Trust me, I've read a lot. Well, you guys are watching this video. There is no other case that says there's an exception just because he's a juvenile.
But Your Honor, if you look at, for example, the 5 factors that are
we're not talking about the 5 factors. That's a different hearsay exception. I'm talking about excited utterance. And the case law says there's preference given for minors if it's a statement regarding sexual assault. And this is not a sexual assault case. As you reminded me when the jury was out, this is a homicide case.
Yes, Your Honor. And by the way, Your Honor, I'll say this. I apologize for the way I spoke.
Trust me, we get heated and we try to do our jobs. And I accept your apology. I hold nothing against you. So that doesn't mean the defense gets to yell at me tomorrow.
Wait.
All right, have a good evening. We'll
I
see
like
you at
this,
8:15.
Judge, if I could add something.
Oh.
So we will research this tonight. We'll work on it. But I do want to point out, give another case site that I
Regarding an excited utterance?
Yes.
And what case do you have?
Gerald LC, and the case site is 194 West 2nd, 548.
.194 Wisconsin 2nd, 548, right?
That's right.
All right, do you have that, Mr. Jambois?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. He's got to wait to make sure the jury's out. They're all out?
On it.
So is he in jail now? Is he in prison? As in, oh yeah, they've got the. So he is in prison. Here we are. End of day one. Yeah, I mean, day one was always going to be a little bit boring. We'll stop it there in case there's any more. Because of the open statements. The open statements to my head in. Boring. But, ladies, we got the dicks. We got the dicks in. So, you should be happy. Oh, so 2,200 dick pics. But I think Sal was saying there's about 880 of them that were chronologically ordered. The rest weren't ordered, so you got a little bit lazy, I think. Or we didn't have time. So, I think it's going to be. I'm looking forward to it. I think the judge is very good. Doesn't take any shit. So, I think we're going to get some moments in this trial. And from what Sal's saying, there's a lot of backstories, which he will run us through. Hopefully, tomorrow. He'll be back in chat, whatever happens. Well, fair play to him whilst he's working. So, appreciate that, Sal. And if you can make it back on stream, happy days. Hopefully, you have at least Chandler anyway back in the morning. In fairness to the guys, I mean, Chandler was here at 7 o'clock this morning, so fair play to her. Lilia to Dash as well. So we'll see what happens. We've got more people coming into the chat now. It's like, it's done now. It's done. Unless people hear from my Welsh accents. Some weird. A lot of people listen to these, not for the trials or anything, just for my Welsh accent. Oh, I don't mind. Whatever gets views up. I should just read a story in Welsh. Not in Welsh, but with my Welsh accent. If it gets me views and likes, stuff like that. So I really appreciate it. I know people would be dropping in and dropping out. I know there's a few other things going on, like Letitia Staunch's thing happening. I know that a lot of people went and watch the Peter Trago's new podcast. Apparently that's very good, so have a look at that. Really happy to get Legal Voices in here. Obviously, it's because of Chandler, but thank you, Chandler. Thank you as well as Legal Voices. Please go and have a look at his page as we did lunchtime, especially if you followed the Zachariah Anderson trial because of his brother and sister did interviews. And I say I've only seen the brother, but take a look at them because I think they're very good. I need to watch the sisters one when I get a chance. People liking stuff now, and the trial's over. Day's over. Okay, I'm not sure who's left in here, but thank you very much, guys. I'm sure Spider Girl, you've gone to sleep already on the keyboard. Probably tired. Oh no, you've gone back to look at stuff, haven't you? So by the time you get to this point, it'll probably be done. So thank you for coming. Mad, cheers for being here. Nif, that was great to see you at the start. Brittany, it was great to see you at the start, but yeah, hopefully we see more people today. Hopefully Rosie's back tomorrow. So Mike, and Rosie won prizes today. I've been in touch with both Rosie's answered back. Mike hasn't yet, but more winners tomorrow. Just subscribe and you're entered. So we'll see. But with that, I think we'll leave it at that. And Migraine, hopefully you come back if you're probably gone, but thank you very much for your insight today. Brandon, let's go, Brandon. Hopefully he's back again. And again, thank you, Sal, for your work as well today. So with that, I'm not going to talk too much shit to you now for you. I know you've got other stuff to do. And it's now 10 to 12, midnight here. I've still got stuff I need to do before I go to bed. I've got a doctor's appointment first thing. So with that, thank you for your time. And hopefully you join us and tell your friends, tell everyone to come and enjoy day 2. With that, cheers, guys. This is the embarrassing part when I got to press end broadcast and it takes like 5 seconds. So I'm going to press it now and then it'll be done. So I've pressed